Courted by her cougar. Cougar Creek Mates Shifter Romance Series, Book 3. Written by Felicity Heaton. Narrated by Eric G. Dove. Chapter 1. Madness was sweeping Cougar Creek. Flint had arrived 4 weeks ago to discover his oldest brother, Wrath, had fallen in love with a human who had strayed into his territory, a human who had turned out to be his fated female, his one true mate. If that hadn't been crazy enough, a week ago, a second of his brothers, Storm, had sent word that he was engaged to Gabriella, another human and one who was the half-sister of a male who had attempted to kill both Wrath and Storm, a male who had been in league with Archangel, a hunter organization that had targeted their family and their pride 4 decades ago, too. That battle had claimed the lives of their parents. Flint couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Storm was now engaged to Gabriella, a woman with ties to what had happened to their parents and their pride. It was unfucking believable, beyond comprehension to him. He wasn't convinced by the little mortal. She was going to have to work hard to prove she wasn't the same as her kin, working for Archangel and about to betray his brother. He wasn't the only one at the creek who felt that way either. Storm seemed pretty damn besotted with her, though, enough to want to put a ring on it. Literally. Flint couldn't remember the last cougar shifter who had actually gotten hitched as well as mated with a human. He wasn't sure he had ever met one before Storm. That madness was as infectious as the other one hitting the pride, had Wrath and Ivy talking about a wedding too. He shook his head, shifted so the sole of his other worn black hiking boot rested against the rough bark of the lodgepole pine at his back, and huffed. The whole creek had gone insane, and not in the usual good way associated with a spring gathering. This was a disturbing sort of madness, and his brothers weren't the only ones affected by it either. One of the males who had come for the gathering had ended up mating with one of the females, forming a bond between them that was the cougar shifter way of getting hitched. Not only that, he slid his gray gaze to his right, towards the broad river that swept around the bend at the bottom of the clearing in the dense woods, rippling over rocks and twinkling in the sunlight. Cobalt stood by that river, a shadow in his black jeans, boots, and the t-shirt that molded to his athletic frame. A male anyone who didn't know him better could easily mistake as either menacing or a movie star, depending on their gender. His brother dragged a hand over his short platinum blonde hair, mussing the tufted waves that sprang back to remain perfect, and the chiseled planes of his face settled in a hard line for a moment as his gold-gray eyes narrowed on the fight, and then softened a degree again. Flint knew why, knew him well enough to spot the subtle tells that gave away his mood. His older brother was dangerous, but it wasn't a need to fight that had him on edge today. Beyond him and the river, the deep green pine forest thickened as it blanketed the valley, stretching as far as the snow-capped mountains that rose into the clear blue sky, a stunning backdrop that his brother failed to notice because he only had eyes for one beauty. Cobalt did a poor job of hiding it, too, as he pretended to focus on the fight occurring between 2 males in the center of the clearing, a brutal bout of delicious aggression and bloodshed over the right to be the one to ease a female in heat. Whenever Cobalt figured no one was watching him, his eyes drifted towards the spectators to single one out. Ember. It wasn't the first time Flint had noticed the way his second eldest brother watched the female. Damn, it wasn't even the first pride get-together where Flint had noticed him staring after Ember with longing in his eyes. But it was the first spring gathering Ember was attending, here as an eligible female looking for a male. Cobalt dragged his steel-gray eyes away from her as a male approached the raven-haired beauty to speak with her. His brother shoved his hands through his pale blonde hair, mussing the longer lengths on top of it in a way that screamed his frustration. Poor bastard. Flint had a bad enough time sitting on the sidelines, unable to participate in the gathering because his family were responsible for overseeing it. It was his duty to ensure things didn't get out of hand as males riled up by their instincts clashed over rights to a female, and sometimes over nothing at all. The mating fever was always strong, and he and his brothers made sure everyone was safe while they were preoccupied. It didn't mean he was immune to the season. So many pretty females all throwing off pheromones that had his cougar side aching to satisfy them. Damn, He would gladly satisfy more than one of them at a time if they let him. If it was hell for him, he couldn't imagine what sort of hell it was for Cobalt, forced to endure watching males approaching a female he longed for and unable to do anything about it. The fight finally ended with one of the males on his backside on the grass in the clearing, breathing hard as he yielded, his bare back straining beneath all the blood that covered him. His opponent hadn't fared much better, bore claw wounds that streamed crimson, but it didn't stop him from seizing hold of the female he had won the right to satisfy and whisking her away to his cabin. Lucky bastard. Flint would give his left nut to be able to take part in the fights, and not only because he wanted a good fuck as much as the next male right now, was wound up by all the females and ached to give them what they needed. He would have given his nut in order to just fight. Sure, he got to bash heads together when the males broke out into battles that weren't over a female, their hormones cranking up their aggressive nature and making them volatile, easily goaded into a brawl. It wasn't the same as being able to go all out, though. He had to hold back and fight to break them up, and while he roughed them up a little for being a pain in his ass, it didn't give him the same thrill as he got whenever he really let loose, which didn't happen often these days. His tour guide company up north, where the Rockies gave way to the rolling hills and endless plains, kept him busy most of the year, from the moment the bears and wildlife emerged in spring through to the fall. In the winter, he headed west to a small town on the coast that was occupied by shifters of various species, bears included. He got to let loose a little then, whenever the bears rose to the bait or whenever they were itching for a fight too. They went easy on him, though, probably because he hired a few of them to stand in as real-life bears for the humans coming to his cabins to see the animals. Sometimes actual bears were hard to come by, waking later in the year than the tourist season started or going into hibernation earlier than it ended. Sometimes it paid to know a few grizzly shifters who were willing to play the role of their animal counterpart for some fast cash. Thinking about the small group of cabins he owned had his thoughts turning to his own home there, a well-appointed lodge that was larger than the others dotted around his extensive land. It was far more sumptuous, too, had every comfort he needed. From there, his mind leaped to all the tour groups he'd had to leave in the hands of his guides so he could attend the gathering as required. Tour groups that he knew contained more than one human female who happened to be single. Gods, he loved single human females in tour groups. They were there for adventure, and a lot of the time that adventure included a little real-life holiday romance when they set eyes on him. His lips curved into a grin as he thought about all the females he had indulged, letting them flirt their way into his cabin and into his arms for a few passionate nights before they left with a promise to stay in touch. They never did, which was just fine with him. He liked things uncomplicated. He groaned and tugged his black hiking trousers away from his groin as his cock got the wrong idea. The combination of all the pheromones flying around the creek and memories of all the females he had bedded up north deadly to his self-control. He pushed them out of his head and tried to focus on other things. It wasn't difficult when a male broke cover to his left, stepping from the trees into the clearing. He nodded to the older male, a burly brunette with a scar on his neck and a heavy pack on his back. "You can set up on the other side of the clearing if you don't have company to bunk with." Flint pointed towards the woods opposite them, where a few cabins were visible through the trees, together with some colorful tents. The male nodded and headed in that direction, and Flint watched him go with a frown. Normally by now, everyone in the Pride who intended to participate in the gathering had reached Cougar Creek, but each day saw more people arrive. He couldn't remember the last time his kin had resorted to camping in order to attend, or the last time there had been so many of them at the creek. He wasn't sure whether it was because they were feeling the mating heat, or because they were curious about seeing Rath's new mate, or because of the incident with Gabriella's half-brother. That had everyone twitchy still. Flint glanced off to his left, up the clearing to Rath's cabin, where it nestled amongst the trees at the top of the swath of green. Rath was all smiles as he spoke with Ivy, his beautiful curvy brunette, on the deck of the log cabin. His hands clutched her hips through her pale charcoal trousers, his body pressed so close to hers that the dark green fleece he had paired with his jeans blended with her t-shirt. Flint wasn't sure his brother could get closer to her while they were clothed. Wrath's attention was all hers as she talked to him. Besotted. Definitely infected by the madness. His brother practically melted as she tiptoed and stroked fingers through his thick dark hair, feathered them down his neck, and lured him to her for a kiss. He tangled his hands in her chestnut waves at her nape, holding her to him as he kissed her hard. For a moment, it looked as if he was going to be whisking her away for some afternoon delight, but then his broad shoulders heaved on a sigh and he reluctantly released his mate. She said something and he nodded and stepped off the deck, heading in Flint's direction. He waited for his brother to reach him, his focus split between the crowd of cougars as it dispersed, someone helping the loser back to his cabin, and the woods that embraced the creek on all sides. It was a beautiful place, rimmed with mountains that gave the pride the privacy it needed, and he was always jealous of Wrath whenever he returned to the creek. His place up north was open on most sides, with only a few mountains dotted at a distance from the cabins, and the trees were sparser. Wrath had it lucky getting to look at such breathtaking scenery year-round. Flint wouldn't say no to swapping places with him, taking care of the cabins and the territory for the pride, whiling away his days fishing and soaking up the beauty of the place. Although, that would mean giving up the life of carnal luxury he had in his own territory. He shuddered at the thought. He could live with a little less beauty outside his cabin when he could have all the beauties he wanted inside it, warming his bed on the cold spring and fall nights. Do another perimeter sweep. Wrath's deep growl of a voice cut into Flint's pleasing thoughts, shattering them and dragging him back to the creek. He looked at his older brother, who raked long fingers through his rich brown hair, and heaved a sigh that stretched his fleece tight across his broad chest. Flint's own build was a touch slimmer, and he never had managed to gain the remaining 2 inches to match Wrath's 6'6" height. But he had made up for that by packing on muscle, working out during the off-season to keep his strength up. And so he looked fantastic for the ladies. Wrath's gray eyes grew golden as he looked off to his right, into the woods. I'm feeling twitchy. Same here. Flint ran a glance over the cabins and trees on the other side of the clearing, and the woods that bordered the opposite bank of the river to his right. Something doesn't feel right today. He had put it down to the fight that had taken place, because it had been more brutal than usual, lasting longer than most battles for dominance and mating rights, which had roused a lot of the cougars from their cabins and tents to watch it play out, and had set everyone on edge as they waited to see who would emerge the victor. But the crowd had dispersed, the green emptying, and that feeling that something wasn't quite right had persisted, niggling at him. I'll take a look. Flint lifted the hem of his navy shirt and hooked his thumbs in the pockets of his black hiking trousers as he pushed away from the tree. Wrath nodded and headed back up the green to his cabin. Flint had been doing all the patrols since he had arrived. Normally, Wrath did them, maintaining security for the pride during the gathering when everyone was caught up in the mating heat. The only thing his brother was sweeping this time was Ivy, up into his arms. He shook his head as Wrath pulled Ivy back against him the moment she was within reach and kissed her again. Definitely besotted. His brother couldn't keep his hands off her. And damn, even Flint was beginning to smile whenever she appeared, because he knew Wrath would be close to her in a shot, swept up in her all over again. It was good to see his brother happy at last. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen Wrath smile so much. Flint took one last look around the creek, at Wrath where he fussed over Ivy, and Cobalt where he stood by the river clearly pining for Ember, and at the other males and females who were giving each other more than just the eye. A sigh escaped him. He turned on his heel, heading into the forest to start his patrol. Yes, the world had gone mad, and he wanted no part of it, was fine with his life the way it was. There was no damned way he was going to get caught up in whatever fever was sweeping the creek. No way at all. Chapter 2. Yasmin huffed as she pushed her ebony waves out of her face, feeling the dampness at the back of her neck that irritated the hell out of her as her hair stuck to it, clung in a way that made her want to do something. Scream, probably. She stopped near a towering pine that looked like every other damned tree in the forest and turned in a circle, trying to spot the path. There had to be a path. She was sure she had been following one from the trailhead where she had left her car, parked next to Ivy's Jeep, and several other vehicles that had told her she was in the right area. Maybe it had been an animal track. A cool breeze blew up the gentle slope to her right, carrying the scent of water. She could hear the river in that direction. Maybe it would be wise to head downhill until she found it and then track it towards the area that her friend had called the creek more than once. There had been a river in Ivy's photographs. It stood to reason that she would find her friend near the one she could hear. Yasmin struggled out of her heavy pack, set it down on the rough earth between the tangled roots of the pines, and rifled through the side pockets, her mood taking a nosedive as she struggled to find what she was looking for. Aha! She grinned as she opened the fifth pocket. Seriously, why so many pockets on these stupid backpacks? And found her elastics and other beauty items. She straightened, lifted her hair away from her neck, scrunched it together, and tied it in place with the band. Parts of it instantly fell down again, framing her face, but it would do for now. All she cared about was keeping her neck clear. It was bliss as the breeze caressed it, had a soft sigh leaving her lips as she savored it. When the wind died down again, she stripped off her black jacket, because a winter coat combined with her royal purple sweater and the long-sleeved cream t-shirt she wore beneath that had probably been a bit much. She had been expecting the weather to be cooler than it was. There had been snow on the mountains in Ivy's photographs, after all. She peered through the dense trees to catch a sliver of the mountain that loomed closest to her. There was still snow on it. Apparently, snow on the peaks didn't mean it was cold in the valley. It was rare she learned something new, novel in fact. What else was she going to learn on this adventure? Yasmin hefted the pack back onto her shoulders. The weight of it pressed down on her, and she twisted and grimaced, trying to get comfortable again. Maybe the sunny day wasn't solely responsible for her working up a sweat. The heaviness of her pack combined with the exertion of the hike probably would have been enough to have her running a little hot even if it had been a chilly day. She threaded her coat over the bottom of the right strap of her pack so it pressed against her back and hip and wouldn't fall into the dirt, and kicked off again, picking her way through the trees as she headed downhill towards the river. A man with wild black hair and golden eyes stepped into her path, emerging from the trees like some sort of predator to stare her down. She casually drew to a halt 4 meters from him, raked her gaze over him, taking in a navy shirt that stretched tight over his athletic build, long legs encased in very practical black trousers, and scuffed boots that looked as if he had trekked hundreds of miles in them and needed a new pair. Too cheap to purchase them, or sentimental and attached to these ones for some reason. She lifted her head back up to meet his golden eyes. He didn't look the sentimental type. His straight jaw set hard, his lips compressing, causing the scar that streaked across the left side of his mouth to pull on his cheek. He looked as if he wanted to growl at her. Yasmin concluded there was a high probability he could help her. "I'm lost. Can you tell me the way?" "Private property. Turn your ass around and march it back the way you came," he interjected, voice a gravelly snarl that had more bite than the local bears. That was rude. She narrowed her dark eyes on him. "No, if you would let me finish." He shook his head. "Not going to happen. This is no place for camping. Private property." "Yes, you've said that twice now, and if you would let me finish." He took a hard step towards her, his eyes glowing brighter. Oh, if he wanted to do angry, she could show him angry. "Listen," she snapped. "I know my friend is somewhere around here, and I am going to see her. Something tells me you know her. Ivy Wentworth?" The barest flicker of surprise lit his stormy gold eyes before he schooled his features, hardening them again. "Don't know her. Off you go now. Try the other direction." Liar. "The other direction is my car." And his, she was guessing. It was probably the battered ancient pickup she had seen that had more rust than paint on it. "Good." He folded his arms across his chest and glowered at her. "So I'm not going back that way. I'm going this way." She started left because he had obviously come from nearby, and that meant she was close to the creek. He was in front of her in a flash, blocking her way. "I can't allow that. Turn your ass around and march it back to your car." That was it. Yasmin mimicked him, crossing her arms over her breasts. and the bastard had the audacity to glance at them as her actions pressed them together and upwards in her purple sweater.
"Try to make me leave,"
she growled as she glared at him.
"I dare you. We'll see who comes off worse."
His golden eyes leaped up to hers, and this time he didn't hide his surprise. Not used to strong females? He was taller than she was, his build slim but clearly powerful. His shirt was tight enough that she could see it was hiding a muscled torso, and he had rolled up the sleeves to reveal tightly corded forearms that flexed as she stared at them. Yasmin lifted her eyes back to his.
"I'm going to see my friend whether you like it or not. You can't stop me."
He tried anyway, moving left and right to block her path as she tried to get past him. Exasperating man. She was close to hitting him to get him to stop. He blocked her again when she made another attempt to pass him rather than giving in to the urge to clobber him. "How do you know this friend of yours is at the creek?" She almost smiled. The creek. So he had come from the place where Ivy was staying with her new man, which meant he was going to take her there whether he liked it or not. She feinted going left, and when he moved to block her, she went right and slipped past him. He growled in frustration and grabbed her wrist, and she turned on a pinhead, slammed her palm against his chest, and shoved him back into a tree. He went easily, wasn't a challenge at all, mostly because he was holding back. Thought her feeble? Thought he might hurt her by accident if he exerted a little strength? She wanted to laugh at that. Yasmin huffed and splayed her hand out against the center of his chest. And yes, it was firm beneath her palm, muscles rigid and tensed, and there was that strength he was hiding from her.
"Are you going to take me to Ivy now?"
She inched closer to him and pressed her hand harder against his chest to keep his spine pinned to the tree, just in case he thought about moving. But he didn't seem inclined to break free of her hold. He regarded her with gold eyes that held a spark of heat, his silence stretching out for a moment that was so long she began to feel a little uncomfortable as she stood with her hand on his chest, his heart pounding against it steady and strong. She also started to wonder whether she had done some sort of permanent damage to him. She was on the verge of asking him whether he needed medical assistance when he finally responded. He dipped his chin in a nod, his eyes remaining locked with hers as he spoke. "What's your name?" Not quite the response she had anticipated, but she would give it to him because, unlike him, she wasn't rude.
"Yasmin."
He glanced down. "I've heard of you." She followed his gaze, tensed, and removed her hand from his chest as she realized she was still touching him. His eyes lifted to her, banked heat in them, a flicker of interest that had her wanting to look away from him as a fire tried to lick over her cheeks. She resisted the need that raced through her and the blush, quelling both of them.
"I don't doubt that."
She kept her voice even and emotionless, so he got the message that she didn't feel the attraction that zinged between them. She really didn't.
"Ivy emailed me telling me she met a guy, fell in love of all things, and that she wouldn't be home for a while. She assured me that she was fine, but I'm here to see that for myself."
Commendable. He knew big words. Trying to impress her? She nodded.
"I like to think so."
He pushed away from the tree, coming to tower over her, easily 8 inches taller than she was, and looked down at her. His handsome face softened, that heat in his golden gaze lingering. "I'm Flint, Rath's brother. Ivy is fine. She's in love with Rath, and nothing bad is happening here." He could attempt to appease her all he wanted. It wasn't going to make her leave.
"Good."
She adjusted the bag on her back.
"Because I prefer to heal injuries rather than cause them."
A hint of a smile, enough that she could see that he would be devastating if he cracked a full-blown grin. "Came here prepared for war?" Yasmin nodded again.
"If necessary. Ivy is my friend. My only friend."
That had him turning serious, the dark slashes of his eyebrows knitting hard as the corners of his lips turned downwards. "I get that. You're protective. I have a protective streak of my own. One I'll introduce you to if you try to do anything to hurt my brother, including attempting to take Ivy from him." She arched an eyebrow at that. Protective of his brother's happiness? That was commendable, as he would say.
"You think you can take me?" Good luck with that.
She strode past him. His eyes landed on her back and raked down her spine, a hot shiver following in their wake, and he purred, "I know I can take you." So brash, so confident. She hid a smile as he fell into step beside her and hooked his thumbs into the pockets of his black trousers.
You think pretty highly of yourself.
She kept her eyes straight ahead even when his landed on her, burning into her profile. I have my reasons. He shot her a cocky smile, one that she caught as she glanced at him and one she didn't like because it made something clear. He was like every other man out there. She had enough men trying to flirt their way into her life when she was doing rounds, checking on her patients. They were bad enough, but Flint's kind were the worst. His breed were the men who hounded her whenever she was having a rare night out, desperately in need of some time off. His breed were the ones who were good-looking, so expected women to fall at their feet if they bought them a drink or even just smiled in their direction. His breed were the ones she wasn't interested in. She shook her head, reminding herself that she shouldn't be interested in any men, whether they were players or ones looking for a long-term relationship. It was hard sometimes, though, when the nights felt long and cold, the loneliness creeping up on her. Everyone needed a little warmth in their life, a little companionship from time to time, including her. When was the last time she had let someone in? She glanced at Flint, catching his sure grin, and saw temptation, but something else too. Something liable to make the long nights feel even colder and lonelier.
I don't want to know them.
It came out a little harsh, judging by how he frowned at her, his step faltering before he caught up again. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but then the trees thinned and she spotted green ahead of her, bathed in sunlight. She hurried forwards as she passed a rustic log cabin nestled among the pines to her left. The creek. She broke out onto the wide rectangle of green, gaining a few odd looks from the people moving between the cabins hidden among the pines. There were more lodges than she had expected, and some of them were large, comfortable-looking. Solar panels stood at points in the clearing, generating electricity for the cabins near it. It was far more civilized than she had thought it would be when Ivy had emailed her.
I've seen worse.
She didn't realize she had said that aloud until Flint's gruff voice sounded beside her. We're not animals, he huffed. She glanced at him, taking him in from head to toe as he stood sentinel beside her, his handsome face dark and eyes more gray than gold now. She wanted to say they were a little like animals, but held her tongue as he lowered his gaze to her and it narrowed, silently daring her to say something. He looked as if he secretly wanted her to tease him, so she tore her eyes away from him and turned on the spot, gaze dancing over everyone as she searched. She grinned as she spotted what she was looking for.
Ivy!
The brunette stiffened where she stood on the wooden deck of a cabin at the head of the clearing, her back to Yasmin. The very handsome dark-haired man she was with looked over her head, his gray eyes darkening as they landed on Yasmin. Ivy turned towards her, a smile breaking out on her lips as Yasmin waved, and her wide hazel eyes lighting up with it as she hurried off the deck and raced towards her. Yasmin met her halfway, not missing the look the man on the deck gave her and then Flint. Flint strode past her to meet the man she presumed was his brother. Ivy wrapped her up in a tight hug, and Yasmin sighed as she embraced her, relief pouring through her as she held her friend. She was all right. She was really all right. Yasmin wanted to squeeze her so hard, but held back, afraid of hurting her. When Ivy eventually released her and pulled back, she was beaming, her hazel eyes overflowing with happiness. Love. Yasmin could see it in her, but that wasn't exactly a feat. A blind person couldn't miss it. Ivy was radiant with it, shone like a star as she grinned from ear to ear. She had never seen her friend so happy.
What are you doing here?
Ivy gripped her arms and pushed back, looking her over and shook her head as if she couldn't quite believe Yasmin was really there. The dark-haired man stopped close to her with Flint and gruffly muttered, I want to know that too. He was definitely Flint's brother and Ivy's man. Raph. From where she was standing, he looked as if he owned that name, as if his parents had known the man he would grow into and had named him accordingly. She looked over Ivy's shoulder at him.
I just wanted to see her.
Her eyes leaped back to her friend.
I needed to see you. Your email, well, I needed to know you really were okay.
She removed her heavy pack and held it out to Wrath, who regarded it with a raised eyebrow as if she was treating him like her servant and expected him to carry her luggage to her room.
I brought a present for my gracious hosts.
She set the backpack down, unclipped the top, and tugged on the string to open it up so they could see her offering. Wrath peered inside. Ivy and Flint leaned closer so they could get a look too. The gruff brunette looked pleased as he glanced from her present to her.
Thank you. With everyone gathered at the creek, we could use the supplies.
Flint eyed all the bandages, suture kits, and other medical equipment. What did you do, raid a hospital on your way?
Sort of. I'm a doctor at one.
And she would have been in serious trouble if they had caught her stealing. But Ivy had mentioned how she'd had to patch up a gunshot wound with a few sticking plasters, and Yasmin had figured that bringing Ivy's new man a present might help him accept her presence on his property. A doc. Flint's left eyebrow went up, the subtle scar that bisected it becoming more visible. That flare of interest lit his gray eyes again. Thinking he could bag himself a doctor? Maybe he had a thing for women in uniform. He wouldn't be the first, and he certainly wouldn't be the last. No way she was going to play the naughty doctor for him, though. She focused on his brother, shutting him out.
Your land is beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen such stunning scenery.
Some types of flattery could get you everywhere. Wrath admired his territory with a hint of pride in his steel-gray eyes, standing a little taller as her words registered. Ivy looked up at her man, a flicker of expectation crossing her face. He sighed.
Since you made the effort to reach us, and since you're here now, perhaps you could do me a favor and stay a while.
His gaze fell to her, honest and open, completely unguarded, so she could read in it how much doing this favor would mean to him.
We could do with a medic.
A medic?
She looked around the cabins. From what Ivy had told her, they needed a damned infirmary, or possibly a small hospital.
Yeah,
He scrubbed the back of his neck.
People come here for activities, and sometimes it's that sort of risk, adventure. They, like to challenge themselves, and sometimes they end up injured and it's a long way to the nearest town.
It was almost adorable the way he stumbled through making up an excuse as he went. Adventure? From where she was standing, challenge had been the better word to describe what people were doing at the creek.
Of course I can stay and help.
If it meant getting to spend time with Ivy and getting to know Wrath better to make sure he was worthy of her friend, then she could patch up a few who failed at their challenges.
You can spend all the time you want with Ivy, but the area outside the creek is dangerous.
He settled his arm around Ivy's shoulders, and her friend beamed up at him as she snuggled into his side.
Flint can show you around, though, if you want.
Yasmin had the feeling it wasn't optional. She was being assigned a babysitter. She looked at Flint, who was leveling a hard scowl at his brother, clearly as happy about the prospect of having to be her bodyguard as she was. She had thought he would relish the chance to spend time with her and try to charm his way into her underwear, or at least her white coat. If anyone should be scowling at Wrath, it was her. But still, she didn't intend to spend more than a second away from Ivy.
Sure.
It was easy to say that when she planned to stick to Ivy's side like glue, enjoying her and Wrath's company while avoiding Flint and the other men at the creek. Yasmin smiled as Ivy released her man, wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and led her away from the men, towards the cabin at the top of the sloping clearing. Flint's gaze landed on her, scalding her back, sending that hot, achy shiver through her again. She glanced at him as she settled on one of the wooden chairs on the deck of Ivy's cabin, catching him staring at her, that heat flaring hot in his gray eyes again, making them shine gold. Yasmin turned her cheek to him. He could be gorgeous all he liked. He could charm her at every turn, flirt with her at every opportunity. He could pull out all the stops. It wasn't going to sway her. She knew his breed, and she wasn't interested. She was as easygoing as the next woman, but she had never been one to enter into dead-end flings and one-night stands. No matter how attracted she was to the man in question. No matter how fiercely Flint made her burn. Chapter 3. Flint didn't need the added work of taking care of Yasmin, but as he looked at her where she sat on the deck of Rath's cabin with her friend, he couldn't bring himself to fight his brother on it.
"Shadow her wherever she goes,"
Rath growled, a note in his deep voice that had Flint dragging his eyes away from the luscious beauty and settling them on his brother.
"I have the feeling that the sensation I felt today was her arrival. Something about her. She makes me wary and I can't put my finger on why."
Flint wanted to tell his brother that it was probably purely because he feared Ivy would end up leaving with her friend, or Yasmin might attempt to drive a wedge between them. But the seriousness in Rath's gray eyes as they finally landed on him had him holding his tongue and nodding in agreement. He had no problem being her shadow, mostly because she was already drawing attention, a few of the pride milling around the green fascinated with her as they kept their distance, pretending to be occupied with each other when in reality they were keeping an eye on the newest addition to the creek. One of them, a pretty petite blonde with curves that would inflame any male of breeding age, approached him and Rath, her golden eyes leaping between his brother and Yasmin. When she reached them, she positioned herself so she had her side to the women outside Rath's cabin, covering the fact she was watching them by making it appear her focus was on him and his brother.
"Who is that?"
Her voice was low, soft, a caution she didn't need to take considering the humans wouldn't be able to hear her from this distance.
"Ivy's friend who has come to stay for a short time."
Rath spoke at a normal volume, his tone smooth and intentionally calm. Flint had seen his brother use the same trick to relax nervous cougars 1,000 times, and it never failed to impress him. Rath had a way of holding himself and speaking to others that instilled a sense of peace in them, as if his confidence bled over into them to give them strength or erase fears.
"Yasmin isn't a danger to us,"
he continued with a warm smile as he fixed all of his focus on the female who barely reached his chest.
"She's a medic, and we needed one, so I had Ivy invite her."
A lie, but his brother did it with outstanding ease, and if Flint hadn't known any better, even he would have believed him. It certainly worked on the female. She looked relieved to hear that Rath had been the one to bring the new human to the creek.
"If others are worried, could you tell them for me? It would help a great deal."
Rath's smile held. The young female nodded and walked away, heading back to the small group of females who had gathered outside of Ember's cabin across the clearing near the river. His brother was a sly bastard. In a matter of minutes, she would have spread word around the creek that Yasmin was here at Rath's request, and because it was coming from someone other than Rath, the pride would readily accept it and would feel more at ease around Yasmin. Rath shifted his gray gaze to the two females sitting on his deck, chatting animatedly to each other, all smiles and laughter.
"Find out everything you can about her,"
Rath said in a low voice without looking at him.
"Whether that's online or in person."
Flint nodded. When Rath moved towards his cabin, he followed, keeping an eye on Yasmin as she noticed his brother approaching. Her smile faltered a little, but it returned as Rath stepped up onto the deck and offered her a warm one, and a cold beer.
"Crack me one open, too."
Flint parked his ass against the railing to the left of the door of the 1.5-story log cabin and shot Yasmin a charming smile.
"So, a doctor, huh?"
Her chocolate eyes lost all warmth as she leaned back in her chair beside Ivy and folded her arms across her chest.
"If you're dreaming up scenarios where I'm wearing my white coat, I recommend you stop now, before you end up disappointed and possibly sexually frustrated."
He rolled his shoulders in an easy shrug.
"Wouldn't be the first time I've been sexually frustrated. I'll take the risk."
He was frustrated 99% of the time he was at the gathering. He didn't even find any respite in sleep. The damned females haunted his dreams, too, his cougar side so wound up by the urge to mate that he dreamed about what he couldn't have in reality. She rolled her eyes at him and turned her cheek, glancing Ivy's way.
"Is he always like this?"
Ivy regarded him with cool hazel eyes, ones that didn't give away what she was thinking. He waited, not with bated breath, because whatever opinion she had, he could sway it. Just as he was sure he could sway Yasmin into spending a night or two warming his bed. She wasn't part of the gathering, which meant she was fair game. Beautiful fair game at that. With her olive skin and lush, glossy black waves tumbling down from her loose bun, and those rich, earthy eyes that held just a hint of spice, flecks of gold that seemed to shimmer whenever she smiled, or burn hot whenever he pressed a button and her temper flared. She was every inch a goddess before he even took into account her killer curves and breasts that could more than fill his hands.
I think he's salivating,
Yasmin muttered nonchalantly to someone, a teasing note of warmth in her gentle voice that convinced him that she was speaking to Ivy.
Does he often rule over women?
Firm fingers pressing under his chin to snap his mouth closed had him frowning at Wrath where he stood in the door of the cabin to his left. That frown verged on becoming a growl when he realized Yasmin had been speaking with his brother in that warm, light tone. Wrath stared him down, a hint of gold coloring his irises around his pupils that had Flint growing aware of the change in his own irises, and the pure, undiluted anger that flowed through his veins, pushing him to challenge his brother. Over Yasmin. He shook off the urge to fight and snagged the brown tall-neck bottle from his brother.
Perhaps he's hormonal? Pent up?
Yasmin cast another teasing glance at him before looking to Ivy and then Wrath.
It's my official diagnosis as a doctor that this is a case of blue balls.
He shot Wrath daggers, warning him not to rise to the bait as he so clearly wanted.
There are plenty of women in the area. You could run along and take care of business. I'm sure we won't miss you.
Yasmin unfolded her arms, and if she was going to shoo him away, he was going to make her regret it. Not interested. He crossed his left arm over his chest, gripped his side, and frowned as he swigged his beer. It was still early, the sun not close to setting yet, but damn, he needed the drink, craved the crisp coldness and the hot slide of it down his throat. She chuckled at that, and he turned his glare on her. She instantly fell silent. He couldn't tell whether it was because she regretted her words, or because his eyes were gold now, a flare of emerald emerging around his pupils as his cougar side got the better of him, his temper stoked by the irritating way she seemed to see straight through him. Or maybe it was the way their eyes locked. He couldn't look away, fell into the deep, soulful brown pools of hers, drawn into them in a way he had never experienced before, as if she had cast a spell on him. He had seen plenty of beautiful women, had bedded most of them, but something about Yasmin had him losing himself whenever his eyes found hers, or entranced by her whenever she moved. Gods, she was graceful. Every action she made was fluid and serene, made somehow beautiful by her. Even when she broke eye contact and lifted her beer to her rosy, full lips, the way she brought her arm up, the tilt of her head, the delicate movement of her throat as she swallowed. Damn, she was grace embodied. A fucking goddess. Wrath cleared his throat, jolting Flint back to the world. I should thank you for teaching Ivy how to handle any problems that might arise when she's alone on an expedition, his older brother said, capturing Yasmin's focus. Even the way she swung her gaze around and up to Wrath's face was full of grace. Wrath saluted her with his beer. It certainly helped me.
Ivy is resourceful. I'm sure she would have been able to help you without my training.
Yasmin glanced at her friend. Was she graceful in everything she did? She wouldn't even take the praise Wrath had offered, had deflected it back on Ivy, as if she didn't want his brother's gratitude. I know a little about field medicine, but I wouldn't say no to learning more. Flint felt her gaze landing on his as a hot shiver tripped down his spine, sending warmth spreading through him.
You wouldn't say no to much, I think,
she retorted, and he frowned at that. She had been off with him since the woods, had changed markedly from one moment to the next, and he wasn't sure what he had done to deserve it. He racked his brain, trying to recall everything he had said to her, so he could find out what had caused her to lose all the warmth she had shown him when he had been trying to get her to leave, and what had made her think he was some sort of pent-up, sex-starved male, on the prowl to get his hands on her fine ass. Which he was, but she didn't need to paint him with that brush for all to see. Listen, Doc, he started, but Ivy spoke over him.
Yasmin, I'd love to learn more while you're here. I know you, and you probably desperately need a vacation that you pretend you don't, but I'd really appreciate it. Please?
Ivy clutched her friend's hand, her smile bright and dazzling, and if Yasmin said no to that little angel, she was a cold-hearted bitch.
Of course.
Yasmin's smile lit up the world, sent a pleasant, light sort of heat spiraling through him, and had him losing grip on reality again as he slipped back under her spell. She had a smile that could fell the hardest of males. The devil himself wouldn't stand a chance against her.
"Can I get in on those lessons?"
Wrath piped up, and Flint barely bit back the growl that rumbled up his throat. There his brother went again, trying to get close to Yasmin. Wasn't that his job? His brother had asked him to do the recon work on her, and now he was trying to butt in, and Flint wasn't going to take it.
"We could do a group thing."
He regretted it the moment he said it. Yasmin turned wide eyes on him, her horror clear in them, and Ivy looked unsure whether to be as horrified as her friend or laugh at his plight as he scrubbed a hand over his unruly black hair and frantically backpedaled.
"Not an orgy, because that would be really wrong. I mean, Wrath is my brother for a start."
He glanced at Wrath and caught the flare of aggression he had sensed in him shining in his eyes, too. Wrath curled his hands into tight fists at his sides, and Flint held his up, palms facing him as he leaned back.
"Ivy is all yours, man. I'm not interested. I meant like a group lesson. I really do want to learn more about field medicine."
Yasmin looked as if she was going to deny him again. So he played his ace.
"I run a tour guide company up north in a very remote area. It would be useful for me to know how to handle any incidents that might occur. I mean, bears can be dangerous, and while I haven't had anyone attacked yet, who knows when it might happen."
He grinned inside as her face softened. If playing on the compassionate side of her that had probably led her to choosing a career in medicine, and had led her to teaching her close friend how to take care of any wound she might end up with in the wild, made him a bastard, then he was a bastard of the highest order. He could practically see her will crumbling as he continued.
"I've had to treat a few sprains and stings, but what if someone is attacked by a bear? I don't know how to handle that. If I can't do all I can to help them, the person would probably die before the air ambulance could reach us."
"Fine, I'll teach you."
She tilted her chin up, her tone losing its softness as she held his gaze.
"But the second you try flirting with me over a suture kit or making an innuendo about, well, anything, you're out."
Harsh and not fair. No way he could stop himself from flirting with her, not over a suture kit and not over anything. He wanted her and she knew it. What she was asking of him, it was impossible. He couldn't just switch off this attraction he felt to her. The burning she had ignited the moment she had stood up to him in the woods, revealing a fiery side of her that had made his instincts label her as a challenge. He liked a good challenge. Something told him that Yasmin would be the most difficult, most rewarding challenge he had ever known. That only made him want her even more. So he crossed his heart like a good boy just so he could get closer to her. Not because he wanted to spy on her for his brother, but because he needed to be close to her, needed to do everything in his power, pulling out all the stops until she gave in to him.
"So, did you bring your white coat?"
He eyed the bag Wrath had set down inside his cabin, close to the log burner that stood against the left wall of it. When he looked back at Yasmin, ready to waggle his eyebrows at her, she was scowling and he thought the better of it.
"Do you want a lesson or not?"
Her tone lacked warmth, was positively glacial. Hit him like a bucket of ice down his crotch. "Yes, Dr." He gave her a hopeful smile, one she couldn't possibly interpret as flirtatious.
"Dubois,"
she supplied, and he grinned inside. Dr. Yasmin Dubois. The last name explained that slight French lilt she had, the one that became more pronounced whenever she was angry with him. It didn't explain the rich bronze of her skin, though. There was more than French in her blood, something more exotic.
"In fact, I think you should call me Dr. Dubois from here on out."
She settled back in her chair with a smile that faltered as he looked at her and their eyes locked.
"I'll call you Dr. Dubois all you want,"
he purred, and the way all the warmth drained from her eyes and she hit him with another cold front had him remembering what he had said to her back in the woods when she had charged on him. He had said he had his reasons for thinking highly of himself, a cocky confession that seemed playful at the time, in the spirit of the moment, since she had been acting playful around him and asking whether he thought he could take her. Of course he had said that he could take her. She was a little thing, so delicate and graceful, although she had pinned him to that tree pretty good. Just remembering that had his blood running hot again. But the way she stared at him, not a trace of heat in her eyes, had it turning cold in his veins. Her remarks made sense now. She didn't like men who played the field and had figured him out as being one of that crowd, the sort who wanted to spend a night of uncomplicated carnal delight with her. He was starting to feel he needed to question Ivy more than he needed to question Yasmin if he was going to discover everything about the exotic beauty, starting with what sort of man she preferred. If she wanted a solid, dependable type, he could play that for her. He could be whatever she needed him to be. Wrath handed her another beer, which she accepted with a graceful dip of her chin, and by saluting his brother with the bottle.
Here's to new friendships.
She held Wrath's gaze, hers filled with light and warmth, that made him want to snarl and fight his brother, and her tone remained gentle as she stared his brother down.
Long may they last. Because you don't want to see my bad side, and if you hurt Ivy, I'll hurt you.
It was said in a light way, a hint of a joke about it, but Flint could see she was deadly serious as she held his brother's gaze. Flint looked from her to Ivy, her friend, her only friend. He got why she was protective. She was close to Ivy, and they seemed more like sisters than friends to him, as Ivy poked Yasmin in the ribs and they broke out into giggles, talking about how terrified Wrath had looked. Flint sipped his beer, absorbing the conversation as it began to roll. Wrath moved past Yasmin, coming to stand beside Ivy to lean against the railing there, on the opposite side of the deck to Flint. He held the females captivated as he told Yasmin about the creek, made up bullshit about the people who had cabins here, and about what was happening. Flint's focus drifted back to Yasmin, and he lost himself again in watching the way she smiled as she talked, and laughed at times, the soft sound lending warmth to her words. The setting sun cast a golden glow over her skin, and she paused to look at it, her profile to him as she drank it in.
It's really beautiful here,
she murmured, sounding as lost as he felt.
Has the land been in your family long?
Wrath shook his head.
We moved here after we lost our parents.
Sorrow drew the warmth from her eyes as she looked at his brother.
I'm sorry. It's never easy losing someone you love.
She reached over and squeezed Ivy's hand, and Wrath looked at his mate, concern written across every line of his face. Ivy shrugged stiff shoulders.
I met Yasmin when I lost my father. We bonded over it in the corridor of the hospital. I felt so alone, alienated from the world. And Yasmin, well, Yasmin brought me back.
Ivy twisted her hand beneath Yasmin's and linked their fingers. Yasmin smiled softly.
It wasn't easy for me to lose my parents, and when I saw you, you reminded me so much of myself.
Her smile faltered but returned brighter, her tone lighter as she shook her head.
You still do, although you're far more reckless. You don't see me running off and falling in love with a mountain man.
Ivy smiled, and he felt her eyes land on him for the briefest moment, before they shifted up to Wrath and she started talking again. Her words were lost on him as he stared at Yasmin. She had lost her parents too. It struck a chord in him. Her eyes dropped to her knees and then subtly lifted, meeting his as he looked at her. In them he could see the loneliness that beat inside him. Loneliness he refused to acknowledge, but that burned like a cold, numbing fire in his chest as he fell into her fathomless dark eyes, drawn to the surface by the way it echoed in them, calling to him, filling him with a need to find a way to break down her barriers and make her surrender to him so he could take care of her, so he could ease her loneliness and his. He stared into her eyes, hiding nothing from her, holding nothing back, letting her see that she wasn't alone, and she didn't have to be lonely anymore. She only had to give in to him, and they could erase the cold from around their hearts, even if it was only for a moment. Chapter 4. Flint had risen before the sun, unable to settle after waking from another torturous dream that had been a gift from his restless cougar side. Only this time, the gathering hadn't been responsible for the wicked fantasy that had ended with him waking hard as stone and primed for a female. He groaned as his thoughts leaped on the chance to return to the sultry, exotic temptress that had been the star of his dreams. Yasmin. He stomped around the woods, following the path he always took whenever he patrolled, not noticing that the dark was giving way to light as the sun finally began to rise over the mountains beyond the glacier at the head of the valley behind him. His focus was firmly on Yasmin, replaying every smile and glance, every laugh, and even all the scowls as he headed back towards the clearing. He slowed as he neared Storm's vacant cabin, his thoughts finally shifting away from Yasmin. Would he see Storm again before the gathering ended? He wanted to catch up with his brother, but he could understand why Storm was reluctant to return to Cougar Creek. Storm was doing his damnedest to smooth things over between the Pride and his new mate, but Flint was yet to see any positive effect from the news he had been sending to Wrath via email. Flint had hardly believed it himself, had only grudgingly accepted it as fact when Wrath had pressed him after showing him the proof Gabriella and Storm had sent to him. They had done some digging in her half-brother's computer and had discovered he had been working alone and had forwarded a few email conversations where Archangel had rejected his attempts to work with them. In one of them, Archangel had labeled him as dangerous. Turned out they were right about him in that respect. The male had been dangerous, so bent on revenge that he had run solo instead. He had used the information he had uncovered from the original attack on Flint's Pride over 30 years ago, together with a network of wildlife photographers he had been secretly using to do his research for him, in order to discover potential locations of shifters. He had almost bankrupted himself hiring mercenaries to take with him on expensive hunting trips to kill Flint's kind, and the last trip had brought him to Cougar Creek. Just thinking about that had Flint questioning Gabriella's motives all over again, which only made him feel that Storm had done the right thing by taking her away from the creek. It was going to be a long time before he and everyone else in the Pride came to trust her, which meant he probably wouldn't be seeing his brother at the creek before the gathering came to a close. He made a mental note to email Storm when he got back to his cabin. If they couldn't catch up in person, they could at least catch up via email, and maybe Storm could set his mind at ease about Gabriella. He stifled a yawn as he pushed on. Gods, he needed to wash up and hit the caffeine, or maybe try to catch a little more sleep before he had to do his next patrol. His footsteps slowed as a delicate citrus scent snagged his attention and had his cougar side instantly standing to attention, on alert as he took a deeper breath to draw the subtle fragrance down into his lungs. He held it there, relished it like the finest wine, or maybe a drug, because it had come from his newest addiction, Yasmin. He tracked her scent past Storm's cabin and across the 30-meter wedge of forest that divided it from Wrath's one, weaving through the towering pines as he narrowed the distance between them. He couldn't stop himself from pausing behind one of the broader trunks, his instincts to hunt stealing control as he sensed Yasmin nearby. He peered around the tree, wanted to groan all over again at the sight of her where she sat on the same chair she had occupied last night, curled up with her feet resting on the seat, a thick fawn-colored blanket draped around her shoulders as she clutched a steaming mug in both hands. Her hair was down now, black waves tumbling around her shoulders, concealing part of her face as she stared straight ahead, towards the river that formed the border of Wrath's territory at the bottom of the 200 meters sloping green. In the weak morning light, her skin looked a darker shade of bronze, and her eyes appeared near black. But gods, she was just as beautiful as he remembered. And alone. Wrath and Ivy were at the river, his brother doing an awful job of keeping his distance as his mate waited for the black bears and other wildlife to make their morning visit to the creek. A perfect opportunity to talk with Yasmin alone. He backtracked past Storm's cabin and emerged from the woods, hitting the path that led from the cabins on that side of the creek, and skirted the front of Storm's one. The moment he reached the clearing, her eyes leaped to him, sending a bolt of lightning down his spine, followed by heat that blasted the chill of morning off his skin beneath his black fleece and dark blue jeans. Flint stalked towards her, unable to hold back the urge to hunt her as she stared at him. A male stumbled out of the woods to Flint's left, where the tents had been set up, yawning and scrubbing his sandy hair, his eyes growing brighter as they landed on Yasmin. Flint bared his emerging fangs at the male, warning him away. The blonde didn't put up a fight, just turned and trudged along the path towards where Wrath had set up a temporary bathing station. Flint split his focus between the male and Yasmin, who had gone back to watching the river, hugging that chipped white mug to her chest as if it was a hot water bottle. If she needed something to warm her up, he could make her burn so hot she would never feel the cold again. He reached the deck and strolled past her, held back a grin when she surreptitiously glanced at him as soon as his back was to her. He swung her way, shooting her a warm smile instead. "Morning." He stepped up onto the deck and parked his ass in the chair beside her. She diligently kept her eyes off him and on the bears where they had emerged now. The two cubs were getting bigger, becoming more of a handful for the mother black bear. And Wrath. Their curiosity had them looking Ivy's way several times as she crouched on the other side of the river to them, snapping photographs, which had Wrath restlessly prowling back and forth around 100 meters from his mate, agitated by the need to protect her as it warred with the need to keep his distance, so she could enjoy the bears that made her so happy, which in turn had the mother bear growing wary and agitated too. Wrath clearly sensed it because he took stiff steps backwards, placing more distance between him and the bear and Ivy. Probably killed his brother to do that, poor bastard. He didn't envy Wrath. If he scared the bears away, Ivy would be upset with him, but his cougar instincts were strong where his mate was concerned, drove him to protect her from any and all threats. Normally, protecting a female got you gratitude, not a scolding. Although he had the feeling that if he tried to protect Yasmin, she would probably bash him over the head. She seemed convinced that she could handle herself, was strong enough to face danger head-on and survive. Her eyes remained locked on the bears, a flicker of fascination in them as she nursed the cup of herbal tea that smelled of raspberries. If he kissed her, would she taste of them too? He dragged his eyes away from her and fixed them on the river. "Why aren't you down there with Ivy?" She didn't look at him.
"I'm not a morning person. Maybe later if the bears come back. Right now, I just need to wake up."
"I could wake you up. I'm dedicated to ensuring women start their days happy." He knew it was a mistake before he finished, but he couldn't stop the words from leaving his lips. She frowned and he silently cursed himself for being a fucking idiot, although he couldn't see why she was so bent on resisting him. He had caught her looking, knew she felt the heat that burned between them as fiercely as he did.
"I'm not interested in you, Flint, and I never will be."
Her cold tone lashed at him, and the look she leveled on him chilled him as he stared at her. He fell into her eyes, waiting for the paler flecks to burn with the heat that blazed in his own veins, fire he knew she felt. When they remained cold, no trace of warmth in them, no glimmer of desire, he couldn't shake the surprise that went through him. Or the irritation. Wrath stepped up onto the deck. "Damn Ivy chased me off again." Yasmin tilted her head up and smiled at his brother, her brown eyes flooding with warmth that made the gold flecks sparkle. Flint growled, shoved out of the chair, and left the deck without looking back. "Flint?" Wrath called, and he ignored his brother, and the way Yasmin's gaze landed on him. He shut her out, refused to look at her as he wanted, strode headlong into the forest towards his cabin. Unlike a lot of the others, it was shrouded by the woods, enclosed on all sides and set way back from the path that led to a couple of other cabins. The design was similar to Wrath's cabin, with the small ground floor comprising of a living room with a kitchen area that overlooked the deck and a separate bathroom. In the loft, he had created a bedroom beneath the steep eaves, with steps that led up to it from the far end of the living room. Unlike Wrath's cabin, he hadn't put in a triangular picture window on the gable end. A small rectangular window sat in the space beneath the two sides of the pitched roof, allowing some light to filter into his bedroom. Wasn't as if he had a view to admire like Wrath did. The trees were too dense on this side of the clearing, obscuring everything. He stepped up onto the deck, shoved the door open, and stormed into the bathroom. The cold water he splashed on his face did nothing to ease his mood. He growled at his reflection. "Fucking idiot." Yasmin had made it clear she didn't respond to him flirting with her, and he still hadn't been able to stop himself from shooting his mouth off trying to charm her. It worked on other females, but it wasn't going to work on her. She wasn't like them. She was different. He frowned at that. She was different. He had noticed it more today, had been aware of it as he had sat beside her, alone with her. There was something about her that set her apart from Ivy, from any human he had ever met. But what was it? He shook it off. He was just riled, annoyed with himself and irritated by her giving him the cold shoulder and turning him down. The only thing that set her apart from other females was the fact she was a challenge, was the first female in a very long time not to just give in to him, the first female who had fought him. He shoved away from the mirror and went on the hunt, prowling into the small kitchen area that was little more than a handful of cupboards, a sink, a basic stove, and a tiny under-counter refrigerator. A growl curled from his lips as he stared at the coffee maker and realized he had forgotten to turn it on before leaving for his patrol. That growl became a snarl as he opened the round tin beside it and found it was empty save a few beans. Fucking great. He tossed the can onto the counter. It clattered, spinning and bouncing off everything before eventually toppling to the wooden floor as he stormed back out of his cabin. The door slammed behind him, echoing in the still morning air as he strode through the woods, toward Rath's cabin. His returning there had everything to do with coffee and nothing to do with Yasmin. He was over her. In a few weeks, he would be back up north, and he could scratch this itch that was irritating the hell out of him. Just a few weeks and he could have any beauty he wanted. Because he didn't want her. She wasn't his type. And besides, he had more important things to focus on, like finding out more about her for his brother. Yet the moment she moved, he was hyper-aware of her, was singling her out and hanging on every word that left her tempting lips.
I'll come see the bears next time. They will come back?
She didn't sound sure, and he was close to biting out that of course they would come back. They came every fucking day. Although maybe he would prowl the damned river for the rest of her stay to ensure they never returned. Spiteful, yes. Childish, definitely. But he was feeling a little tetchy like that.
They'll come, but sometimes people moving around makes them uneasy, so they might skip a day or two.
The way Ivy's eyes landed on him as she said that had him glancing at her and catching the scowl she directed at him. She was getting good at reading his kind if she could pick up his mood. He curled his lip to flash a fang at her and stomped into the cabin without saying hello. Rath arched an eyebrow at him as he snatched the coffee jug and a mug from his hands, poured until the cup was full, and left without saying a word. Yasmin's gaze landed on his back, sending heat scorching along his bones. But this time he ignored her and carried his bounty away with him towards the river. He stopped 100 meters from it and parked himself against his favorite tree, because he wasn't a complete bastard. Didn't have a cold enough heart to stop the bears from coming after all. He sipped his coffee, shutting out the way she glanced at him from time to time, and the way Rath came onto the deck to stare at him. He was acting up, but hopefully his brother would put it down to the season and how it had him on edge because he was single. A male who could and should be participating in the gathering, not standing by and watching as other males got to scratch their itches. Flint glared at every male who passed him as he stood guard. The aggression he felt simmering in his veins, refusing to abate. Every male who dared to look at him received a flash of his fangs in return, but none of them took the bait. Bastards. If he couldn't fuck, then he needed a fight. He scanned the cougars as they came and went, singling out the males who looked on edge, as riled and restless as he was. It wouldn't be long before their hormones got the better of a few of them, causing a fight to break out, one that wasn't over a female, which meant he could intervene. Damn, he needed to feel bone cracking beneath his fists and pain erupting on his body. He needed something to pour this energy boiling inside him into, something to get all of the damned aggression out of him. He needed the oblivion of being spent, so exhausted from the battle that all he could do was laze and recover, drift in a daze as his muscles burned and bones ached, and body struggled to heal itself. He drank the remains of his coffee and debated taking the mug back to Rath, but in the end settled on remaining where he was, his spine plastered against the rough bark of the pine and his eyes anywhere but Yasmin. She had gone inside a few minutes ago. He wasn't focused on her. He really wasn't. He just happened to notice that she had moved, drifted further towards the edges of his acute senses. She started drifting closer again. He frowned and glanced towards Rath's cabin, and his eyebrows dipped lower as he spotted her strolling down the clearing towards the river. Towards him. Flint's gaze shifted to beyond her, but there was no sign of Rath or Ivy outside the cabin. Yasmin had slipped away while they were inside. Trying to escape having an escort? Not going to happen. As little as he wanted to be around her right now, he pushed away from the tree and crossed the green to meet her. She scowled at him.
I don't need a babysitter. I'm not going anywhere.
You're going somewhere. He pinned her with a frown. Otherwise, your fine ass would be parked on the deck of Rath's cabin. So you get a babysitter. Sorry. You could always go back. She rolled her eyes and then sighed, flicked a brief glance at him and hugged herself. She rubbed her arms through her thick, jewel-red woolen jumper. Someone hadn't told her about wearing neutral, natural-colored clothing in the wild.
They're, busy.
She shrugged and a touch of color bloomed on her cheeks. He really didn't need to know that. He was fired up enough as it was, without the thought that Rath was getting it on with his mate, adding to his torment.
I thought I would take a look at the river.
She kept her eyes fixed on it as she lowered her voice, and the pink stain on her cheeks darkened.
Give them 5 minutes, like.
He wanted to say Rath was going to need more than 5 minutes, but held his tongue. Because, damn, he wasn't sure whether she would count that as flirting, and now that he was near her again, he didn't want her turning on him and driving him away. He wanted to be close to her, needed to be her escort, shadowing her and keeping an eye on her, because the thought of her wandering alone around the creek roused something inside him, something possessive, dangerous. Flint scanned the clearing, singling out all the males to make sure they had their eyes elsewhere, anywhere other than on Yasmin.
I'm not a child, Flint. I don't need a babysitter.
Her cool, soft voice tempered some of the fire in his veins, bringing it from a raging boil to a simmer, and he fixed his focus back on her as she walked beside him. She smoothed her hair back with her right hand, hooking the waves behind her ear, revealing her profile to him. Her eyes leaped to him and then away, and he swore there was a shy edge to them, an awkwardness that hadn't been there before, because she was alone with him, or because Rath and Ivy were going at it like rabbits. She didn't strike him as the sort to be embarrassed about catching a couple in the act, but maybe she was, because she sure as hell couldn't be blushing over being alone with him. She had made it clear she didn't want him.
I'm safe here,
she whispered, a little breathless, and he realized they had both stopped walking and she was staring up into his eyes, hers mesmerizing dark pools flecked with gold that seemed to draw him in. There was something magnetic about this female, dangerously alluring. Her words registered as he stared down at her, and an answer echoed in his mind. She wasn't safe. She was in as much danger here in the clearing as she was in the woods, possibly more so. He couldn't help but notice the way she was drawing attention from the males and glances from the females. He could see why the females were wary of her, and he wished he couldn't see why the males were interested. She was beautiful, though. Sun-kissed skin, raven waves tumbling around her slender shoulders, and soulful dark eyes made for luring men to their doom. She was exotic, had him thinking of warmer climes whenever he looked at her, like rolling vineyards and hot, dry air, and white-painted buildings against an azure sky and turquoise ocean. She made him ache for her. Gods, it was a bad idea for her to stay during the gathering. He couldn't agree with his brother on this one. They needed a medic, but the last thing they needed was another human around when the males were all fired up and feeling territorial. He leaned closer to her, drawn towards her by a gravity he didn't understand, one that had power over him he couldn't break free from as she held his gaze. His heart beat harder, drumming against his ribs, thundering so hard he felt dizzy as his blood rushed, hands shook and palms sweated. He curled his fingers into fists to stop them from trembling, but couldn't stop the feelings ricocheting through him as easily. They collided, tangled together into one undeniable need as Yasmin's blush deepened. And as she turned away from him, his gaze tracked her, locked on her with an intensity that startled even him as he put a name to his need. As he shifted his gaze to fix on a male who was looking at her and stared him down when the male looked his way, silently challenging him to make an attempt on Yasmin because he needed a fight and would gladly cut the male down to size, would kill him if it came to it, would do whatever it took to ensure that no other male touched her, because for the first time in all his years of attending gatherings, he was the one getting fired up and territorial, and Yasmin was the reason for it. He slid his eyes towards her, locked them on her back, and noticed the subtle way her shoulders stiffened and her scent changed, becoming laced with the need he could feel in her, need that had awakened when she had been staring into his eyes. She could fight that attraction all she wanted, could fight him too, but in the end she would lose that battle she thought she would win. He would make sure of it. He had been about to give up on her, but now he was going to fight for her, and he wouldn't stop until he conquered her and she finally surrendered to him. She had come here prepared for a war. He would give her one. The trouble was, he wasn't the only one declaring war this morning. An unholy cacophony broke out, snarls and growls combining to ring loudly in the still morning air. Flint swung towards the source of the sound, eyes widening as two males tumbled out of the woods near Ember's riverside cabin, both in their cougar form. He immediately moved in front of Yasmin, positioning himself so he was between her and the brawling cougars, holding his right arm out so she didn't think about passing him. Not that she would. She was probably terrified, about to scream to high heaven about the fact there were two wild animals tearing each other apart in the middle of the creek and a crowd was gathering. Not to shoot them or chase them away, but to cheer them on. He only had one word available, one syllable that summed up everything he was feeling in that moment, as one of the males shifted back into his human form to grapple with his opponent, blood streaking his naked body as he wrestled the cougar to the ground. And Yasmin got a front-row seat to a show that revealed the existence of his kind to her. Fuck. Chapter 5. Fuck. Flint's uttered curse barely registered as the cougar rallied, sank long fangs into the man's right shoulder and snarled as it ripped its head backwards, leaving long grooves in his flesh that rapidly spilled crimson. The man went down. Yasmin pushed past Flint and raced across the green, pulse accelerating as fast as her feet were as she closed the distance between her and the injured man. The cougar leaped on him. Oh, no, he didn't. Not on her watch. She grabbed the beast by its scruff, hauled it off the man before it could do any more damage, and tossed it across the green, sending it sprawling out on the grass near the river. It recovered instantly, shaking its head to clear it of her blow and growling as it set its sights on her. Flint was immediately between her and the cougar, a snarl on his lips as he bared his teeth at the animal, and held his hands out at his sides, forming a barrier the beast would have to breach to reach her. The cougar shifted back and began pacing, keeping his eyes locked on Flint the entire time as he took agitated strides back and forth, his muscles coiled and ready. If the man thought to fight Flint, she was going to do more than toss him across the damned grass. "What the fuck is going on?" Wrath hollered as he sprinted across the clearing, his dark hair mussed and chest bare, and jeans barely fastened at his hips. "Unsanctioned fight," Flint replied, and shot his brother a look she fully understood. He was silently telling Wrath she had seen it, seen them in their cougar forms. Yasmin tore her crimson sweater off and pressed it against the wound on the fallen man's shoulder. "Someone help me here," she snapped and applied pressure as she did a visual check on the brunette. He had a few more lacerations on his thigh and a couple of streaks across his chest, visible through the dense mat of hair. Bruises littered him, and she spotted another set of fang marks on his right forearm. The damned man Flint was holding at bay had really worked him over. It had hardly been a fair fight. That man had twice the build of the one she knelt beside. She shot the man a glare and then tossed one at Wrath and Flint too when both of them failed to move, just stared at her as if she had grown two heads. "Oh, by the gods, stop staring at me and get me my pack!" She put as much venom behind those words as she could, and it propelled Wrath into action at least. Flint continued to gape at her, a silent question in his eyes. Yes was the answer. Yes, she knew about immortals. She knew because she was one. Ivy exited the cabin before Wrath could reach it, her chestnut hair bouncing with each step as she raced towards Yasmin, clutching the heavy backpack in her arms. Wrath took it from her and swiftly crossed the distance between them. He set it down beside her, and Yasmin glanced up at him. His face was pale, drawn as he looked at the man and then her, worry shining in his gray eyes. Because he feared the man would die, or because he feared she was going to scream and tell everyone that cougar shifters existed? She didn't have time to explain, not right now. Later, she would set his mind at ease. Maybe over a beer. She had the feeling she was going to need one. "Keep pressure on here." She reached across the man, grabbed Rath's right arm, and guided his hand to her bundled-up jumper. Rath nodded, shuffled around so he was on the man's left side, and pressed both of his large hands to her makeshift bandage. The male groaned as Rath pressed down.
"Easy, big guy. Not too much pressure now,"
she said, and Rath eased off. She nodded when she was satisfied that he was applying just the right amount of pressure to stem the flow of blood, but stop him from hurting the man.
"It's possible something is broken, but he'll heal it. We just need to focus on clearing any contaminants out of the wound and getting it stitched up."
Rath nodded again and glanced up and to his right. Yasmin spared the man who had stopped there a glance too. The blonde one she had seen a few times from Rath's deck, one who looked a lot like Rath and Flint.
"Cobalt, deal with the other one."
The one called Cobalt nodded and pivoted on his heel, heading towards the man who was still pacing beyond Flint.
"Move it."
Cobalt roughly grabbed him by his arm and shoved him towards the woods. Flint let out a low growl as the man dared to look back in her direction, and Yasmin had the feeling it wasn't because the man still wanted to fight the injured one. She had the feeling it was because he had looked at her. She worked quickly to find the suture kits and bandages she had brought with her, and looked to Flint as he began pacing.
"I need water, fresh as you can get."
With her normal patience, she would have used something a little more powerful than water to clean the wounds, but she didn't need to worry about that with the man she was treating. As long as she cleaned out any saliva and dirt, he would heal without a risk of infection. Flint glanced at her, his eyes bright gold and a corona of forest green around his pupils, and looked as if he wouldn't do as she had asked. But then he growled and paced away from her, heading towards the river and stopping only to take the vessel that a black-haired female from the cabin behind her kindly brought to him. He returned with the glass pitcher filled to the brim and held it out to her. She took it with a smile and looked to Rath.
"He might struggle. I need you to hold him down if he does."
She waited for Rath to nod before she looked at his hands.
"You can remove that now."
The moment he did, blood welled in the deep, ragged wounds, seeping over the edges. She leaned over the man and carefully bathed them with the cold water. The man roared and bucked up, and Yasmin dropped the pitcher and seized his shoulders to hold him down. And Flint seized hers and pulled her right off him with an unholy snarl. She shirked his fierce grip and pushed him back as she dropped to her knees again to help Rath, as he struggled to hold the man down without hurting him further. The second she touched the man again, Flint roared and grabbed her around the waist, hauling her into the air as he bowed backwards. She kicked her legs, wriggled, and grunted as she tried to break free of his grip.
"Let me go!"
She flailed her arms and he huffed as she managed to slam an elbow into his face. Damn him. She didn't want to hurt him, but no way she was going to let him stop her from treating the man. She didn't understand what his problem was or why he was so hell-bent on getting in her way.
"Calm the fuck down."
Cobalt's deep snarl came from behind her. Flint grunted and suddenly she was dropping to her feet. She flicked a glance at him as Cobalt repeatedly shoved him in his chest, forcing him to stumble backwards away from her. His golden eyes met hers and he growled again as she went to kneel beside the man, a pained expression crossing his face for a heartbeat, before his handsome features crumpled in confusion.
"Yasmin,"
Rath muttered as she returned her focus to him and the injured man. He continued to fight Rath's hold, golden and white fur sweeping over his pink skin as he wrestled and growled. She kneeled near his waist and helped Rath hold him down by pressing her palms to his chest and his right hip.
"Calm down,"
she murmured softly, letting him hear her voice as she focused on him, on helping him heal and soothing him, and shut out the rest of the world. Flint included.
"Listen to my voice. You're safe but injured. I'm going to help you."
She focused harder on him when Flint roared, the sound cutting like a blade through the tense air and drawing her attention back to him. The man's golden eyes rolled open and then closed, and he bared his fangs.
"Jay."
Rath's deep voice washed over her, smooth and calm, warm and rich.
"Yasmin is going to fix your wounds. You're safe. I've got you."
Jay, was that his name?
"I know you want to shift, Jay,"
she whispered and glanced at the wound on his shoulder, one that was seeping blood again.
"But you can't right now. You need to relax and trust me. I'm a doctor."
The corny line seemed to work, or maybe it was her powers manifesting and trickling into him. She drew her hands away, severing the connection before she went too far, and sat back on her heels. She picked up the pitcher as Jay began to settle and frowned at the meager amount of water left in it. It would be enough. They hadn't covered the wound again since she had washed it out, so she only needed the water to wash the skin around the wounds more thoroughly before she began sewing the deep gashes closed.
"Hand me some of that."
She pointed to the packet of cotton wool. It wasn't ideal, but it would do. Ivy hurried over to it and tore off a length, which she broke into 2 pieces. She handed it to Yasmin, and Yasmin dampened it and set to work. She focused on Jay again, shutting out all the people around her as they watched her with an air of expectation, or possibly anticipation, and Flint where he now prowled the fringe of the clearing, Cobalt blocking his way back to her. As she worked to clean the wounds and as she used one of the suture kits to seal each one, she felt Flint's eyes on her, intense and focused as he paced, his strides agitated and clipped. She could sense his frustration, his confusion, and his anger, too. She wasn't sure what had set him off, why he had turned so violent and wild, and right now she didn't care. Right now all that mattered was helping Jay, because she didn't want to think about what came after. She risked a glance at Ivy and Wrath as she finished sewing the final wound, and wanted to linger over the other cuts the man bore, wanted to hide in them to avoid the questions she could feel coming. But she wouldn't. She would never draw out treating someone, allowing them to suffer for her own personal gain. The day was wearing on when she pinned the final bandage around Jay's thigh and sat back, used the fresh pitcher of water someone had brought her to clean off her hands, and steeled herself. She looked up at Wrath as he signaled for some of the men to come to him, stood on trembling legs as the men carefully lifted Jay, sucked down a deep breath as Flint broke past his brother and stormed towards her, his eyes burning into her. She looked from Wrath to Flint and then at Ivy.
"I guess I have some explaining to do."
Chapter 6. Flint trailed after Yasmin, Wrath, Ivy, and Cobalt as they followed the males who were carrying Jay back to his cabin. Everything that had happened in the past few hours racing across his eyes on repeat, fragmented and colliding, impossible to believe. Yasmin knew what he was. How? He wanted to hear her explanation, was waiting for her to gather herself and find the strength to start talking just as much as the next person. But it was hard to focus when he kept seeing her touching Jay, and kept replaying how he had reacted, with a visceral need to get her away from the unmated male.
"I know about immortals."
Those softly murmured words had him snapping back to her, had her stealing the whole of his attention, as if she was the only person in the world. He drew closer to her when he sensed her distress and a flicker of fear that tainted her sweet citrus scent with a bitter note. Why was she afraid? Whatever the reason, he wanted to take it away, wanted to make her feel safe again. She glanced at Ivy and the reason became clear.
"I wanted to tell you for so long, since we met and grew close."
Ivy smiled warmly and touched her friend's bare arm beneath the sleeve of her tight pale gray scooped-neck t-shirt, a reassuring caress that seemed to steal away some of Yasmin's fear and give her relief.
"I came here because I was worried about you, and when I scented what everyone here was, I knew I had to stay to make sure you were safe."
Yasmin stopped and clutched Ivy's hand.
"I was scared that you didn't know. I was scared you might find out and freak out."
Ivy offered another high-beam smile and shook her head.
"I'm so glad you know, though. It's such a load off my shoulders." "Same here."
Yasmin looked as if she wanted to hug her friend, but then Jay groaned as the males carried him up the steps to the deck of his cabin near the fringes of the creek, and her attention whipped towards him. Flint growled. Her eyes zipped back to him, something warm in them for a change, something that looked a hell of a lot like concern. There was a question there, too, one that had him looking away from her because he didn't have an answer for her. He didn't know why he had lost his shit when she had started touching Jay. Fuck. He stayed rooted to the spot as she moved away from him with the others, heading into Jay's cabin, and scrubbed his hands over his black hair, clawing it back. He turned his back on the cabin and her, tipped his head up and stared at the broken sky through the canopy of the forest. Maybe he did know why, and he just didn't want to acknowledge it. He stood still and silent as he mulled over that, watching the faint ribbons of cloud drifting overhead, listening to the noises in the cabin behind him, picking out every word Yasmin said and savoring the sound of her voice as if it was the finest wine. Part of him wanted to go, needed to shift and run, to work off some energy in the hope it would take the edge off his mood and help him calm down. The rest of him refused to leave her. The voices in the cabin weren't the only ones he could hear. The Pride were talking about her already, speculating. A few thought her a shifter, but he already knew that wasn't the case. He would have scented it on her. She was something else. The door behind him opened and he looked over his shoulder. Wrath led Ivy down the deck, Cobalt on his heels. Flint glanced beyond them to the cabin.
Yasmin is going to stay until she's satisfied Jay is settled.
Wrath answered the question before Flint could voice it, and he didn't look at his brother as he nodded, silently letting him know that he wasn't going to let Yasmin out of his sight. He waited for his brothers and Ivy to move to the edges of his senses before he stepped up onto the cabin's deck, rested his back against the wall near the closed door, and folded his arms across his chest as he planted the sole of his right boot against the logs. A few passing cougars glanced his way, and he frowned at all of them, making it clear that coming near him and near Yasmin wouldn't end well for them. Some of the males lingered in the shadows of the trees as night began to fall, watching the cabin, exchanging whispers about Yasmin. He bared his short fangs at them, trying to get them to leave without stepping away from his post, but they weathered his threat, because Yasmin had just become fair game in the gathering. The fact she wasn't human, and the fact she knew they were cougar shifters, meant the males could approach her, were free to try their luck with her without risking anything. Well, anything other than him killing them. He growled when they persisted, and it seemed to get the message across, because they dispersed. He tracked them with his senses until he was satisfied they weren't coming back. The door beside him opened. He pushed away from the wall, and Yasmin lifted her head. Surprise danced in her tired eyes as she noticed him, but then there was a flicker of something like relief as she slowly exhaled, and he got the feeling she was pleased he had stayed.
I can escort you back to Wrath's cabin if you're done.
He resisted the urge to hold his arm out to her, even when she looked as if she needed the support. She was paler than before. When she nodded, he led the way, making sure to stay close to her and to monitor his pace so he didn't rush her. She was quiet as they walked, lost in thoughts that were clearly troubling her. Thoughts he wanted to know, troubles he wanted to erase. When they reached the clearing, her steps slowed and her eyes landed on him. Flint looked back at her, turned when he spotted the emotions flittering across her face, and moved closer. He opened his mouth to ask her what was wrong.
"Can we maybe go to the river?"
She sounded ashamed as she added,
"I need a moment."
"Sure." He held his left arm out towards the river, and she lowered her gaze to the grass as she passed him. He fell into step beside her, keeping close to her as they passed Ember and her mother, leading her towards the opposite side of the clearing to a log that lay there, a spot where Ivy often liked to stalk the bears. He could understand why Yasmin wanted to be away from everyone for a while. There were going to be more questions, and she was tired. He could feel it in her. He could also sense that she didn't want to face everyone yet, and that she wanted to be alone with him. That did funny things to his insides that he didn't want to look at too closely. When they reached the thick log, she settled on it with a long, deep sigh and wrapped her arms around herself, her hands skimming up and down her bare skin. He tugged his black fleece off and offered it to her. It was chilly, and he was going to feel it in his black t-shirt, but he didn't care. He could put up with a little cold if he knew she was warm. She took it with a smile, and he pretended that the way she immediately pulled it on over her head didn't make that strange flipping feeling in his chest grow more violent. Pretended that he didn't like that she had just unwittingly stamped his scent all over her. He settled beside her, keeping a few inches between them so she didn't spook. Her eyes drifted over the forest on the other side of the river, and then the distant mountains. They were barely visible now, the sunset fading into a night that looked as if it would be clear and full of stars. Gods, it was comfortable as he sat beside her in silence. Strangely so. He had never been one for sitting in silence and stillness with a beautiful woman, but he was enjoying doing it with her.
You...
Her soft voice broke the silence, and he felt her glance at him but kept his eyes fixed on the sky.
Back then, the way you reacted.
It was nothing. It might have come out a little too quickly, judging by the way she leaned forwards and tried to see his face. I thought you might be in danger. A reasonable explanation, but not the truth. In reality, he had been feeling extremely territorial. Still felt extremely territorial about her.
I can handle a half-dead cougar.
Her words were light, but he turned a frown on her. He was dangerous, and your guard was down. That might have come out a bit harsh because she frowned right back at him, but then her pretty face softened again and she sighed.
I'm stronger than you think.
Apparently so. Did he sound bitter? He felt as if he sounded bitter. He tried to keep it from his voice as he huffed. You never mentioned you were an immortal. I can't feel it on you either. You feel human to me, but different. He glanced at her. Slender moonlight kissed her olive skin, making her eyes sparkle like stars, and the smile that curved her lips hit him hard.
You never asked. And you never told me you were a shifter. Not that you needed to.
She lowered her eyes to her knees and picked at some fluff he wasn't sure was there.
I always know the species of the people I meet. It helps me in my role in life.
What role is that? Curiosity was the downfall of many cats, a plague that none of his kind could shake. Once piqued, it refused to relent until he had an answer. She looked as if she didn't want to give him that answer, which wasn't going to happen. He got that she was uncomfortable about discussing herself, feared it for some reason, but he needed to know what she was. If she wouldn't answer a direct question, maybe he could make her feel more comfortable by making it sound as if it wasn't a big deal to him and draw it out of her at the same time. He dragged his focus away from her, settling his gaze on the river to watch the water as it rippled over the rocks. I think there's a pool running on what species of immortal you are. She leaned forwards, rested her elbows on her knees, and looked at him. When he glanced at her, she almost smiled, and he could feel her relaxing, that fear he had spiked fading away again.
They'll never guess.
She studied the mountains, and he studied her, scrutinizing her face and drawing another hint of a smile from her. A siren? He offered. Her dark eyes widened and landed on him, horror written across her face. He grinned. Succubus, then? She slapped his arm for that one, and fuck, it stung. Showed him just how strong she was. She smiled as she did it, though, revealing he hadn't really offended her by picking the two most notorious female-only species in the immortal world. Her expression shifted, becoming serious, and she looked away from him, sighing at the river.
I'm a goddess.
She said it so quietly he figured he had misheard her. A goddess? He frowned at her, struggling to believe it. Goddesses didn't just hang out in hospitals doing human work. They didn't make friends with mortals, or even walk in the same world as him. Not as far as he knew, anyway. He had never met one, had figured them to be a rumor, a fable spread among immortal kind. As much myth as the humans made his kind out to be. She nodded, though, and loosed another long sigh.
I knew you wouldn't believe me.
As he looked at her, taking in her profile and recalling the graceful way she moved, and sensing her rising fear, he blurted, I believe you. Sort of. She was a goddess, a real-life fucking goddess. She was beautiful enough to be one. Serene as she regarded the world around them, her eyes dancing over everything before they shyly landed on him. He wasn't sure how he had missed the fact she had been born of such noble stock. What are you a goddess of? He lost himself in her dark eyes again, in the way her cheeks flushed a little in response to his staring. You said you had a role in life. She nodded.
I was born to take care of others. My blood comes from Lasso, one of the Greek goddesses of healing.
That had his curiosity growing stronger, and he leaned towards her, fascinated and eager to know more. Have you always been drawn to healing? Another nod and a little sigh that teased his ears as she relaxed again, Made him want to puff out his chest because he knew it was because of him. She liked talking to him. Did she find it as easy to talk to him as he found it to talk to her? He had never been big on talking, but something about her made him want to open up and share shit. Shit he never shared with anyone.
It's in my blood.
She returned her gaze to the world, and for a moment he thought she might drift away from him and stop talking just as she had him aching for her to continue. Needed to know about her.
My mother lived for centuries before she met my father. She was drawn to him as a healer. It was how they met.
Her mood faltered. He felt it as it took a nosedive, as whatever happiness she had been beginning to feel on thinking about her parents washed away and left her cold.
I only wish she could have healed herself, so she could have seen me grow into a woman.
Flint could sense this was a source of great pain for her, and that need to soothe her returned, had him opening old wounds that refused to heal. He focused on the river, because if he was going to do this, he didn't want to see every feeling that would cross her face, didn't want to know if she pitied him or thought him pathetic. He blew out his breath, opened the fuck up for the first time in his life. Around 4 decades ago, hunters came. Back when we lived in another part of British Columbia. We lost a lot of the pride that night. He swallowed hard. My parents included. His throat closed as Yasmin's eyes landed on him, and he tried to clear it, but a lump stuck in it, had him sounding as raw as he felt when he pushed himself to continue. Cougars. We mature at a century, and I was 15 years off it. He cursed himself when tears burned the backs of his eyes. He had thought he could talk about his past without it affecting him, but it was ripping him apart, shredding his heart as he remembered that night. My parents. I tried to stop them, but they locked me in the cabin. Told me to stay where I was. I had to watch as Storm, my brother, was taken down. As Cobalt protected him. As Wrath fought alongside my parents. As my parents. He closed his eyes and drew in a deep, shuddering breath, pulling himself together. The point is, I know the pain you feel, Yasmin. I had to stand there and watch my parents die, unable to help them. He growled and bit out, useless to them. Yasmin's hand settled on his back as he leaned forwards, buried his head in his hands, and clawed his hair back.
You were young. They were trying to protect you.
Those words didn't soothe him as she had intended. They only set fire to his temper, made the pain he felt whenever he thought about that night burn hotter until it consumed him. I should have fought. I should have helped them, he barked and turned a frown on her that faded a second later as all of his fight left him. I could have saved them.
You don't know that. Just as I don't know whether I could have saved my mother if I had tried. I watched her die, and it tore me apart. And while I had wanted to try to help her, I feared it would only end in me killing myself. I was afraid. I didn't want to die. So I didn't take the risk.
Gods, he knew that feeling well. It had been his companion then, torturing him. Fear of death had held him back, doubt filling his mind with whispers that he was too weak, that Storm had almost been killed and he had been stronger than him, closer to maturity. It didn't stop him from loathing himself for the fact he hadn't been able to help them, the fact that he had been useless to them, and had been forced to watch them as they fought, as they were injured, and as they died. The scent of wood smoke filled the air as the stars began to emerge, and he lapsed into silence, struggling to tame the pain that burned inside him, to stamp it out again and forget about the past, even when he knew that was impossible. It was branded on him, had him questioning his strength whenever he fought, and drove him to fight because he wanted to prove himself that he was powerful now, could easily defeat any enemy that tried to best him. His ears twitched when he picked up the conversation happening 100 meters behind him to his left, on the edge of the clearing where a fire pit had been set up a week ago, giving everyone a place to hang out at the end of the day. Someone mentioned that Yasmin was a goddess, a male at that. Damned son of a bitch must have been listening in on their conversation. Yasmin's sigh said she had heard the male too.
Guess the cat is out of the bag now, she murmured.
The chatter grew more animated and lively as others jumped in on the conversation, making wild guesses about Yasmin's heritage that made it clear to Flint that while the male had overheard Yasmin confessing that she was a goddess, he hadn't hung around to hear the rest. Thank fuck for that. He didn't need the whole creek getting wind of what he had told Yasmin when he had thought they were alone, their conversation private. His personal pain was his to bear, and he didn't want his brothers knowing about it. He never had liked being coddled. Probably because the last time it had happened, it had cost him his parents. He started to loathe the silence as much as he loathed himself, so he searched for a topic of conversation, one that Yasmin might be open to because it wouldn't probe too deeply into her goddess status and would assuage his curiosity. How do you deal with the aging problem? He sat back and her hand slipped from his shoulder, and fuck, he missed the feel of it. She settled her hands in her lap, and they looked pale against her dark jeans in the moonlight as they poked out from beneath the overlong sleeves of his fleece. Hands she had placed on him. Hands she had placed on another male, too. A naked male. He barely suppressed the need to growl over that and contented himself with the fact she was sitting with him, was a good distance from that male now, and that he was the one she had chosen to open up to about herself. I'm guessing you don't age? Or maybe you age slowly. He wasn't sure. I mean, it's okay for me because of my business. It's so seasonal that I end up hiring different tour guides every few years, and different chefs and such. No one notices that I don't get older. She watched the river, seemingly miles away from him, even when he was deeply aware that she was next to him, was close to him, had chosen him, was wearing his damned fleece. Another growl rumbled up his throat, and he held this one back, too.
I'm drawn to places that need me. I've worked all across Canada. Quebec is my latest home, and my favorite because my father was from there.
Her dark eyes drifted to him, and the corners of her lips tilted in a faint but somber smile. French-Canadian. It explained the accent he was coming to like hearing.
Oui.
Her smile bloomed, and he got the feeling she was teasing him now. When the noise behind him grew louder, she glanced back in that direction.
What is happening?
He looked over his shoulder at the males gathering around the fire pit, his cougar instincts telling him before he had even checked out the assembled shifters what was going on. Another fight. He frowned as males jostled with each other, and he counted more than 2 contenders. Seems like a bigger one this time. I'm not sure which female it's over, but they'll approach her first. He stiffened as he went to turn his back and froze with his eyes locked on the 5 males that broke away from the group, and started walking towards Yasmin. Time to go. He stood and held his hand out to her, and she coolly regarded it but didn't take it. I'm not messing around. We're going. I'll take you back to Rath's cabin. She arched an eyebrow at that. Damn it. He knew pushing her wasn't going to work, but he needed her away from the clearing and the males before they could reach her. You're in danger. She didn't look as if she believed that, so he reached for her. She drew back, tucking her arm against her chest, and he wanted to growl and tell her now wasn't the time to assert her independence. He needed to get her out of the path of the males, right now, because he was close to losing his shit all over again. He cursed when the 5 males stopped close to them, and Yasmin looked back at them and turned on the log to face them. She's not available or interested. Flint reached for her again and growled in frustration when she evaded him.
I am available,
she said with a regal air.
But I'm not interested in this sort of short-term, one-night stand type thing. Sorry.
Exactly as he had suspected, given the way she had reacted whenever he had tried to flirt with her. Which was good, because it meant the males would leave her alone now. 3 of the males spoke over each other. I can do a relationship. Like fuck they could. He growled at them all and positioned himself between them and Yasmin, ignoring her as she looked at him. She could be mad at him later, after he had driven the males off. She stood.
I'm tired and want to retire for the night.
No way she was going to leave it at that. If she didn't turn the males down, they would fight over her. He turned back towards her to tell her to issue her refusal, because he didn't need to be overseeing a damned fight over her. As she walked away, he braced himself, preparing to break apart the brawl that was going to break out. Any second now. Any second now. He frowned when the males just exchanged glances, two of them unsure what to do. The third threw a massive spanner in the works. He stepped forwards towards Yasmin and said, "I declare my intention to court you." The other two were swift to issue the same declaration. Court her. No fucking way he was going to allow these males to enter into a traditional courtship with Yasmin. No way in this world. He would put them in the grave before it happened. He shoved past them, closing the gap between him and Yasmin, and reached for her again. This time he managed to grab hold of her arm, mostly because she was staring at the three males, looking for all the world as if she was going to accept. Cobalt had shitty timing as always, showing up just as things got tense, and Flint was ready to lay down the law with the three males.
"What's happening here?"
Cobalt's deep growl warned he was ready to fight if he didn't like the answer. "We were declaring our intention to court Yasmin." The biggest male, the one who had been first to issue the declaration, casually turned pale blue eyes on his brother and then him. "I am sure this isn't a problem." He flicked a glance at his brother, catching the surprise in his eyes, and willed him to say it was a problem. It was a huge problem, for Flint at least. His cougar shifted beneath his skin, had fur sweeping over his chest beneath his t-shirt, as a need to fight rose inside him, a need to drag Yasmin away to safety and deal with these males who dared to challenge him. A courting had nothing to do with the gathering, and that meant Cobalt and Wrath couldn't make him stay out of the running. But he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure of anything anymore, and Cobalt was hardly helping as he gaped at the assembled males in shock, looking just as uncertain as he felt. A fucking courtship. He had to get Yasmin to turn them down. "We're going back to Wrath's cabin." Flint tried pulling her away, which only made things worse. She twisted her arm free of his grip and scowled at him, making it painfully clear he was fucking things up by being pushy about this. "Last I checked, you weren't the boss of me," she bit out and fixed him with a hard look, and he got the message loud and clear. She didn't like men pushing her around and making decisions for her. She made it crystal for him. "Plenty of immortals have tried to force their way into my life." A sickening, heavy feeling went through him as her eyes sparked with gold fire. He went to shake his head, opened his mouth to plead her not to enter into anything rashly, damned recklessly because he had poked her buttons, and to find another way to make him pay for it. She silenced him with 2 words. "I accept." He staggered back a step as if those words had been a physical blow, his ears ringing as he stared at her, mind emptying as he struggled to comprehend what she had just done. Before he could shake himself out of it and gather his wits enough to throw his hat into the ring, too, she was sweeping away from him without a word. Flint looked to Cobalt. The males started vying with each other, shoving and getting in each other's faces, talking about how they were going to be the one to win Yasmin.
"Simmer the fuck down,"
Cobalt growled as he pulled 2 of the males apart and shoved the biggest one in his chest, knocking him backwards.
"We'll start this officially tomorrow, once Wrath knows about it."
Cobalt flicked Flint a glance, but he was too busy staring after Yasmin, his fists clenched at his sides as the shock subsided, and determination swept in to replace it. She could walk away from him all she wanted, could throw 1,000 males in his path, but he was damned if he was going to let her slip through his hands. She wanted a war. He would fight one for her. Chapter 7. Yasmin stormed towards Wrath's cabin, heart hammering against her chest as she curled her fingers into fists and squeezed them hard. Her blood burned, blazed like a wildfire in her veins as she glared ahead of her, her focus behind her on Flint. Enough men had thought they could control her, and the fact he had turned out to be another one had her wishing she could growl in the way he could whenever he was angry. During their time at the river, she had started to feel connected to him, had gained a peek at another side of him, one that had foolishly made her believe he was different and she had been mistaken about him. Gods, she was an idiot. But she had been enjoying their time together, the way he had made her relax, the way he had opened up to her to reveal a side of himself that he had obviously wanted to keep hidden. He had hurt himself for her sake, had dredged up his past and the feelings he locked deep inside him so they could connect on a level where she hadn't connected with anyone in a long time. Not since she had met Ivy. Footsteps sounded behind her. Her heart hitched as she looked over her shoulder at the source of them, and sank as she saw it was Cobalt following her, looking harried as he tried to catch up with her. Her gaze flicked to beyond him, to Flint. He stood with the others, his back to them and his eyes locked on her, his body rigid as firelight danced over his right side, illuminating the harsh planes of his face. He had looked shocked when she had accepted the men's intention to court her, whatever that meant, but now he looked as angry as she felt. Because she had accepted them? It was his fault. He had pushed her buttons, had thought to control her, exerting his will on her and treating her as if she belonged to him, was a possession and nothing more. She didn't belong to him. She turned her back on him and entered Wrath's cabin. She didn't belong to anyone, and she didn't want to either. Wrath leaped away from Ivy like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar, all innocence as he sharply stood from the worn beige couch and smiled at her. Ivy discreetly fixed her T-shirt, tugging it down over her stomach, before twisting on the couch to face her. What Wrath had failed to notice, her friend instantly spotted. Ivy was immediately on her feet.
"What's wrong?"
"I'll tell you what's wrong,"
Cobalt growled as he prowled in behind her, a wall of menace that blasted an icy chill across her back that told her Flint wasn't the only angry cougar in the area tonight.
"Miss Goddess here accepted a courting from 3 males."
"A goddess?"
Ivy's eyes widened.
3 males?
Wrath's gray eyes leaped to meet Cobalt's, a silent question in them that Yasmin didn't miss.
"Mason, Nash, and Deacon."
Cobalt raked long fingers through his tousled platinum blonde hair as he returned his brother's look, one she couldn't quite decipher, but looked a lot like concern and possibly disappointment.
"This isn't good,"
Wrath muttered, slumped onto the couch and sighed.
"A goddess?"
Ivy tried again, glancing at her man with a hopeful edge to her gaze, as if she wanted to distract him from the thoughts that were weighing him down as he leaned back, tipping his head up, and rubbed his dark brown hair with both hands before settling them on his nape. Another long sigh escaped him, and Cobalt looked as if he wanted to echo it as he leaned a hip against the kitchen counter to her right and stared out of the window, towards where they had left Flint and the other men. Yasmin hadn't thought a courting would be such a big deal, but the way Wrath kept sighing, his mood degenerating as he muttered to himself, said that it was, and he didn't want to have to deal with it.
"Yes,"
she said with a soft smile in her friend's direction.
"A demi-goddess, I suppose. It was never made very clear to me. My mother was a goddess of healing, and my father was a human."
Cobalt spoke over her.
"A fucking goddess of mischief, that's what you are."
She frowned at him for that, but he ignored it as he stared down at his brother, looking as worried as Wrath did.
"What's a courting?"
Ivy asked the question that balanced on the tip of Yasmin's tongue, and Wrath sighed again as he sank further into the couch.
"A fucking headache,"
he growled, and then rallied, leaning forwards to rest his elbows on his knees.
"The males in question will enter a series of trials to prove themselves worthy. It's highly unusual. I've only witnessed one courting, and that was when I was a kid."
Trials? Yasmin didn't like the sound of that. Immortal trials were normally extremely dangerous, meant to weed out the competition, through death or injury so severe they couldn't continue to participate.
"I'm honored, but it really isn't necessary."
Because she didn't want to be responsible for any of these men ending up injured or worse. She also didn't like feeling pressured into picking a man from among the winners, but it was her fault for recklessly agreeing to it, all to lash out at Flint.
"Too late to pull out, Miss Goddess."
Cobalt glared at her, his bright gold eyes holding a faint halo of green around his pupils.
"There's no stopping this."
There wasn't? She swallowed hard and wanted to argue, but the look in Cobalt and Wrath's eyes said there was no point. She had accepted a courting, and she was going to have to see it through. Wrath pushed back onto his feet, coming to tower over Ivy, and wrapped his arms around her, as if he needed to feel her in them, as if she was an anchor, solid and dependable, and comforting in the storm of everything that was happening. everything Yasmin had set in motion.
It doesn't normally fall under our jurisdiction, but we'll oversee it because the gathering is happening. I'll treat it as an extension of that.
Wrath looked to Cobalt, who didn't look pleased by that decision.
What else are we meant to do? The Pride will expect us to maintain security and handle everything because it's happening on my territory.
Hang on. Her stomach sank a little. We? Wrath nodded, and Cobalt threw her another set of daggers, and she started to get the feeling she knew why he wanted to murder her.
Myself and my brothers are responsible for things during the gathering.
Wrath didn't look happy about that, or maybe it was the words he had lined up that were leaving a bitter taste in his mouth.
With Storm away, it'll just be me, Cobalt, and Flint to oversee it. But we can manage it.
Her stomach sank further, and the anger she had felt go through Flint suddenly made sense. He couldn't participate. Gods, had part of her expected him to step up to the plate and declare his intention to court her too? Had she wanted him to? Yes. Yes, she had. She didn't take in any of what Wrath and Cobalt were discussing as that hit her, had her ears ringing and chest emptying, leaving her hollow inside. She looked to Wrath, wanting to ask him whether he was sure she couldn't withdraw from it, couldn't take back her words. But he silenced her with a look, one that made it clear there was no getting out of this. Her knees weakened and she had to lock them, afraid they would give out as a single thought rang through her mind, screamed in her soul. The one cougar she wanted was the one cougar who couldn't participate. What had she done? Chapter 8. Flint was still seething as he finished his morning patrol well before daybreak. The low growls that escaped him from time to time as he stalked through the dense woods, and the anger that still burned hot in his veins, had wildlife giving him a wide berth. Even a cougar had taken one look at him and had run for the hills. Normally, his animal counterparts liked to at least try to fight him for dominance, their instincts labeling him as like them, and therefore a threat to them and someone looking to steal their territory. His mood took a sharp downwards turn, a feat he hadn't thought possible as he waded across the shallow river towards the clearing, and spotted Cobalt coming towards him from the direction of his cabin, long black jeans-clad legs swiftly devouring the distance. Great. He had hoped to avoid his brothers for the day, had planned to get washed up and dressed in fresh clothing and head out on a hike up the nearest mountain for some alone time. He had hoped to avoid Yasmin and this whole fucking courting, too. The grim look on Cobalt's face said that wasn't going to happen, issued a silent apology as he met his brother at the riverbank.
Yeah, Wrath has decided we'll be overseeing the courting.
Cobalt's pale eyebrows rose and his expression shifted towards sympathetic as he reached out to lay a hand on Flint's shoulder. Flint bared his fangs and growled, "Whatever." He pushed past his brother and stomped towards his cabin on the left side of the clearing. Cobalt made the mistake of seizing his arm. Flint turned on him with a snarl and slammed the flat of his left hand against his chest, shoving him backwards and sending him staggering across the grass. He growled and flashed emerging fangs, his muscles coiling beneath his dark t-shirt as he stared Cobalt down. Cobalt rolled his shoulders, stretching his worn black woolen sweater across his chest, flexed his hands and fixed him with a hard look.
"You want to talk?"
Those words leaving his brother's lips had him growling all over again, because he had tried that talking bullshit people spoke so highly of last night, and it had gotten him nowhere. "Fuck off. How's that for talking?" Flint swept away from him.
"What's got you so cranky?"
Cobalt trailed after him at a distance, one great enough that Flint managed to get a leash on his temper and didn't feel the need to lash out at his brother to drive him away. Lack of sleep. Because he had spent the whole fucking night thinking about Yasmin and how he could make sure she didn't end up with another male. Even when he had known this would happen, that Wrath would get him benched because of their bloodline and his ridiculous need to fulfill the duty the Pride had forced on them after the Archangel attack close to 4 decades ago. He shoved the door of his cabin open. Cobalt followed but remained at the door, leaning against the frame. Sensible move. Flint didn't want to lash out at his brother, but he couldn't quite tame his instincts to fight. not when his blood was boiling, fury stoked by the thought of being relegated to the sidelines and forced to watch as 3 eligible males battled over Yasmin. Gods, he was beginning to see how Cobalt felt whenever he looked at Ember, staring at the one thing he couldn't have, the one thing he wanted above all others. He didn't bother changing his clothes as noise coming from the direction of the clearing reached him, remained in the same black t-shirt and dark blue jeans he had been wearing the day before, forgot all about washing as Wrath's voice rose in the still morning air, telling everyone to calm down, forgot his own fucking name as his brother announced there would be a courting. Cobalt offered him a sympathetic look. Flint growled at him and pushed past him. The only damned reason he was going to the clearing was because he wanted his fleece back. It had nothing to do with doing his duty or seeing Yasmin again. Really had nothing to do with seeing her again. Gods, he needed to see her again. Was idiot enough to hope that she had changed her mind and Wrath was going to look like a fool when she stepped up and made that clear. He reached the clearing and stopped near the tree line as the sight of Yasmin hit him hard. She stood on the deck of Wrath's cabin beside his brother, a vision with her black waves tangled into a knot at the back of her head, and a violet sweater hugging her breasts and waist, paired with the jeans she had been wearing the day before, ones that molded to her long legs. Her dark eyes remained fixed ahead of her, not giving anything away as they stayed devoid of emotion. Was she nervous? With so many cougars around, gathered between him and her, he couldn't sense her feelings. He drifted closer and swore she glanced at him, but he couldn't be sure. Wrath definitely looked at him as he gestured for Yasmin to join him, issued the same look of pity Cobalt had given him. Flint was tempted to flip him off, but Yasmin had the whole of his attention as she dutifully stepped forwards, taking her place next to Wrath.
The courting will be a standard 3-challenge length. First, we'll establish the leading male and top contender, and then we'll move on to the challenges to show stamina and agility, followed by strength and skill.
Wrath looked from Yasmin to her contenders. Yasmin looked a little lost as her dark chocolate eyes lingered on Wrath, and Flint wanted to growl when he realized Wrath hadn't explained things well enough, had told her some things but not others. There were nerves in her eyes, too, when she lowered them from his brother, and they flitted over the 3 males assembled before her. The biggest male, a brunette with shorn hair and a body packed with muscle beneath his dark t-shirt and gray trousers, tossed her a grin that Flint wanted to punch off his face. Mason had always been a pushy bastard, won most of the fights he entered into at gatherings, and had zero inclination to settle down. He wasn't looking for a relationship with Yasmin. He was looking for a conquest and had done whatever it had taken to ensure that happened. Had lied to her. Flint had half a mind to beat the male into a bloody pulp for that. The other half wanted to beat him into a bloody pulp so he couldn't court Yasmin out of his hands. On either side of Mason, 2 slighter males stood their ground. Nash, a male with blonde hair tied in a top knot and unusual blue eyes, reeked of nerves. He was young and hot-headed, got into more fights than he could win, a slave to his hormones as he wrestled with the early years of sexual maturity. On the right side of Mason, Deacon acted as calm and collected as Flint expected, no emotion crossing his handsome face as he stared at Yasmin, silver-gray eyes fixed on her in a way that said the older male was enraptured, bewitched by her as much as Flint was. When Yasmin looked his way, he smiled at her, flashing straight white teeth and causing the vicious scar on the left side of his throat to pull on his jaw. The male's overlong dark hair caught the breeze and he pushed it back from his face. Yasmin looked away from the male, right at Flint. Her sultry eyes heated and then leaped away, landing on her feet, and he had to steel himself to stop himself from storming over to her and telling her that he wouldn't let her go through with this. Fuck. Hadn't his temper where she was concerned, his need to protect her and possess her, brought them to this point in the first place? If he tried to control her, she would only lash out again. It was difficult, though, hard to resist the burning need to keep her away from the other males by any means necessary. He stared at her, willing her to look at him, to give him a sign that she didn't really want this, that she really wanted him. Nash was the first to break the thick silence that had descended on the creek.
I'll run any distance for you.
Hardly a challenge. He could run twice the distance Nash could. It wasn't going to fly. Such a weak offer wasn't going to get him anywhere. Deacon cleared his throat.
I'll base jump and not open my chute until I'm under 300 meters.
That sounded like suicide to Flint, or a cunning way to get himself into Yasmin's presence when he shattered every bone in his body. Mason looked as if he might accept that and dare him to do it, and Flint held his breath, couldn't stop himself from taking a step towards them.
I'll base jump and not open my chute until I'm under 200,
Nash said, and both males looked at him as if he had gone mad or didn't have a clue how a courting worked. Killing yourself in the dare round hardly got you into the top contender position. Mason still looked as if he was going to accept it. Bastard. But then the big male spoke, his voice a deep growl. I'll fight a grizzly with one hand tied behind my back and without shifting. Both Deacon and Nash looked ready to dare him to do that, the calculating look in their eyes revealing they were hoping battling the wild animal would end with Mason being injured so severely he would be removed from the running. Flint panicked, stepped forward and hollered, I'll walk buck naked into the Bear Pride village and pick a fight with one. Everyone whipped to face him. Yasmin's eyes flew wide.
Flint, no.
You can't Wrath started. We dare you. The three males spoke over his brother, that calculating look in all their eyes now, especially Mason's. He wanted to see Flint fall at the first hurdle, wanted him out of the way so there was nothing stopping him from winning and seducing Yasmin, luring her in with his lie that he could be committed to her, wanted more than one moment with her, saw her as more than a conquest. Yasmin stepped off the deck, shirking Wrath's grip as he tried to stop her, and shoved through the crowd towards Flint. Everyone watched her, the crowd curious and the contenders looking ready to cut him down as she approached him.
Don't do it,
she whispered, genuine fear coloring her dark eyes, lacing her sweet citrus scent. Damn, that only made him want to do it even more, because it revealed something to him. She cared about him.
You've gone mad,
she bit out, but there was no anger in her eyes, only that fear. It lingered, grew stronger as he stared at her in silence, battling for the words. Maybe I have, he murmured huskily as he lost himself in her beguiling eyes, in how good it felt just to be stood this close to her, looking at her. Maybe the fever has gotten to me too, because I need to do this.
You don't have to.
Her dark eyebrows furrowed and she looked as if she wanted to reach for him, wanted to touch him. But then her eyes slid to her left, towards where the crowd were stood, the contenders at the front now, all of them watching her. I do, he countered. I was chosen and I can't back down now. I won't pay the price for pulling out. Her eyes settled on him again, a flicker of confusion in them, and he couldn't bring himself to tell her that if he did, he would have to stand by and watch as the other males wooed her. He didn't think he could bear that, so he would face an angry bear instead. Chapter 9. Flint had lost his mind. It was the only explanation. Yasmin stared after him as the crowd dispersed and he walked away, heading in the direction of his cabin, the early morning mist swirling around his ankles. She turned as someone came up behind her and looked up into Wrath's gray eyes.
You have to stop him.
Because she knew how violent and how powerful bear shifters were, and that Flint was going to end up getting himself killed, and it would be all her fault. I can't do that, Wrath said, a wealth of emotions in his voice that flitted across his face, concern at the front of them all. He was as unhappy as she was about what Flint was going to do. He had to stop his brother. He just had to. Flint hadn't listened to her, but perhaps he would listen to his family.
You can't let him go through with it, Wrath. The bears would kill him.
When she got no response from Wrath, she turned to Cobalt, imploring him with her eyes.
Please, Cobalt, speak to him. He listens to you.
Cobalt snorted at that. He won't listen to anyone right now.
Gods, someone has to stop him.
She threw her hands up in the air, frustration getting the better of her. It bled out of her a moment later, a cold sort of resignation sweeping in to replace it, together with a sense of hopelessness.
I'll stop him if you won't.
He won't listen to you either.
Cobalt looked beyond her, over her head, towards the woods.
I like the idea of my kid brother getting beaten up as much as you do, Miss Goddess. But talking isn't his strong suit, and listening doesn't rank much better. And whatever you say, whatever any of us tries to tell him, he isn't going to change his mind.
She wasn't going to accept that.
Look, Flint told me he was just swept up in the madness, the fever, whatever that means. Surely that's reason to stop him. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Wrath shook his head, his tone grave.
It's quite the opposite, I'm afraid. He knows exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it.
She didn't understand. He sighed, scrubbed the nape of his neck, and glanced at Ivy before settling his gray eyes back on her.
Flint thinks my falling in love with Ivy and mating with her, and Storm running off with Gabriella, and some of the other male cougars forming a bond with a female, is a sort of madness that's sweeping through Cougar Creek.
Yasmin couldn't breathe as that hit her, sent her mind spinning and thoughts splintering. She turned and stared towards Flint's cabin, shock rolling through her.
He only wants a fling,
she whispered, trying to convince herself that Wrath was wrong about his brother.
He made that pretty clear.
Cobalt muttered.
What he says and what he wants are two opposite things, and it seems Flint is finally realizing that. You made him see it by accepting proposals from other males.
There was a bite in his final words that lashed at her, cutting her as deeply as a physical blow as his resentment swept over her. She pivoted to face him.
I was just angry with him trying to control me. Can't we put an end to this? Can I really not pull out?
Wrath shook his head.
You're free to pick no one at the end, but not even I can end it before it reaches its natural conclusion.
He didn't seem happy about that or with her. His words hadn't lashed at her as Cobalt's had, but she could read in his eyes that he was angry with her, blamed her for the mess his brother was about to get himself into.
If I had known Flint would offer to do something insane, if I had realized what this stupid courtship entailed, I never would have agreed to do it.
She took a step towards him and clenched her fists at her sides to stop them from trembling.
Can't you just make Flint not do the dare?
I can't do that either.
Wrath's somber tone and the way his eyes drifted towards Flint's cabin said that he wanted to do it because he was worried. That only worried her even more, left her feeling that Flint was doomed.
If Flint pulls out, he's forced to watch the rest of the courting from the sidelines.
Damn. She knew in her heart that was something Flint couldn't do, that he would sooner fight the bear and lose, even get injured or come close to dying, than pull out and let the other males proceed to court her when he could only watch. Which told her something. Cobalt and Wrath were right, and Flint was more serious about her than she had thought. Hell, he was probably more serious about her than he had thought, which couldn't be right. She needed to speak with him. Before she could move a muscle, Wrath said,
"Give him some space."
Damn him. She needed to see Flint, had to speak with him. Wrath gave her a hard look, one that warned her not to do it, that he was serious about leaving his brother alone to prepare for the coming challenge. He was right. Flint didn't need her throwing him off his game when he was trying to mentally prepare himself for fighting a bear. He didn't need her filling his head with doubts or trying to stop him. He needed her support. Gods, it was difficult, though. Wrath held his arm out as he took hold of Ivy's hand, gesturing towards his cabin.
"Let's all get a coffee and talk more about this."
Yasmin forced herself to nod and trailed after him as he led the way with Ivy pinned to his side. She stared at their joined hands, at the possessive way Wrath linked his fingers with Ivy's and held it tightly, and an ache bloomed in her chest, the need to see Flint growing stronger. As they reached the deck, Ivy looked up at Wrath.
Are you sure it's okay for him to go poking the bears after what happened?
What happened? Yasmin needed to know because she didn't like the sound of that.
"It's probably a bad idea,"
Cobalt put in.
"Storm got them pretty riled up and they'll be looking for revenge."
Gods, no. Flint wasn't just going to fight a bear. He was going to fight a bear that was in a bad mood, one that wanted vengeance and was liable to see Flint as a path to gaining it, as a way of hurting Storm and his other brothers.
He'll be fine.
Wrath didn't sound sure as he entered the cabin, Ivy and Cobalt following him. Yasmin made a decision, one that was going to make them even angrier with her, but one she had to see through. She quickly leaped from the deck and ran in the direction of Flint's cabin. She had to speak with him, couldn't let him do this. Somehow, she would convince him to forget the stupid dare. She would convince him to wait out this courting. For her. She would still be there at the end of it waiting for him. She wouldn't choose anyone. She would choose him. She spotted the rustic cabin through the thick trees. It had seen better days, the logs green in places with moss growing across the roof shingles. Her heart hitched as Flint moved past the downstairs window in the gable end, and she pressed forwards, her strides determined as she prepared herself. She could do this. She would make him change his mind. Yasmin stepped up onto the worn deck beneath the roof trusses that formed a sort of porch and hesitated at the door. It opened before she could decide whether to knock or just plow into his home. "Go away." He didn't close the door in her face as he turned his bare back on her, which was a positive sign. He wanted her to come in. Cobalt was right about his brother. What he wanted and what he said were often the opposite of each other. She stepped into the snug, homely cabin, instantly warmed by the log burner that stood against the left wall, facing a couch that had an elegant hurricane lamp stood on a small wooden table at the other end of it to her. A moose head stared at her from its mount to the left of a door in the wall opposite the fire, behind the couch. Someone had put a hat on it. A deerstalker. They had put a tobacco pipe in its mouth, too. Yasmin glanced at Flint. Had he been the one to turn a moose into something akin to Sherlock Holmes? Perhaps it had been one of his brothers. Although out of the ones she had met, Flint seemed the most likely culprit. She was sure there was a wicked sense of humor buried somewhere in him. Somewhere. There wasn't a hint of it today, though. Flint prowled around the small space, rubbing a towel over his damp black hair, mussing the thick locks. His eyes were gold as they landed on her, and he sighed as he dragged them away. "There's coffee if you want some." He paused and then looked back at her, his eyebrows rising and softening his expression. "I don't have any herbal tea." He sounded as if he wished he did, and she smiled at him, showing him that she appreciated not only the offer, but that he remembered little things about her, things most men would have overlooked. "I'm not a morning person either," he grumbled and poured himself a mug of coffee. She stared at his naked back, trying not to let the sight of all that courted perfection distract her as he moved, causing his muscles to shift and tense, or the fact he wore only a towel slung around his hips, riding low on them to reveal twin dimples above his backside. His shoulders and biceps bunched as he raised the mug to his lips and blew on the contents.
"Is that why you're going off on a suicide mission? Think this over, Flint, please."
She weathered the growl and the glare he leveled on her.
"I know bear shifters. What you're going to do is crazy. You already kicked the hornet's nest, according to Cobalt, and now you're proposing to just walk into their territory and pick a fight?"
He shrugged, tossed the towel he had been using to dry his hair onto the dark couch that stood to her left, and sipped his coffee as he moved around his cabin. He opened a cupboard beyond the moose, close to a small staircase that led up into the loft, and rifled through it.
"Tell me why you're doing it,"
she whispered, and tracked him as he pulled out a large gray t-shirt and a pair of black sweatpants, and dumped them on the arm of the couch at the opposite end to her.
"What made you step up?"
He didn't answer, kept his focus locked away from her as he took another mouthful of the coffee and set it down on the small wooden table at the end of the couch. He grabbed the t-shirt and tugged it on, jammed his feet into the sweats and pulled them up beneath the towel. He stripped it off and tossed it with the other one. He moved around the back of the couch, returning to the kitchen to start washing dishes, and the tethers on her tempers snapped.
"Will you stop and look at me?"
she barked, and he froze. Her voice faltered, losing all strength as she stared at him.
"Tell me why."
She closed the gap between them and grabbed his right arm. He whirled to face her, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her. Hard. Sensation detonated inside her, blasted through her with such force that she was left shaking and weak as his tongue brushed across her lips. The will to keep fighting him shattered into 1,000 pieces. She opened for him and moaned as he plundered her mouth, as his grip on her tightened and his body pressed against hers, lighting her up inside. Good gods, this man knew how to kiss. She gripped his hips, fingers pressing in hard as need stirred, a hot ache that pooled in her belly and had her losing herself in him. He pulled back, breaking the kiss, leaving her dazed and a little confused as to why he had stopped as he clutched her shoulders. His panted breaths matched hers, his chest heaving with them as he stared down into her eyes, his bright gold with that entrancing band of green around his blown pupils. "That's why," he husked, as breathless as she was. She told herself not to do it, but the words escaped her, pulled from her lips by a need to challenge him, to make him admit something both of them needed to hear.
"Because you think it will get you that one-night stand?"
He flexed his strong hands around her arms. "No," he bit out, voice scraping low, all gravel and gruffness that lit her up inside all over again as he leaned closer to her, bringing their bodies back into contact that seared her. "Because it might get me more than that. I didn't realize it before today. But I want more than a night with you. I need more than a night with you, Yasmin." He pressed his nose to hers, drew down a deep breath, and rocked her world on its axis as he growled. "If I have to court you to get it, I'll court the fuck out of you." Chapter 10. Flint had officially lost his fucking mind, was swept up in the madness as fiercely as his brothers were, and all he could do was ride the rapids and hope to the gods it landed him where he wanted to be. He strode barefoot through the woods, his brothers, Ivy and Yasmin, and his 3 opponents trailing behind him, giving him space he needed as he struggled to clear his mind and focus on the task ahead of him. One that wasn't going to be easy. One that would end with him injured. There was no avoiding that. He had agility to his advantage, but the bear would have brute strength and 5-inch claws, and a damned thick hide. He would be lucky to come out of the fight with his life. Coming out of it with injuries he could heal before the next round of the courting would be a fucking miracle. He had to do it, though, because now he could see what had his brothers all wound up, falling madly in love. Now he understood the fever affecting them. The thought of another male winning Yasmin was unbearable, had him prepared to do anything to secure her and keep them away from her. So he wouldn't back down. He wouldn't sit this one out. Yasmin had done her damnedest to convince him, swearing to him that she wouldn't pick a male from among those who reached the end of the courting. She was going to pick a male when the end came, because she was going to pick him. He was going to prove to her that he was the only male worthy of her, even if it killed him. He stopped at a point where the pines thinned, where he could see smoke curling lazily into the air through them, and caught slivers of the cabin that stood in the clearing near another bend in the river. Unlike his pride, the bear shifters lived in the open, their lodges spread around a broad clearing in the forest, visible to all the satellites, planes, and helicopters that flew overhead. Yasmin tensed as he tugged his t-shirt off, but thankfully didn't say anything. He knew she was afraid for him. He could feel it drumming in his blood, filling his mind with doubt and a need to soothe her by backing down and not going through with it. He couldn't obey that need. He stripped off his sweatpants and looked back at her, the briefest glance, a silent apology, and then stalked forwards, into the bear village. He sucked down subtle but deep breaths as he left the cover of the trees, leaving Yasmin and the others behind as agreed. Wrath wanted to keep them safe, had demanded that everyone would wait at the edge of the woods to watch events unfold, so the bears wouldn't feel an urge to fight them too. Their territory started at the clearing and extended north. As long as Yasmin and the others remained in the forest and made no move to challenge them, the bears would leave them alone. The village was quiet in the late morning sunshine. A vault of blue stretched above him as the sun kissed his bare skin, stretching from the cragged mountains in the distance ahead of him and to his left and right. The clearing was large, at least 4 times the size of the one at the creek, and the river cut through the middle of it. The log cabins were all different sizes and styles, dotted around the space, and he counted at least a dozen of them. He pulled down another secret breath to steady his nerves as he scanned the area. Where the hell were the bears? He wanted to get this over with before nerves got the better of him. A door on a cabin to his right, close to the river, opened and a huge bare-chested male packed with muscle stepped out. Flint stared at him, or more specifically at the 2 fresh scars that darted over his left eye, cutting from his forehead to the start of his dark beard. Fuck. Of all the damned bears to notice him first, it had to be this son of a bitch. The male Storm had ended up fighting when the bear had tried to take Gabriella from him. The nerves he had been struggling to tamp down rose swiftly to choke him, but he refused to let the male see it, or those watching him from the trees. He refused to let Yasmin see it. But fighting a bear had been a risky enough proposition. Fighting a bear that wanted revenge for what had happened to him, wanted to redeem himself and claw back his pride, was something else. A suicide mission, as Yasmin had called it. "Not good," Cobalt muttered behind him.
"What's not good?"
Yasmin sounded worried, and that note of fear only increased as the bear stepped off his deck and stared Flint down, as more bears emerged from their homes to see what was going on.
"Do they know each other?"
Wrath made a small sound, something like a choked, nervous chuckle. "Our brother Storm might have been the one to give him that scar a few weeks back. I might have been the one to chase his ass into the woods." Cobalt sounded more amused than concerned. "I think payback might be on his mind."
"You think?"
Yasmin bit out and went to move. Flint glared over his shoulder at her and then at Wrath. Wrath seized her arm and held her back and shook his head when she scowled up at him. Her dark eyes darted back to Flint, her beautiful face crumpling, a hint of despair crossing it as she looked at him. "I'll be fine." He put force into those words, faith he didn't have, because he didn't want her getting mixed up in the fight. Not only because she might be hurt. If the bears dared to go after her, if they tried to hurt her, he would lose his shit. All rational thought would leave him as his cougar instinct to protect her seized control. It would drive him to fight and keep fighting until he felt she was safe. He wouldn't be able to stop himself, not even if he was gravely injured. He would keep on fighting. It was a death sentence, one he couldn't allow to happen. He swung his gaze back to the bear as the male took another step towards him, giving him all of his attention as he shut the rest of the world out and narrowed his focus down to the male and the fight that was about to happen. "You're as ugly as ever, but that new scar does add a little something." As Storm would have told Flint, them was fightin' words. He took a leaf out of his brother's book of sarcasm and ran with it, holding his ground and fighting his rising nerves as the bear's eyes darkened with each word that left his lips. "It's certainly an improvement on how you looked before. I'm sure the other guy bears love it. I hear they dig scars. Is it getting you some action?" He saw it the moment the bear snapped, braced himself as 300-plus pounds of male launched at him on a loud roar. The shift was quick to come as his instincts fired, warning him of the danger he could clearly see thundering towards him. It didn't hurt as his bones lengthened and shrank, contorting into new shapes as golden fur streaked over his skin and white chased down his belly. He growled and sprang left the second all 4 paws hit the dirt, clearing the spot the male charged through just in time. Bear grabbed his back leg and slammed him into the dirt. His breath exploded from his lungs as fire swept through him, so fierce that he barely kept hold of his cougar form as his head spun and the world twirled with it. Damn. He snarled and twisted, sank fangs into the bastard's arm and claws into his shoulder and thigh. The male responded as predicted, shifting and giving Flint a mouthful of thick fur. He grew in size, forcing Flint's front paws apart until he had to release the male or risk being ripped in two. Flint kicked away from him, gaining space as the other bears gathered to form a semicircle around them, hollering at their friend, giving him pointers and suggestions the bear clearly didn't appreciate because he turned and growled at them all as he sank to all fours. The male slowly swung to face him again, his lower lip hanging down, exposing long, sharp teeth that Flint bet the bastard was fantasizing about sinking into him. At least he hoped that was the reason the male was drooling, a thick, sticky strand of it slowly stretching from the center of his lip. And he hadn't been right about which way the male swung, and the bear wasn't fantasizing about getting himself a piece of cougar ass. He tuned into the male, honing his focus on him, and eased to his right. The male circled with him, his eyes never straying from him. Flint assessed him. He was bigger than the bear that he and Wrath had tackled when they had come to Storm's aid, and his hackles were up. Every instinct Flint possessed said that this male wanted vengeance, hungered to take him down and make him run, ached to claw back his good name within his pride. It must have stung the two bears to be driven away by only 4 cougars. Even with 2 cougars on one bear, it was hardly a competition. The bear had a good 150 pounds on the weight of him and one of his brothers combined. Plus, with the bear's thick fur and skin, broad neck, and dense fat layer, it was hard to get a grip on the male's throat in order to bring him down, which was exactly what Flint needed to do in order to end this fight. If he could seize the male's throat, it would be over. The male would submit, wouldn't risk getting himself killed just to redeem himself. The trouble was, in all of Flint's fights against bears, he had never managed to get his jaws clamped around their throat. They normally ended up slamming a paw into his and pinning him to the ground with it, choking him until he was forced to shift back and play dead, surrendering to them. That wasn't going to happen today. If he didn't defeat this bear and drive him into submission, he would lose his dare, and he would lose all the benefits of being the leading contender in the courting. Being top cougar would give him a head start on certain events if he chose it. He was going to need that head start on the mountain climb after this fight. His injuries would slow him down. Flint flicked his rounded ears back and hissed at the bear, trying to goad him into reacting. If he could rile the bear enough, the male might do something stupid, giving him an opening he could take. Bear had a good 300 pounds on him, looked like at least 500 pounds to his modest 200. Provoking him was the most sensible course of action, although it didn't paint him in the greatest light for Yasmin. He didn't want to look like a pussy, but getting himself killed probably wouldn't impress her either. So he hissed again, flattening his ears and baring his fangs. Bear lowered his head and swayed restlessly, a low moaning growl his response. This was one bear not rising to the bait. Flint lunged forwards and swiped with his right paw as he hissed this time, and arched his back as he turned side on to him and eased away when the bear lifted his head and roared, bearing huge canines. Flint growled and puffed his fur up, hoping to make himself look bigger so the bear would view him as more of a threat. When the male lowered his head again, Flint hissed and swiped, batting his right paw forwards twice this time, closing the distance between them down to only a couple of meters. Bear regarded him coolly, dark brown eyes bright and focused. He was waiting too, waiting for Flint to fuck up. Wasn't going to happen. He circled the male, resisting looking at Yasmin as she came into view, and trying to ignore the fact there were now at least a dozen males stood behind him, none of them friendly. If any of them dared to pull his tail, he was going to rip their throat out before they could shift. He grinned inside as an idea formed. There was a way he could get his jaws around the male's throat, but it involved hurting the male enough that he was forced to shift back, which meant a brawl, a serious one, which meant the bear could easily do the same to him. There was only so much pain he could take before he would lose his grip on his cougar form. Someone moved beyond the brute. Flint made the mistake of glancing there. Bear was on him in a heartbeat, 500 pounds of pure muscle crushing his ribs as the male smashed a paw into his side and drove him into the dirt. Flint growled and hissed as he lashed out with his back paws, twisting his body so he could reach the male's most sensitive part, one he would back off in order to protect, his face. The moment his paws came within striking distance, the bear rose onto his back feet on a moan to tower over him. Flint scrambled and sprang to his paws just as the bear came down, landing with a hard thud where he had been. He snarled and leaped on the bear's back, scrabbled for purchase as the male swung to his right in an attempt to shake him, and managed to get his claws through his dense brown fur and into his skin. The bear growled and rose onto his back paws again, standing bolt upright, so Flint was forced to climb the bastard to avoid being shaken. When the male twisted, Flint rolled right, clung for dear life to the bear, and tried to ride him. The brute bucked, though, twisted and shook and went to roll. Flint kicked off him, landing on all fours in a crouch close to him. The bear swung his head his way and roared, the sound deafening as it blasted his ears. Flint growled right back at him and leaped, aiming for the bear's back. The male rose onto his back paws and Flint twisted in the air, trying to avoid a collision. Too late. The bear raked claws down his back as he tried to get away, and Flint hissed and grunted as the bear followed through with his huge paw and drove him into the dirt with enough speed to knock the air from his lungs. Before the bear could come down on him again, he shuffled backwards under the male. As predicted, the brute came down where Flint had been, leaving him wide open. Flint leaped on his back again and swiftly sank claws into his flesh, growled as he raked them down to give the bear a little payback. The scent of his blood thickened the air together with Flint's as it trickled over his back, tickling his golden fur. Bear shook him off and lumbered away, gaining space. Or at least Flint thought he had been doing it to gain space. He looked in the direction the bear was going. Yasmin's wide dark eyes were fixed on Flint, not the male charging towards her. Flint roared and sprang, sailed through the air to land on the bear's back and send him slamming face first into the earth. The male recovered quickly, pushing back onto his paws, but Flint moved faster, sank his claws into the male's thick hide and brought his head down hard. The bear cried out as Flint's fangs penetrated his flesh. The tinny tang of blood flooded Flint's mouth and he sank his fangs deeper, driving them as far as they would go before he pulled his head back. The bear's cry became a roar of agony as Flint's fangs ripped free, leaving huge grooves in the male's shoulder that welled with blood. He could sense the bear's distress and his pain, but it wasn't enough to force him to shift, didn't even come close. What the bear did to Flint had him almost losing his grip on his cougar form, though. The huge beast twisted with him into a roll that happened so fast Flint didn't have a chance to spring away before his left rear leg had been crushed beneath the male's weight. He cried out as fire swept through his bones, an inferno so hot that it blinded him, and gritted his teeth as he felt the sickening snap of something in his leg. "Flint!" Yasmin gasped. He growled and mustered his strength to claw wildly at the bear, lashing out at his back with his front paws, rending long gashes in the male's skin. The bear moved, but only to deliver another blow. The male rose off him enough to rake long, thick claws down his back, sending another white-hot wave of pain rolling through him and ripping another cry from his throat. "He's got this." Cobalt didn't sound sure as he held Yasmin back. When the bear went to rake claws down him again, Flint managed to roll out of his reach. The bear grunted. Flint hissed as he shuffled backwards, heat blasting up his left leg whenever he tried to put weight on it. Son of a fucking bitch. He clamped his teeth and focused through the pain so it didn't force him to shift back. He just needed a moment for his advanced healing to kick in and start the process. It would take a couple of days for the bone to mend completely, but if he had a few minutes, it would heal enough that he could put weight on it. Bear didn't give them to him. The male advanced, his head bowed, the broad top of it directed at Flint, a defensive tactic to protect his throat. It left the male's spine open, but it would be too difficult for Flint to get his teeth into that area with enough precision to hit that spine and reach it through the layer of fat and muscle. Flint hunkered down and then growled as he forced himself to stand his ground, rising onto all four paws and facing the male head-on. He needed to deliver a blow that would wound the male, would pain him enough to drive him out of his bear form. He eyed the male. There was another vulnerable spot on the bastard. It would be a low blow, literally, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and if it meant emerging the victor and ending the fight quickly before he was injured further, he would do it. Of course, there was the possibility the brute would kill him for it, or worse, pay him back. Flint shuddered at the thought as he slowly limped right, circling with the bear, giving his body time to heal and gathering the courage to go through with it. Wrath and Cobalt wouldn't be impressed. None of the assembled males would be. Everyone was going to be feeling this one. When the bear began to advance rather than circle, Flint sucked down a slow breath, waiting for the right moment. The bear lunged, huge paw swinging right at his face. Flint leaped, a grunt leaving him as his left leg protested, and sailed over the bear. He landed behind the male in a crouch, pivoted and swiped at the brute's backside, raking claws down through his fur. He knew the moment he had hit his target. There was a collective hiss as all the males flinched, and Bear went wild. The male roared and kicked out, slamming his back left paw into Flint and sending him flying across the dirt, rolling to land in a heap near Yasmin and the others. "Low blow, my man," Cobalt muttered. Flint hissed at him and sprang forwards, intending to strike while the bear was vulnerable. Only the bastard had to have balls of steel because he was on his feet, thundering towards Flint, his sharp fangs exposed as he swiftly closed the distance between them. Flint sprang, but the bear smashed a paw into his stomach, flipped him head over heels onto his back on the dirt, and raked claws down his chest. Flint roared in agony, both from the blow as it sent fire and lightning buzzing through him, and from the way his body tried to shift, the pain pushing him to return to his human form. His bones distorted, his left leg screaming, and he tried to fight it, but he wasn't strong enough. He lost his hold on his cougar form, his bones lengthening and transforming, and blood-stained skin replacing his golden fur. The bear snorted as he slammed a heavy paw down on Flint's bare chest, obvious satisfaction in it. If the son of a bitch thought he had won, then he was mistaken. The plan had been to force the bear to shift back into his human form, so Flint could get hold of his throat and suffocate him until he submitted. Part of that plan was still in effect. Only Flint would be the one in his human form when he strangled the bastard and forced him to surrender. Flint bowed upwards, forcing the bear's paw up with him, and as soon as he had enough room, he rolled from beneath the male's grip. He came to his feet and into as much of a sprint as he could manage, trying to get around to behind the bear before he could catch up. The crowd jeered as the bear turned, meeting Flint just as he tried to get close enough to launch onto his back. Flint grunted as the male slammed a paw into his face, sending his vision wobbling as his head twirled and staggered sideways. He tripped to a halt and shook his head, trying to clear it. "You want your sweats?" Cobalt hollered, a teasing reminder that he was naked, and a confidence boost. His brother didn't sound worried about him, and that helped him push out the nerves that were threatening to rise up again to consume him. He wasn't sure whether his brother was looking at Wrath or Yasmin as he said, "He's got this. He's lived through worse odds." And he was going to live through this, too. He tried getting behind the bear again, and the male rose onto his hind legs to dwarf Flint, a wall of muscle and fur and sharp fangs and claws that dared him to come at it. Flint was all about dares right now. He ducked left, and when the bear twisted his big body that way, anticipating his move, he dodged right and ran hard, reached striking distance, screamed as fire lanced his left side and his ribs crushed inwards, the bear's claws sinking deep into his flesh. He hit the dirt, barely managed to roll in time to avoid being skewered again, and scrambled across the dirt, trying to get back onto his feet. He gripped his ribs, his hands slipping in the blood, and swallowed the bile that rose into his throat as his vision wobbled, the pain blazing across his side, threatening to steal consciousness from him. Not yet. He could pass out later once he had won the dare. He staggered onto his feet and limped, blinked hard to clear his vision, as tears swam in his eyes and he struggled to focus on his opponent. The bear turned with him, lashing out with his claws, growling the entire time. Flint stumbled and ducked and somehow dodged all the blows. He could sense the bear's frustration as it mounted, each failed attempt to strike him fueling it. He focused through the pain burning in his side as he dodged each strike, every swipe the male made, driving that frustration higher, until the bear made his first mistake. He dropped to all four paws to lumber after Flint. Flint pressed down hard with his right foot and sprang, sailing forwards through the air to land in a crouch on the huge bear's back. He fisted the male's brown fur, tearing an annoyed grunt from the bear, and fought to keep hold of him as his hands slipped in the blood covering the male. The bear twisted and shook, trying to dislodge him again. Wasn't going to happen this time. Flint pulled his way up the bear's shoulders and grinned as he reached his neck, as he managed to get both arms around it and locked his hands together. He pulled back, straining as he put every ounce of his remaining strength into driving his arm against the male's throat to choke him. The bear reared back again, coming into a stand, and Flint tightened his hold with his arms and pressed his knees into the male's sides to anchor himself. The bear growled and swung left and then right, but Flint held on, bowing his body backwards to apply more pressure to the male's throat. His actions grew sluggish, his moans quieter as Flint squeezed harder, using his knees as leverage. Flint panted, his muscles trembling, turning liquid beneath his skin, as his strength drained from him as rapidly as his blood, spilling so quickly he wasn't sure he was going to make it. But then the bear hit the deck and shifted back, and Flint held on, shifting his grip as he landed on the male. He moved one arm to the back of the male's head, shoving it forward so his throat hit the crook of his arm, and growled. The male struggled, legs kicking frantically, claws raking over Flint's arms as he tried to prise them off him. Flint gritted his teeth and weathered each slash, each blaze of fire and agony that stole more of his strength. Just as he was close to passing out from the exertion of it all, the male finally slammed his fist into the dirt and grunted a single word. "Yield!" Flint immediately released him and rolled off him, landing on his back on the dirt with his arms splayed out at his sides, and the bear shifter beside him lying on his right one. He breathed hard as he stared at the clear blue sky, struggling to tamp down the pain and gather enough strength to move. The bear was quicker onto his feet, staggering and swaying a little. Flint didn't fight him as he grabbed him by the wrist and hauled him onto his feet. "You fight like a bastard." The bear grinned at him. "So I've been told," Flint croaked and wearily smiled as every inch of him burned, his legs so weak beneath him that he wasn't sure how he was standing. He patted the male's bearded cheek. "Stay the fuck away from Cougar Creek. Got it?" The male just grunted and patted away, licking an injury on his arm as he went. Flint staggered in the other direction towards his brothers. And Yasmin. She stood on the threshold of the forest, her dark eyes wide, filled with the fear he could feel in her now he was allowing his senses to roam freely over the area, making sure the bears didn't get ideas about sneaking up on him. When he reached them, Cobalt wrapped a blanket around his shoulders and secretly slipped an arm around his back beneath it, in a way that neither the bears nor his cougar contenders would see. He would thank his brother for that later. It was important that he didn't fall. He couldn't let the bears see him weak, or the male cougars who were watching him closely looking for a weakness in him. Those males exchanged looks that revealed they weren't pleased he had managed to survive the fight, and moved off as one heading into the woods. Wrath and Ivy followed them at a distance with Yasmin. She glanced back at him from time to time as he followed with Cobalt aiding him, fighting the pain that swept through him with each step. The bear pride drifted into the distance. Ahead of him, Wrath stooped to retrieve Flint's sweatpants and t-shirt, and the cougar males kept moving, growling and grumbling to each other, delightfully pissed that he had survived. As soon as they were out of sight, Flint's legs gave out, his strength leaving him, and he almost yanked Cobalt to his knees with him. The world swirled in shades of gray around him, drained of all color as his vision tunneled.
"You fucking idiot,"
Yasmin snapped, but she was gentle as she came to him and looked over his wounds with a critical and concerned eye.
"We need to get you patched up."
He didn't have the strength to fight Cobalt as he hefted him into his arms, carrying him like a fucking princess. It was leaking from him as he struggled to hold on to consciousness. As the darkness welled up to swallow him, he heard Yasmin whisper,
"Gods, I can't lose him."
Chapter 11. The moment Flint passed out in Cobalt's arms, Yasmin was moving towards him, driven by a need to tend to him, to pull him back from the brink and help him heal. Watching him fight had been a terrifying experience, one that had torn her apart over and over again, and had filled her with a need to stop the madness, to step in and place herself between him and the beast who had been trying to kill him. It hadn't been a fair fight at all, just as she had expected. The bear had been 3 or even 4 times Flint's size, a brute of a creature who'd had the advantage in every way imaginable, and had been bent on using it to bring her cougar down. Her cougar? Gods, she felt that as she looked at him, battered and broken, his wheezy breathing telling her what she could already feel in him through her powers. He had broken more than one rib, and the puncture wounds in his side ran deep. There was a chance he had damaged a lung, and she wasn't sure she could bear the thought he might have, all for her sake, because she had foolishly agreed to something without understanding what it entailed.
"Hand him to me."
She held her arms out to Cobalt, and the blonde looked at her as if she had gone mad.
"I can handle him."
Cobalt glanced at Wrath, who nodded. He placed Flint into her arms, and she trembled as she held him, not because his weight was a struggle for her, but because this close she could see all the wounds, and she could feel them. They echoed on her body, guiding her to the places he was hurt the worst. His left leg, his back, his chest. The puncture wounds on his left side. Reckless cougar. She forced her eyes up to Cobalt and then across to Wrath.
Don't panic. Come to his cabin.
She closed her eyes and focused on that place, on that loft she had seen, and teleported. Her legs gave out when she landed, the exertion of using a power she rarely called on sending her to her knees. She cradled Flint to her so he wouldn't be hurt as her knees met the wooden floorboards with jarring force, and waited for the pain to pass before she lumbered onto her feet. The bedroom was cramped. The double bed slotted into the triangular roof, leaving little room on either side of it. Perhaps the living room would have been the better place for him, but she wanted him comfortable while he recovered. She set him down on the dark covers at the end of the bed, so he was lying along the edge of it, with his head to the right, giving her easy access to his left side. Light filtered in through the rectangular window above the head of it, but not enough for her to see clearly. She looked around and spotted a light attached to the center beam of the pitched ceiling, and a switch dangling from it. She tugged the cord and flinched as the bright light came on. A sigh slipped from her lips as she looked down at Flint where he lay sprawled across his bed. An unholy mess. Blood leaked from the wounds on his side and his breathing was worsening. The things she had brought as a present for Wrath weren't going to be adequate enough. She mustered her strength and teleported again, landing with a stumble in one of the storage rooms in the hospital where she worked. The shelves were packed with cartons, some open and others still sealed. She grabbed a large box of crepe bandages and emptied it, and worked her way around the room, gripping the shelves for support, running her hands along them whenever she moved. When the box was filled with enough of everything she thought she might need, and some things she probably didn't, she focused again and teleported back to Flint. Wrath stood at his side, looking down at him, concern shining in his gray-gold eyes. He looked at her and then back at his brother.
"You can fix him, right?"
he mumbled, his usually commanding deep voice lacking strength. Yasmin set the box down on the bed and placed her hand on his shoulder, so he looked at her.
I can.
She looked around the cramped room.
Where's Cobalt?
She had thought he would be with his brother too, but she couldn't feel him anywhere near her, or Ivy.
"Took Ivy home. He's getting her settled. It's better he isn't around."
There was an ominous edge to those final 5 words, one that warned her not to ask. Cobalt had seemed casual enough when Flint had been fighting, but at times she had felt something in him, something dark. Wrath rifled through the box she had brought with her, his expression strained but lost as he moved things around, distant in a way. He wasn't looking for anything, was working on autopilot as concern for his brother stole his focus. She gently took the box from him, offering a small smile when he lifted his gaze to her. His eyes flitted between hers, and she could sense his need for her to give him a purpose, something he could do to help his brother. Yasmin carefully laid out the contents on the floor, on hand for when she needed him to pass them to her. She pulled down a few deep breaths to steady herself as she assessed Flint, scanning over his front to chart all the wounds that would need her attention. She glanced at Wrath.
Can you get me some water and a clean cloth?
He nodded and was swift to take to the task she had given him, immediately disappearing down the stairs behind her. Flint's breathing worsened.
No.
She dropped to her knees beside him and pressed her ear to his chest, her sensitive hearing allowing her to detect more than a stethoscope could have. It wasn't good.
Damn it.
"What's wrong?"
Wrath thundered up the stairs, spilling water everywhere as he struggled to keep the pitcher steady. His wild gray eyes landed on her as she scooted to the stuff she had stolen and searched for what she needed.
There's air in his chest.
She tried to keep calm, but her hand shook as she picked up a catheter and hurried back to Flint.
His lung is collapsing.
The tight, sharp, gasping sound of Flint trying to breathe rattled her. She almost dropped the packet. She was no use to him like this. As quickly as she needed to work, she would only mess things up if she didn't take a second. She closed her eyes and breathed. Once, twice, centered herself. When her hands stopped shaking, she opened her eyes and went into action, tearing open the packet and removing the needle. She kneeled beside Flint and pressed her fingers to the left side of his chest below his collarbone, found his ribs and followed them downwards to the space she was looking for. She practically heard Wrath flinch as she plunged the long needle of the catheter in, and air bubbled and hissed out of the plastic end. Flint's breathing instantly improved, but it was still wheezy, rasping in her ears to shake her.
"Fucking hell," Wrath muttered. "I think I need some air."
"You stay right there,"
she snapped before he could move, and waved her free hand around behind her.
"Give me that tape."
She heard him moving things around, and then he set something in her palm.
"Hold this."
She looked from him to the needle sticking out of his brother's chest. He paled but moved to crouch to her right and carefully took hold of the catheter. Yasmin tore off 2 strips of tape and secured the needle with it so it remained upright, allowing air to continue to escape Flint's chest. She placed the tape on the bed beside him and felt along his side, her eyes slipping shut as she used her powers to check on him. His lung was pierced. She focused on it, using just a sliver of that power to help it heal, only enough to speed his own healing process. She couldn't risk any more than that. It was too dangerous for her. She moved away to the supplies and lingered with her hand hovering over a bandage. Using any clotting agent on a shifter was risky because of their physiology. Their bodies were fairly fluid, needed to be in order to change form, and using such drugs on them could cause issues, stopping veins or tissue from moving or morphing as necessary. But Flint wasn't going to be shifting anytime soon. She would make damn sure of it. She grabbed the hemostatic dressings and went back to him.
"Clean that blood off."
Wrath was still holding the catheter. Maybe she should have made it clear he could relax. His gray eyes shifted from Flint to her, a flicker of fear lighting them as he stared at her. Gods, she needed a moment too, but it had to come later once Flint was safe.
"Wrath, can you clean the blood off, please?"
She gentled her tone and he blinked, as if she had just roused him from some sort of trance. He nodded and went to work, using the cloth and water he had brought to carefully wipe down the punctures in Flint's left side. While he was working to dry the area, she prepared the dressing. The moment he was done and blood began to creep to the surface again, she applied the first plaster, managing to get it over 2 of the puncture wounds. She prepared a second bandage as Wrath mopped up the blood from the remaining wounds, and placed it over them as soon as he moved his hand away.
"He can't shift with it on."
She looked across at Wrath, wanting to see he understood.
"It's a clotting agent. I'm not sure what will happen."
"I'll keep him on a tight leash."
Wrath nodded and then looked his brother over, his expression turning somber again as he lifted a hand and gently brushed Flint's black hair from his damp brow.
"Although I don't think he'll be getting up for a while."
She took the cloth from him and cleaned the long lacerations across Flint's chest.
"How many days do we have?"
Wrath looked back at her. She glanced at him, moved away, and found a suture kit and a box of butterfly closure strips.
"Before the next challenge, will he have time to rest?"
Wrath growled.
"I'll make sure he does. Traditionally, it's only a day, but I'll make sure it's 2.
2 days didn't sound enough to her. Flint's healing was going to need a boost to make sure he would be able to compete. She hesitated as she looked at him and shook away that thought. He could heal without her help. All shifter species healed quickly. She just needed to get him patched up and his body would take care of the rest.
"Hold these together while I apply the strips."
She gently pressed together the 2 sides of the first laceration that darted from Flint's left shoulder to his right hip. Wrath dutifully did as she had asked, and she applied a closure strip every few inches. She would sew the wounds once she had all of them roughly together, including the ones on his back. When she had finished with his front, she carefully slipped her hands beneath his hip and looked at Wrath.
"Can you ease him onto his right side?"
He nodded and took hold of his brother's shoulder, and together they rolled him, careful not to disturb the catheter in his chest. Wrath held him as she used the closure strips at intervals along the claw marks down his back, and as she carefully stitched the long gashes as neatly as she could manage. She looked to Wrath when she took hold of Flint's hips again, and they carefully eased him down onto his back. Yasmin looked him over again. The shallower wounds on his legs and arms were already healing, and there wasn't much she could do for the break in his tibia other than splint it. She placed her hand on his shin, funneled her power into him, and sensed the fracture. It was already healing. As long as he kept his weight off it for a day, it would set just fine. She moved back to his chest and opened another suture kit, using the black thread and curved needle to close the wound she had applied the strips to with Wrath's help. He watched her as she worked, gaze flitting between following her hands and studying his brother's face. He grew restless as she stitched the second wound, a particularly nasty gash that had cut deep enough to reveal bone in places, and she looked at him.
"Could you get me a glass of water?"
She smiled softly at him. He was quick to take to the task again, rising onto his feet and disappearing downstairs. She listened to him moving around and looked at Flint. His breathing was almost back to normal now, steady and strong, and no more air was leaking from the catheter. Wrath returned and placed the glass down beside her, and she thanked him with another smile.
"Want another task?"
She didn't need to ask twice. He nodded. She jerked her chin towards the needle sticking out of his brother's chest.
"You can remove that now. Do it slowly. It's long, and his body might already be healing around it."
He blanched but went to work, removing the tape and then grimacing as he took hold of the needle. "You'll have to teach me how to do this maneuver, just in case I need to do it in the future."
"We can practice on him when he wakes up. Payment for scaring us both."
She gave Wrath another gentle smile and continued talking as he eased the needle out, sensing his need to talk to give him something to focus on, other than what his hands were doing.
"I'll teach you how to stitch cleanly, too, and anything else you all need to learn. Maybe I'll even let Flint sit in on the lessons."
The corners of Wrath's lips finally twitched at that. "Flint is normally the one who needs medical attention, but I think he'd like that." She knew he would. She would like it too. She wanted to know Flint could take care of himself. Wrath stuck a small folded piece of gauze over the point where the needle had been and taped it down, and she finished sewing the laceration and moved on to the next one, the final one. She paused and swiped her hand across her brow to clean the beads of sweat from it. Wrath offered her the glass of water, and she leaned towards him and sipped it as he tipped it for her, and nodded when she'd had enough. He took the glass away and sighed as he looked at Flint. Reckless idiot. Her thoughts exactly. Wrath loosed another long, deep sigh and smoothed the rogue strands of ebony hair from his brother's ashen face. He's always been like this, ever since we lost our parents.
"Because he hadn't been allowed to fight."
She didn't take her eyes off her work as Wrath glanced at her. She sensed his surprise and realized that Flint was more like her than she had thought, and he rarely told anyone about what had happened to him back then. Before Wrath could voice his shock, she continued, glancing at Flint's face as she spoke.
"We bonded over sob stories by the river after Jay was wounded. I didn't realize at the time it was such a big thing for him."
It had been a big thing for her, too. Normally, she did her best to keep her distance from everyone, because she had learned her lesson in the past. Her immortal blood meant she outlived everyone she had ever loved. Ivy had been the first friend she had risked making in decades. Flint was more than that, though. He might just be the first man she risked falling in love with in her entire life. She could never bring herself to indulge in one-night stands, craved something more long-term with a man, something as beautiful as her mother and father had shared. But she always left when things got too serious, when she was in danger of falling in love with them, fear getting the better of her. She didn't want to run this time, though. She wanted to face her fears. Gods, she was so afraid it wouldn't be worth the potential pain, the agony of being rejected or things not working out between them. But one glance at him and she wanted to take the leap. She wanted to believe he was falling in love with her, too, and that dream she had of finding a love as beautiful and enduring as the one her parents had shared was going to come true. "Yeah," Wrath said softly, stealing into her thoughts to bring her back to what they had been talking about. "He was a kid. We couldn't let him fight. I think it broke him a little. He changed, risked his damned neck at every opportunity, would get into fights with everyone over every little thing. Because he had wanted to prove to his family that he was strong. He had wanted to prove it to himself. And now he wanted to prove it to her. But he didn't need to prove it. She could see his strength, and she could see the source of it, and it wasn't his body. It was his heart. He was just like her in that respect. He loved deeply when he allowed himself to do it, so deeply that it felt like a weakness, and that frightened him, had him shying away from relationships and embracing a single life, one where he didn't need to form an attachment with anyone. One where he felt strong because his heart was empty. Hers had been empty too before Ivy. Ivy had filled it a little, and Yasmin had been afraid because of that. All of her old doubts and fears returning. But Ivy wasn't only a weakness because Yasmin loved her. She was a source of strength for Yasmin too. Now that heart that had been filled a little by Ivy was growing fuller by the day. Because of Flint. She finished with his wounds and carefully cleaned them, falling so deeply into her thoughts that she didn't notice Wrath had moved until he touched her shoulder and gently shook her. She looked up at him.
I need to go see Ivy and check on Cobalt. You'll be okay.
Wrath's gentle smile warmed her, but the cold was quick to seep back in as fatigue crept up on her, and she looked out of the window to see it was dark now.
I'll let you know if I need you.
She tried to glance back at him, but her gaze caught on Flint. Wrath squeezed her shoulder.
Try to get some rest.
She absently nodded. When the cabin was silent, save for the sound of Flint's soft breathing, she slumped forwards, her strength leaving her as everything that had happened suddenly crashed over her, threatening to sweep her away. She stared at Flint. Idiot. She couldn't believe he had fought a bear for her, had been hurt and pushed close to death because of her. Numbness chased through her as that thought hit her. This was all her fault, and she was sure that the rest of the courtship would be just as dangerous. Yasmin shuffled closer to Flint's side and looked him over, her dark eyebrows furrowing. Damned idiot. He was a mess, his skin pale and drained of color, and bruises littering his arms and chest and stomach. They were blackest across the left side of his ribs, so dark she feared his lung was still damaged. She placed one hand on his clammy forehead and the other on his chest and focused on him as her eyes slipped shut. His lung was fine now, operating well, and the clotting agent had done its work, stopping the bleeding. He was healing, but he was still in pain. Her eyes flicked open and she looked at his face, at the sculpted planes of his cheeks and brow, and the defined line of his strong jaw, and the straight slash of his nose, to his full lips and the long dark lashes that rested against his pale skin. The thought of him suffering tore at her, and she pushed back against the urge that welled inside her. She couldn't. It was too dangerous. She had already used a little of her powers on him. That would be enough to heal him. He would make a full recovery. Would he? Fear rose again to whisper that he wouldn't, that everything she had done for him wouldn't be enough. She had to make sure he would survive the night and would recover. She had to make him well again. Couldn't bear the thought of him in pain, suffering because she had held back. Couldn't bear the thought of him dying. Before she could think about what she was doing, she was flooding him with her power, funneling it into him so he would heal faster, proving herself as reckless as he was. But she felt his smaller wounds knitting back together, and the lacerations on his back and front beginning to heal, and his lung return to full health. She felt his pain ease and disappear. And gods, that made it worth it. She shivered as she leaned a little harder on him, her head feeling heavy as cold stole through her, and pain blossomed in her limbs. Yasmin broke the connection between them and sank against him, her head growing foggier by the second. She fought the need to sleep, battled it fiercely because she had to remain awake in case he needed her. In the end, it was too strong, overcoming her. She rested her head beside him on the bed and let sleep take her as she watched him, her hand resting on his arm, her head filled with the soothing steadiness of his breathing. Her reckless cougar. Chapter 12. Everything ached, but the throbbing in Flint's head and the tight feeling across the left side of his torso eclipsed the lingering pain in the rest of him. He kept his eyes closed, his body still, as he waited for his senses to come back online. They were dull when they did, his body sluggish to start feeling sensation other than the fiery ache of his injuries. He breathed through that pain and methodically shut it out, until only his head and his ribs and a point on his left pectoral burned. The rest of him felt cold. No, that wasn't true. His left arm was warm. He slowly cracked his eyes open, grimacing as his lashes stuck together, and carefully lifted his right hand to rub at them. When his vision was clear, he looked down to his left. and was hit hard in his aching chest by the sight of Yasmin as she leaned over the bed, her head resting on his left arm, her slender hand clutching his biceps as she slumbered. She was paler than before, and he spotted dark shadows beneath her eyes that he knew weren't caused by her eyelashes. They were his fault. He looked himself over, keeping as still as possible so he didn't hurt himself or wake her, cataloging all of the injuries she had tended to for him. The long slashes across his chest were neatly stitched, and he bet the ones on his back had received the same careful and tender treatment. He could breathe easily despite the crushing blow his ribs had received, and he was sure that the reason he couldn't feel her black hair tickling an area of his bare side was because there were dressings over the puncture wounds there. Flint frowned at the crudely taped piece of gauze on his left pectoral. What had happened there? He didn't remember having an injury in that area, and he was sure that if he had been wounded there, Yasmin would have taken care of it for him. He doubted the crinkled tape and fraying rough square of material had been Yasmin's work. Wrath had probably helped her. His brother needed those lessons that Yasmin had offered. He frowned back at his chest and then his side, and looked at Yasmin. Although he felt certain that his current state was the product of more than just training. Now that he was shaking off the grogginess, he could feel himself more clearly, and all of the injuries that should have been causing him deep pain still were little more than a discomfort. Even the puncture wounds in his side barely throbbed now. There were only two reasons he could think of as to why he was making such a swift recovery. Either he had been asleep for a few days, enough time for his body to heal his broken leg and busted ribs, or Yasmin had done something to him, something more than patching his wounds up. He looked down at her, skull feeling as if it was crushing his brain as he focused, and his heart pounding hard as he felt something. Connected to her, because she had used her power on him, or because she was something to him. Her dark eyebrows knitted and then relaxed, and her nose wrinkled. He stilled right down to his breathing and waited for her to drift off again, because he wasn't ready for her to wake yet, was enjoying the feel of her against him too much. She stirred, though, sleepily opening her eyes to stare blankly at him. She was tired. He could see it in their dark depths. He could feel it in her. A small frown creased her brow. Her eyes cleared and she suddenly sat up, smoothing the tangled mess of her black hair in a way that screamed of the awkwardness he could feel in her. She didn't have to be embarrassed that she had fallen asleep on him. He liked it, wanted to feel it again. Only next time he wanted to hold her in his arms as she slumbered.
"How are you feeling?"
Her voice was light, sunshine that bathed his weary soul in warmth, and had the last of his pain fading away as his focus narrowed on her. "Do you want to know as my doc or as something else?" Was it too early to tease her? He liked the way she blushed sometimes when he did, wanted to see that hint of color on her too pale cheeks. Her guard went up.
"As your doctor, of course."
Damn. He tore his eyes away from her, settling it on the pitched wooden ceiling, giving her a moment so she could relax again. He had realized quickly that she often turned protective of herself if he stared a little too hard at her, and he didn't want the cold front today. He wanted the warm female who had been sleeping on his arm, clutching it as if she had feared she was going to lose him. He remembered her words, the ones she had uttered when he had passed out. She couldn't lose him. She had sounded so afraid, so terrified of that happening, and he wanted to apologize for distressing her like that. But she would only clam up even more if he made it known he had hurt her. "I feel different." He pursed his lips as he frowned at the ceiling, and then slid his gaze towards her. "Something you did?" Her dark eyes widened like a deer caught in headlights, and he expected her to lie, to cover the truth in order to protect herself and pretend that she didn't care about him.
"I used a little of my power to heal you."
He had been expecting a lie so strongly that hearing her tell him the truth shocked him, had him turning his head to look at her. She averted her gaze to intently check his wounds in a way that made it obvious she was avoiding him. He smiled at that and the hint of color on her cheeks. She had used a little of her power to heal him. Flint had the feeling that it had done more than heal him, because he could feel her more clearly than before, as if it had linked them. "How does your power work?" He studied her face as she diligently avoided his gaze, her fingers nimble and sending sparks of electricity and wildfire chasing over his skin as they danced along the stitches on his chest.
I avoid using it on people. It's better to stick with medicine for the most part.
She glanced at him.
To avoid suspicion.
He doubted that was the only reason. From where he was laying, it looked as if she avoided using it on people for other reasons, ones she didn't want to tell him. But you do use your power. His eyes darted over her face, and his focus locked onto her tremulous heartbeat, monitoring it. It went a little wild, but then settled into a steady tempo again as she checked on his side.
I use it. I boost the effect of the drugs or whatever I'm using if I feel a patient is in danger.
So, normally you place your power into objects, not directly into people. She nodded. Have you ever used your power directly on a patient? He focused harder on her as her fingers paused at their work and she went utterly still. A tiny shake of her head followed by a whisper.
Maybe only a little from time to time, but only ever a little.
Had she used more than a little on him? He wanted to ask, but didn't want her to leave, and she was likely to lash out at him and then bolt if he pushed too hard. He could see it in her eyes as they gained a nervous edge that matched her heartbeat. Why only a little? Was that pushing too hard? He hoped not. She glanced at him.
I don't know.
She did know. The shadow in her eyes, the touch of wariness that colored them as she closed up on him, said that she knew why she never used her power on people, but she didn't want to tell him. That only made him want to know even more.
Are you in any pain?
The way she said that told him to let it go, that she didn't want to talk about her power anymore or how much she had used on him, or what that might have done to him. Damn, it was hard to do that, though. His natural curiosity pushed him to keep questioning her until he had all the answers, even when he knew it would only drive her away from him. It would probably make her angry, too. He was too tired and sore to have her angry at him when he couldn't chase after her, was stuck in bed resting. The thought of her leaving tore at him more than his curiosity. The idea that she might encounter the other males, making him want to do whatever it took to keep her at his side, locked in his cabin with him. Not really. The words came easily as he looked at her because whenever he gazed at her, all he knew was her. He could be bleeding out and he wouldn't care. She relaxed again, reaching for the pitcher of water that sat beside her on the wooden floor.
Are you thirsty?
He shook his head. It was a lie in a way. He was thirsty, but not for water. He thirsted for another kiss from her. Felt like a man starved as he watched her nibble her lower lip in a shy way as she sat back on her heels, her hands resting idly in her lap, still too pale against her dark jeans. Flint looked off to his right, to the window that revealed a hint of blue sky beyond the green canopy of the pines, and then back at Yasmin. Had she spent all night with him? He found he liked the idea that she had been by his side all night taking care of him, fussing over him. Gods, he liked the idea of her fussing over him. Loved it when she rose onto her knees to do it all over again, examining each of his wounds with care that he savored.
They are healing nicely now.
She lifted her eyes from his side to meet his, and they were warm with concern and sparkled with relief.
You'll be up and around in no time.
That's good. He tried to stretch and grimaced as something pulled on his left side and his stitches stung. Her gaze filled with curiosity and a demand to explain himself. The first challenge will be up soon, presuming I haven't been playing Sleeping Beauty for longer than half a day or so. It was daylight, and he wasn't stupid enough to believe he might have only been out for a couple of hours and not slept through the night.
Wrath moved it.
She looked beyond him to the window above the head of the bed to his right, her gaze distant as she stared at the trees.
You shouldn't go through with it.
Flint sighed. We've had this conversation, and you know that isn't going to happen. A flicker of a frown danced across her brow, and she lowered her eyes to him again, staring at him with dark eyes that held no concern now. There was only anger in them, and he thought for a moment she might demand that he pull out, But then she turned away from him and started throwing packets of things back into a cardboard box.
I'm not patching you up again,
she bit out as she bundled up some clear plastic packs of bandages and shoved them into the box.
If you get yourself killed, I won't care.
She would because she couldn't lose him. He wasn't going to let that happen. He wasn't going anywhere. He tried to move onto his left arm and hissed through his teeth as the side of his chest burned. He looked down at the wad of gauze taped to it, tempted to rub at it. He brought his right hand around to do it, and Yasmin was before him in a flash, her fingers locked around his wrist.
Don't touch that,
she snapped and shoved his arm back, and then pushed at his chest, forcing him to lie back down.
Just rest.
What happened here? He pointed to the gauze. Her dark chocolate eyes gained a glimmer of something, and a feeling went through him. Hers, not his. Fear. Her heart thundered in his ears as she stared at the material taped to his chest, her eyes round and lips parted, and she was silent for a long time before she spoke softly.
You had air in your chest. You were dying.
Fuck. He had been starting to think about the next fight, had been convincing himself that he was good to go, that his wounds might hurt a little, but it wouldn't hold him back. He instantly sobered, all thought of fighting fleeing as numbness swept through him, and he stared at Yasmin, saw in her eyes and felt in her that she was speaking the truth, and he had danced a little too close to death. Would have been with his ancestors if it wasn't for her. You saved me, he whispered. She glanced at his face and then away, her eyes settling on his chest.
I only did what any doctor would have in the situation.
True, but she had leaped into action to save him because she felt something for him. He was sure of it. Her need to keep him alive came from more than her Hippocratic oath. He almost smiled at those words, because the oath stemmed from Greece, her homeland in a way. She was probably closer to the gods it was sworn to than anyone else in this world.
And on that note, you're not to move from this bed until the challenge starts.
She stood, and for a heart-stopping moment, he thought she was going to leave. But she lingered looking down at him, the anger and hardness that had been in her eyes when she had been packing up gone now, leaving softness and warmth behind. How long do I have? He stared up at her, his mind leaping to ways of making use of this time that his body told him weren't going to happen. She leaned over him and pulled the covers on his lower half up, over his chest. Her glossy black hair spilled close to touching his skin, and he wanted to lift his hand and sift it through the threads, and bring it to his nose so he could inhale her citrus scent and stamp it on his soul. Her eyes darted to his and away again.
30 hours, maybe. Wrath tried to convince everyone to wait longer, but they wouldn't.
30 hours is fine. I'll be ready then. She lowered her eyes to the gauze on his chest.
Won't you end this madness?
Flint shook his head. I can't back down. Not now that I've established myself as the leading male. Because he was one step closer to proving to her that he was the only male she needed in her life. Yasmin, he husked, and she looked right into his eyes, bewitching him all over again as he fell into them. I need to know something. Is there any reason I might be weaker?
Why?
Her eyes leaped between his, and a crease formed between her eyebrows. She wasn't going to like what he was about to say, so he reached for her hand and was thankful when she didn't steal it away from him. He brushed his thumb over her fingers, delicate little things, but they had put him back together when he had been in danger of falling apart. Gods, he had never met a female like her. He had never met a female who made him feel the way she did. Because the other males will seek to take me down. Horror danced across her face, her eyes widening again as her eyebrows lifted and lips parted.
They're going to try to take advantage of your injuries in order to hurt you?
Probably in order to get him killed, but she didn't need to know that. It wasn't uncommon for cougars to die during a courting. It often got violent. That was part of the reason his kind had moved on to find safer approaches to winning females. They might. He stared at her hand, watching the way his thumb caressed her fingers, fascinated by how she let him do it, made no move to take her hand away or deny him. She shook her head.
You won't be weakened by what I did.
Good, because I don't intend to lose. He tugged on her arm, catching her off guard and causing her to fall onto him. She braced her free hand on the bed above his shoulder, stopping them from colliding, and he kept hold of her hand so she couldn't pull away from him. Her eyes leaped between his, searching them, searing him. He lowered his to her lips, such sweet lips. They called to him. His eyelids dropped to half-mast as he tipped his head up, whispered, "I'm going to win this courting, and then I'm going to win your heart." She gasped. He swallowed it in a kiss. Chapter 13. Flint cursed as he stumbled over a rock and slid down the side of another boulder. He gripped the top of it with his free hand and swung himself left onto a narrow ledge. The sun beat down on him, the first hot day of the year, and he glared at it for a heartbeat before pushing onwards, into another controlled slide down to the base of the mountain. His boots finally hit grass again, but he didn't give himself a moment to appreciate that or muse how glad he was to see it after the arduous ascent to the peak of the mountain, and an equally treacherous descent down the other side. He kicked off, clutching the worn disc of metal that had been stamped with a paw print, his legs pumping as hard as they could as his muscles screamed. Barely a few meters behind him, Mason grunted as he hit the grass. Flint had needed the extra day of healing that Wrath had bought him, and the head start he had been given because he had completed his dare. He had figured himself fast, agile for a cougar, and had thought the first real test of the courting would be a cakewalk. Turned out Mason was quick for his size, had managed to catch up with Flint shortly before he had hit the summit of the mountain, and had claimed his token from the small stone pop that had been left up there for centuries, looking like an offering to the mountain when in fact they had been placed there for this purpose. If he could reach the finish line with his token first, he would be declared the winner of this round. He switched his focus to his main opponent as the male began to close the gap between them and pushed harder. He hadn't seen Nash or Deacon since the starting line, but they were out there somewhere too. Somewhere beyond his senses, though, which meant there was no way of them reaching him before he hit the finish line, which left him with only Mason, the bastard. Blood dripped from his side as he ran, and he wrapped his arm around his stomach. Mason had attacked him at the top of the mountain, coming dangerously close to shoving him off the edge into a several hundred-meter drop to his death. Flint had turned the tables on him, managing to get him over the drop as they had grappled, and the male had slammed a fist into his side, reopening the worst of his wounds. The pain hadn't stopped Flint from clawing the brunette male, leaving long grooves on his neck and chest. He grinned as he spotted the creek through the trees and smelled home and pushed himself harder, every inch of him burning. He was going to win this. He grunted as he slammed into the dirt face first and barely kept his grip on his token, his fingers squeezing tight around it as Mason kneed him in the back and rose off him. He snarled as the larger male grabbed his hair, fisting it tightly so it pulled on his scalp, and smashed his face into the dirt and tree roots again. "Fucking bastard!" Flint growled through the pain that exploded in his side and across his nose, and grabbed a thick branch from the ground beside him and swung hard over his head. It cracked off Mason's skull with a satisfying thud, and the male swayed sideways. The moment his weight lifted, Flint shoved upwards, sending him sprawling onto the dirt. He wanted to kick the bastard in the balls, but kicked off instead, pushing onto his feet and propelling himself forwards, towards the finish line. He made it 5 meters before Mason attempted to tackle him again. He was ready for him this time, twisted to meet Mason head-on the moment he sensed him. Mason growled, flashing fangs as he seized Flint by the throat and lifted him off the dirt. Flint lashed out, kicking hard and striking the male's knee with enough force that it buckled beneath him. He joined his fists in front of him as Mason's grip on him slipped, and he struggled to get up off his knees, and brought them down hard, slamming them into the back of the male's head. When he hit the forest floor, sprawled out on it, Flint turned to run to the finish line. Mason grabbed his ankle, toppling him, and he grunted as his forehead cracked off a root and stars winked across his vision. Flint shook off the blow, rolled onto his back, and kicked Mason in the face, trying to dislodge him. In the distance, Deacon limped towards them, clutching his arm to his side as blood rolled down it from a wound on his shoulder. It streamed from a gash across his forehead, too. But the male still grinned as he spotted the finish line and Flint brawling with Mason. No fucking way Deacon was going to win this by limping over the line while Mason tried to slow Flint down. He kicked Mason in the face again and grinned as he managed to dislodge him. He twisted onto his front and started running. Mason growled and pursued him, boots thundering as he raced to catch up with him. Not a chance. Flint grinned as the trees thinned and everyone came into view, and that sweet, sweet line of sand that Cobalt had spread on the grass beckoned him. Victory was his. His senses sparked and he ducked left as Mason tried to tackle him again, almost laughed as the male sailed past him and waited for him to hit the deck. But Mason didn't land on his face. He landed on his feet, and Flint could only watch as he looked back at him, grinned and flipped him off as he crossed the line ahead of him. Son of a fucking bitch. Yasmin looked from Mason to him, her eyes enormous as she blinked. Looked like he wasn't the only one shocked by this turn of events. He growled as he crossed the line ahead of Deacon, shutting out Mason as he celebrated his victory and preened himself like a damned peacock, parading around the clearing and eating up the congratulations that several people tossed his way. Flint went to his brothers, breathing hard as his side burned, and tossed the coin to Wrath, who caught it and issued him a concerned look. "I'm fine," he grumbled and held his ribs. He turned away from his brothers and found Yasmin looking at him, her dark chocolate eyes flooded with worry. "I'm fine," he bit out again, not in the mood for her to coddle him or say something that she would mean well but would only stoke his temper. She stoked his temper anyway by rushing to help Deacon as he crossed the line, fussing over him.
"You need these wounds dressed."
She looked up at the male, concern written across every pretty line of her face, rousing a dark and seething beast inside Flint. "He's a big male, he can take care of himself." Flint reached for her arm, intending to pull her away. She pinned him with a glare and backed off a step, making it crystal clear she wasn't going to let him push her around. Tough luck. She was going to do as he wanted, or he was going to lose his shit and give these males more injuries to worry about. And then he was going to drag her away from them. Her eyes darkened with a challenge, a dare to go through with that need to dominate her and assert himself. "Yasmin." He reached for her again. She placed both hands behind her back.
"No, Flint. We've been through this. I'm helping these men, and nothing you can do will stop me."
He growled at that, the thought of her touching the male setting fire to his blood, and advanced on her. She stood her ground and tipped her chin up, her eyes flashing fire, the gold flecks in them glowing brightly as she held his gaze. "You need to go with Ivy." He softened his tone, but it still didn't work. She shook her head.
"Ivy is coming with me. She agreed to help me with the men if any came back wounded."
He pointed to his busted nose and purred, "So start with me then. Come to my cabin and heal me." She folded her arms across her chest, causing the violet sweater that hugged her figure to form enticing cleavage that had his imagination racing forwards to what might happen if she agreed to come with him. Gods, he wanted her naked in his arms. He needed a better taste of her.
"You're a big man. You can take care of yourself,"
she snapped, and gave him her cheek as her focus returned to Deacon, who had remained beside her, picking apart the tangled, blood-caked strands of his long dark hair. Flint huffed and considered continuing their argument, but Deacon was watching him closely now, waiting for him to fuck up and get himself disqualified. Wasn't going to happen. As much as he hated leaving Yasmin alone with the males, he strode away from her, consoling himself with the fact that Ivy would be with her. It only took a glance back at his brothers to see that Ivy and Yasmin wouldn't be alone with the males. They would be there too, overseeing everything, keeping Yasmin safe from them for him. Each step away from her grated, though, had his cougar side growing restless and his temper flaring. His feet dragged as the distance between them grew, an ache to turn around and go back to her growing swiftly inside him. He glanced back in the direction of the clearing and frowned when he saw she was gone. He growled and forced himself to keep moving. Nothing he said would change her mind. It would only infuriate her. It would only make her more intent on helping the other males. He raked his hands over his hair as he reached his cabin. He had to stop trying to dominate her, had to stop trying to control her, But it was difficult to contain that urge when he was around her and when he knew she was going to lay her delicate little hands on another male's naked flesh. It drove him mad, wild with a need to pull her away from them, to make her stop because it was killing him. She was his, and the only male she should be touching was him. He shoved the door of his cabin open and kicked his boots off as he crossed the threshold. The fire in the burner was out, but it was warm enough inside his home without it today. He busied himself with grabbing a beer and downing it, and then stripping off his long-sleeved t-shirt so he could get cleaned up. It didn't stop him from thinking about Yasmin. He went into the bathroom that was barely big enough to accommodate a toilet, sink, and tub and stared into the mirror at his reflection, at the rows of stitches across his chest and the fresh blood that had bloomed beneath the dressings on his left side. Yasmin was going to kill him for reopening those wounds. He fingered the clear edges of one of the dressings and debated removing it, lost track of time as he waged war with himself over it. He wasn't sure whether he would make it worse if he took it off or whether it would benefit from a fresh dressing. None of the blood had leaked out, which had to be a good sign. Or maybe it wasn't. He pressed a bruise that had formed above his left hip, close to the waist of his black trekking trousers. That was new. He huffed, filled the sink with water, and splashed it on his face. It stung like a bitch. He was careful as he cleaned his nose, dabbing water around the cut that darted across it. Another scar to add to his collection. He looked at himself in the mirror. It wouldn't be as dramatic and alluring as the one that cut across his lips, but it was a step up from the one that intersected his eyebrow. He grimaced as he touched the groove on the bridge of his nose.
"Don't prod it."
Yasmin's voice filled the room, and he looked over his left shoulder at where she stood in the doorway of his cabin.
"Honestly, if you get any more scars, you'll look like a mangy dog rather than a cougar."
He growled at that. Women like scars. She scowled at him.
"Not this woman. I prefer to prevent scars."
Her eyes dropped to his side as she approached him and she stopped dead.
"What did you do?"
So it's automatically my fault? He never had liked being blamed for things. His brothers had a bad habit of blaming him first and asking questions later. It had started out serious at first, because they had honestly believed that every fight he ended up in was one he had started. But as soon as they had realized it antagonized him, they had taken to doing it to irritate him, and had started blaming him for everything from dismal weather through to fights they had been involved in.
"What happened?"
She softened her tone, which was appreciated and went a hell of a long way towards easing his temper. Although the fact that she was stood in his cabin, had come to check on him and maybe fuss over him again, was largely responsible for his change in mood. Mason took an easy shot at me, he muttered and poked at the dressings on his left side. Yasmin swatted his hand away.
"I said no prodding."
He rolled his bare shoulders in a shrug, which had her eyes leaping to his chest and lingering. Lingering. He kept still, wanting to see how long she would keep staring at him with that heat building in her eyes before she realized what she was doing. She would probably blame him for making her stare. He didn't care. Some things were worth getting falsely accused over. She could blame him all she wanted as long as she kept those dazzling eyes on his bare body. When she did eventually lower her eyes from his chest, it was to settle them on his side again. She reached towards him and didn't hesitate to touch him, stroking her fingers over the dressings with the barest caress, one that seemed to steal all his pain away. In fact, he didn't feel any pain at all as she stood close to him. Not in his side, not on his nose. It was as if she had taken it all away the moment she had come near him, as if she had cast some magical spell on his body with only her presence. Was that her power to heal shining through or something else?
"We should place a new dressing on this."
Her eyes darted to his, and this time it was more than their color that made them dark. Her pupils were wide, deep entrancing pools of black that spoke of the rising desire he could sense in her as he went looking for it, wanting confirmation that she felt something for him, that he wasn't the only one being affected by this moment. He nodded and lowered his gaze to her mouth, to those enticing shell-pink lips that beckoned him, pulling him deeper under her spell. He had kissed her twice now, and both times she had responded beautifully. The second time hadn't been long enough to satisfy him, though. She had broken away from him and made her excuses before he had gotten his fill of her. This time, he wouldn't let her run from him. He couldn't. The need she stoked in him was building, growing stronger every day, and the thought of her touching other males gave it a firmer hold over him, filled him with a need to stamp his mark on her and claim her so no other male could have her, so no other male could have what he wanted, needed, craved above all else. Gods, she had feared losing him, but he swore his fear of losing her ran deeper, a river that coursed through his soul, turbulent and infinite, a torrent that would never stop flowing. Not until she was his. Not even then. He wasn't sure he would ever be able to master this fear. "Yasmin," he husked, unsure what he had wanted to say, unable to get the words to line up on his tongue as she lifted those dark eyes to his again and entranced him. Her breathing quickened as she stared into them, that desire he felt in her mounting in time with his, until he was straining against the need to kiss her, to unleash everything he felt inside in one blazing kiss that he knew would never be enough. But gods, he needed it out of him, needed to purge it because his chest felt so full with the agonizing desire to touch her again, to hold her and kiss her, to show her everything he felt. That desire filled him to the brim, battered him as it kept trying to flow into him, felt as if it might tear him apart if he didn't open the floodgates and let it all rush out of him, allowing more to sweep back in. Something crossed her dark eyes, something that mesmerized him because it echoed what he felt inside. And then she kissed him. She moved so swiftly to grasp his nape and drag him down to her that it took him by surprise, had him bumping against her and knocking her into the bathroom wall as her lips found his and seared him, branded his heart with her name. He groaned, and the second he had caught up, he grabbed her by her waist and pulled her flush against him. Her moan was music to his ears as her body plastered against his and her lips frantically danced over his, stoking the fire inside him until it blazed so hot he couldn't breathe. "Flint," she murmured, husky and low, voice filled with the need flowing through him, and he groaned at the sound of his name on her lips and the way her hands found his shoulders. Her touch was feather-light, teasing and torturous, but gods, he loved it. He loved it as she stroked her palms over his shoulders, as she smoothed them down his chest, her touch turning even more careful as she met the lines of stitches, as she found the ridges of his abdomen and loosed a little moan and shivered. The scent of her desire grew stronger, filling his lungs with the citrus smell of her. Fuck, he needed her. He couldn't stop at kissing this time. He needed her too much, had to get his hands on her in whatever way she would allow. That need consumed him, stole control, and had him lowering his hands to her hips. He pushed them under her violet jumper, and she tensed when he tried to lift it up. "Don't," she whispered and grasped his wrists, stopping him. "Why not?" He intended to pull back so he could look at her, but the thought of kissing her was too enticing, had him peppering her jaw and neck with them, tasting every inch of her. "Someone might come in." It was a reasonable enough excuse, so he let it slide. Getting disqualified would certainly be a kick to the balls, one he couldn't take. He had to stay in the running, so her clothes would stay on. But that wouldn't stop him from taking things further. She needed him. He could feel it. It drummed in his blood, beat in his heart, compelling him to ease her, to give her what she required from him. His rigid cock pressed painfully against his fly as he found her mouth again, kissed her so hard that she moaned and melted in his arms, her resistance burning away under his onslaught. He shuddered as she placed her hands on his hips, frowned and brought them closer to her, pressing against her belly so she could feel what she did to him. He wasn't sure he had ever been this hard. It hurt like fuck, had him straining to get some relief because he felt as if he might die if the pressure didn't lessen soon. Yasmin didn't help matters by cupping him. He groaned and rocked against her hand, shuddered all over again as lightning flashed through him, striking hard to leave him trembling. She kissed him harder, moaning as she rubbed him through his trousers, torturing him and pleasuring him in equal quantities. Damn. He didn't want her to stop, but he wasn't sure he could bear her continuing either. It wasn't enough, even when it was too much. He seized control of the kiss, plundering her mouth with his tongue and groaning as she met him, tangling hers with his to send his need soaring higher. Flint ground his cock against her palm, unable to stop himself as she pressed harder against him.
"Fuck, Yasmin,"
he breathed.
"Don't torment me if this isn't going anywhere."
He feared she would stop as those words registered. She took her hand away and disappointment flooded him, a bucket of icy water that washed through him to cool his desire. That desire shot right back into overdrive as she took hold of his hand and brought it to her, forcing him to cup her instead.
"I don't want to fight this anymore,"
she husked against his mouth, her breath hot on his lips.
"It feels as if I might die if I do."
Damn, he was right there with her. He lowered both hands to her jeans and worked quickly to open the fly. She kissed him and nipped at his lower lip, shattering his focus, making it hard to think, let alone do something. He had been doing something. Another deep groan rumbled through him as she caught his hands and reminded him. He pushed at her jeans, a shiver racking him as he felt the lace of her shorts. She stopped him when he reached her thighs, pulled his right hand back up and pressed it against her mound. Gods, she was wet, warm, soaking her panties. He shuddered and growled as he touched her, aware on some primal level that he had made her this way, and taking deep satisfaction from it. She moaned and pressed back against the wooden wall of his bathroom, her breathing quickening as her eyes turned hooded, fixed on him. Her lips parted as he explored her through her black shorts, her desire mounting and calling to him, demanding he sate it. He wanted to kiss her when she looked like that, so wanton and beautiful, so desperately in need of him, his for the taking, his alone. But he wanted to stare at her more, to absorb the way she looked in this moment as she surrendered to him, as he touched her for the first time and gave her the pleasure she needed. He pushed her panties down to meet her jeans and skimmed his hand up the inside of her thigh. There was barely a gap between them with her jeans still around her knees, but it was enough for him to feel the heat of her and the way she trembled. That trembling worsened as he reached the apex of her thighs and brushed fingers over her dark curls.
"Flint,"
she murmured, an ache in her voice that he swore he would satisfy. Her delicate hands gripped the wall and she arched towards him, one canine teasing her lower lip as she sang her siren song, luring him. He raked his gaze over her, down her full breasts that strained against her violet jumper, to the place where he was touching. Her desire coated his fingers, glistened on them. And fuck, he wanted to taste her, but he didn't want to waste a moment, not even the seconds it would take to get her boots and jeans off. She needed him, and he was a slave to her, driven to give her what she wanted without a moment's delay. She gasped as he pressed his fingers between her folds to find her sweet nub, her hands flying above her head to grasp the wall as she bowed her hips toward him, a silent plea for more. He answered it by stroking her from core to nub, a groan tearing from his lips as he felt how wet she was, and his cock kicked against its cage, hungry to get to her. He wanted to be inside her, as lost in her as she was in this moment. He couldn't risk it, though. She was right, and anyone could walk in on them. He had to keep at least part of his brain functioning so he could detect whether anyone was in danger of crashing their party, although she did make it hard when she rocked against him, so beautifully wicked and wanton. She moaned and rode his fingers as he stroked her, flicking them over her sensitive flesh. Her hips jacked higher, her groans growing louder, loud enough that someone might hear. He pressed against her and kissed her, swallowing her moans as he touched her, alternating between light and hard strokes, gauging what she preferred. She shivered whenever he was light with her, gave her the barest teasing flicks of his fingers. Her tongue dueled with his as she lowered her hands and wrapped her arms around his neck, clung to him as the storm built inside her. He moaned and pressed his hips to hers, driving her back against the wall with them, pinning her there as he dipped his hand lower, wedging it between her thighs so he could reach her sweetest spot. She went up on her tiptoes as he eased 2 fingers into her sheath, a gasp leaving her as she shook in his arms. She was still a moment as he stroked her, easing his fingers in and out, rubbing her with the pads of them, her mouth frozen against his as she breathed hard. As he found a smooth tempo and angled his hand so he could rub her little bundle of nerves with his thumb, she groaned and kissed him again harder than before, demanding more from him in the most blissful way he could imagine. He gave it to her, thrusting deeper with his fingers, stroking harder with his thumb, felt her pleasure mounting towards a crescendo as she clung to him, clutching his shoulders so fiercely that it hurt. He didn't care. She could tear grooves in his flesh with her nails and spill blood, and it wouldn't stop him. All that mattered was bringing her to a shattering release. He needed to feel her break apart in his arms, needed to know it was because of him. Her breath hitched, her entire body tightened. He stroked her with his fingers and kissed her, swallowed her cry as she jerked in his arms and her thighs quivered against his hand, her sheath milking his fingers as hot honey scalded them. He slowed his strokes, teasing her as she pulsed and shook, tearing moans from her lips that he savored as she clung to him. His cock kicked, balls tight with need as he drew out her climax, the feel of it giving him pleasure but torturing him at the same time, making him ache with need of a release of his own.
"Flint,"
she murmured against his lips, beautifully breathless. He was going to take her up on that silent offer she issued as she drew back, her drowsy eyes meeting his and her kiss-swollen lips parting. He stroked her a few times more, finding it hard to stop when she felt so good, and then fixed her clothes for her, pulling her shorts up her shaking legs and following them with her jeans. He fastened them with trembling hands, his mind racing ahead to what came next, his hard length kicking with anticipation. Gods, he needed her to touch him. She tormented him by cupping his rigid cock through his trousers and stroking up and down with her palm. He needed more than that. He needed her hand on his bare flesh. He reached for his fly. The door of the cabin opened, and he cursed as he realized the part of his brain that had been responsible for monitoring his surroundings had gotten caught up in the moment after all. He swung towards the door, a growl on his lips. Cobalt arched a sandy eyebrow at him. Flint's pulse accelerated as his brother gave him a look that was half unimpressed, half have you lost your mind. Fuck. His brother hadn't exactly caught them in the act, but he had seen enough, could smell enough. Yasmin's scent was all over him, hung heavy in the air.
I don't recommend breaking the rules.
Cobalt tossed a wary look over his shoulder, checking outside the cabin, and closed the door. Flint scoured the area around the cabin with his senses too, and loosed the breath he had been holding when he didn't feel anyone nearby.
"Breaking the rules?"
A note of haziness lingered in Yasmin's voice, and he stole another hit of pleasure from it. Cobalt nodded.
Flint would be disqualified or worse if the others got wind he was here making out with you.
Worse?
That had all the drowsiness in her dark eyes instantly dissipating together with the sultry edge to her voice. Cobalt opened his mouth. Flint spoke before he could. That rule is centuries old. No one would think to do it now.
Do what?
Yasmin looked from Cobalt to him and back again. His brother either didn't get the silent message in the glare Flint aimed at him, or he chose to ignore it because he said,
"A public beating."
"What?"
She gasped and her dark eyes leaped between them again.
"You're serious?"
Cobalt beat him to speaking this time, and he wanted to punch his brother, when Yasmin's pulse spiked and her fear flooded him.
The rules state that Flint would be shackled, beaten by every contender, and then left there until the end of the courting.
"That's barbaric."
She stepped back from him, and he growled at Cobalt for driving her away. Flint brushed his palm over her shoulder, hoping to calm her and reassure her at the same time, and stop her from pulling away from him. No one would call for it, Yasmin. She relaxed a little, until Cobalt spoke and wrecked everything.
Mason would.
Flint glared at Cobalt, but he couldn't deny that his brother was right. Now that they were on an even footing, Mason would do anything to get the upper hand, even call for a public beating and get Flint disqualified. Yasmin stormed past him, heading for the door. Yasmin, wait. He wouldn't. Flint strode after her, but stopped as she turned on the threshold, the tears that lined her eyes hitting him hard. Those soft, soulful eyes held his, had all the fight leaving him as her hurt went through him.
"I couldn't bear that happening to you," she whispered. "It's bad enough that everyone is getting hurt because of me. The thought of someone being beaten, of you being beaten."
She shook her head. Flint could only watch her as she pivoted on her heel and walked out of the door, filled with a need to follow but unable to do it without risking someone seeing him. He didn't want to hurt her, but gods, he hated it as she walked away from him, hated leaving her unguarded. He didn't trust the other males, Mason in particular. Cobalt looked from the door to him and must have seen the fear in his eyes or scented it on him, because his face softened and his tone turned reassuring. "Everyone will behave, but I'll stick close to her as much as I can." He nodded, appreciating his brother's support, because he didn't believe that everyone would behave. Chapter 14. The beer was flowing when Flint left his cabin, the entire pride gathered round the fire in the clearing, enjoying the warmer night. He watched the golden sparks that erupted from the flames dancing upwards in the darkness, his backside parked against the railing that ran around the deck of Rath's cabin. Ivy and Yasmin spoke to Rath closer to the fire, both of the females warming their hands on the flames. Flint had been tempted to join them, but had somehow found the strength to keep his distance. It helped that Rath was beside her, would be able to keep her safe from any males who got a little too drunk and thought to take a shot at her. Cobalt prowled the darkness to his right, too, halfway down the clearing to the river. No guesses for who had most of his attention. His brother had sworn to protect Yasmin, but he was already slipping, caught up in watching Ember as she sat on her deck with two other females, sharing a bottle of wine and laughing. Flint swigged his beer, mostly for show. He didn't intend to drink anything more than a bottle, not when Yasmin was among the pride, close to his competition as they all enjoyed the fire. He trusted that Cobalt and Rath would protect her, but he intended to stay sober and alert, ready to step in if anything did happen. Yasmin's eyes landed on him. He felt it as a hot caress over his skin, one that set his blood on fire and had him thinking about that moment they had shared, and where it might have gone if Cobalt hadn't interrupted them. Ruining things. He tipped the neck of his bottle towards her in a secret salute and offered her a smile, and she smiled back at him before she quickly looked at Ivy, making it appear as if she had been smiling at her instead. He still felt connected to her, as if whatever she had done to him had entwined their souls. His awareness of her ran deep, had him able to sense her emotions even at this distance, and had him aching to go to her. Mason strolled past with a group of males and females, and Flint wanted to growl as the male regaled them with an extremely embellished version of today's events, including an ending that was more fiction than fact. It grated, but he ignored the male as Mason slid his gaze toward him and smirked. Smirk away. Flint was the one who had ended up with Yasmin panting in his arms, her honey on his fingers. So who was the real winner? He frowned as Yasmin said something to Rath and Ivy and moved away, and tracked her as she wove through the crowd towards someone. He looked in the direction she was heading and wanted to growl as he spotted Nash sitting on a chair near the woods to his left, nursing a beer. The young cougar had taken a serious beating today on the mountain, had ended up trapped in a ravine with a busted-up leg and broken arm and several fractured ribs. Rath and Cobalt had apparently saved him with the help of a few other males, and Yasmin had tended to him. The instinct to keep her away from the male warred with one that said to let her be, because she was only concerned about Nash as his doctor. He could see it as she crouched beside the male and spoke softly to him. She had that Dr. Dubois look about her, the one she had tried to use on him when he had come around to find her sleeping on his arm. It had been a cover then, but it wasn't now. All she felt for the male was concern. Flint felt a little sorry for him, too, but only a little. The poor bastard had been forced to withdraw from the courting, his injuries too severe for him to continue. A shadow moved out from the woods, passing Yasmin, snagging Flint's focus. He tracked Deacon as the male moved towards the fire, acting as if he hadn't noticed Yasmin at all. As if he hadn't just limped past her on purpose so she would notice him and would be drawn to checking on him, too. Flint huffed and took another mouthful of beer. Still, at least Mason wasn't trying to win her over by playing the invalid. He looked at the large male as he told his damned fable to another group, painting Flint in a poor light, doing it all on purpose. He was trying to rile him, kept choosing groups of cougars close enough to Flint that he could hear every fucking word he said. He was riled all right, but he wasn't going to do anything about it. He hadn't been born yesterday. He knew the rules, although he had broken one today. One was enough. He wasn't going to break the one about fighting outside of the courting challenges. Fear blasted through him. Yasmin. He scoured the clearing for her, heart thundering as his pulse accelerated and adrenaline flooded his veins. Fur swept over his skin beneath his navy fleece, and he snarled as a commotion broke out beyond the fire, closer to the river. His eyes darted there. His snarl became a growl as he spotted Deacon manhandling Yasmin, saw her struggling against the larger male as he held onto her wrist. The urge to shift swept through Flint, but her voice echoed in his head, warning him not to do it while the puncture wounds in his side were healing. He somehow found the strength to hold it back as he burst from the deck, sprinting towards her.
"Let me go!"
Yasmin snapped, gaining everyone's attention, and he heard Wrath growl and saw Cobalt move, running to help her. Before anyone could reach them, she shoved her palm against Deacon's chest and slammed him into the ground with such force that Flint felt the impact beneath his feet. He reached her as she tore Deacon's hand from her arm and rose to stand over him, her face darker than he had ever seen it as she glared down at the male. Her hands were shaking as she fixed her jumper, though, the only outward sign of the fear he could feel in her. He stepped towards her and stopped himself. He wanted to gather her into his arms and hold her, comfort her until her fear faded and she realized she was safe, but he couldn't risk doing it in front of everyone, especially Mason. The male prowled past him, coming to tower over Deacon as he struggled to recover from the blow Yasmin had dealt him. His voice was dark, his words causing a stir among the pride, and pain in Yasmin as her eyes flew wide. "You know the rules." Chapter 15. Before Yasmin could gather her wits to protest, Mason had Deacon on his knees and was ripping at his clothes, tearing them from his back. Another man joined in, taking obvious pleasure from what was happening as he pulled Deacon's jeans off. "Please," Deacon muttered and tried to stop them, fought them as they violently stripped him, humiliating him in front of everyone. "It wasn't like that." She couldn't defend him on that front. She had gone to see if he was all right and ask whether his injuries were bothering him, and the bastard had lured her away from the crowd into the shadows, and had suddenly been pawing at her, grabbing her breast and trying to get her clothes off her, just as Mason and the man were now getting his clothes off him. "Wrath?" Deacon looked to the dark-haired man for help, but found none in Wrath's cold eyes. Deacon's eyes flew wide and he shook his head, lost his will to fight for a heartbeat as Mason and the man hauled him onto his feet. But then it returned and he growled and snarled as he fought their hold. Someone tossed a rope to Mason. The anger burning inside her went from a spark to a wildfire as the man tied Deacon's wrists, so tightly his hands turned white. "Stop this!" She turned to Wrath. "Stop this now!" Because she wasn't going to stand by and let Deacon end up beaten. He had tried to hurt her, but he didn't deserve this. "Just throw him out of the courting! Stop this madness!" She scanned the crowd, heart sinking as she found no support. "I can't," Wrath finally said, a note of regret in his deep voice. She glared at him. "You can! This doesn't have to happen!" Her words fell on deaf ears, no one listening to her as Mason dragged Deacon to a tree, forced him to stand facing it, and bound him to it. Yasmin stormed over to him, grabbed his arm, and hauled him away from Deacon. "Stop this!" Mason turned a glare on her that was so dark she took a step back, afraid he was about to lash out at her and strike her down. A warm hand caught her arm. She turned to hit whoever had dared to try to stop her and froze as she found Flint looking down at her, his gray eyes soft with understanding. She shook her head and swallowed hard. "They can't do this. It isn't right." His eyes gained a sympathetic edge, but he said nothing as he gently tugged her away from Mason and Deacon. The man who had helped Mason handed him a thick branch that had the smaller branches broken off from it, their stems forming spikes along the length of it. She shook her head and whispered, "Stop this!" Flinched as Mason struck Deacon's back with the weapon and Deacon bellowed. She shoved out of Flint's grip and strode away, barreling through the crowd, past Wrath and Cobalt, heading for the river. She tensed with each thud of the branch and each cry that left Deacon's lips, furious and sickened, both with herself and by what was happening. She should have made them stop. She would make them stop, before Deacon was seriously injured. She twisted on her toes and stormed back towards the crowd, pushed everyone out of her way until she was standing at the front of them again. Blood streamed over Deacon's back, glistening in the firelight to reveal the deep puncture wounds that littered it. She glared at Mason as he stepped back from Deacon, a satisfied glint in his eyes. This was too brutal, too cruel. Nothing Deacon had done had deserved such punishment. Mason grinned and held the branch out to Flint. "Your turn." Her stomach plummeted. Heart hitched. Flint just looked at Mason and shook his head. "No thanks." She didn't hear what Mason said in response to that, was too busy staring at Flint, relief washing through her to ease some of her pain. His refusal touched her, too, because it made her see that he was serious about her, and that he knew her well already, knew that she would have hated for him to hurt the male for his overzealousness. Deacon had been drinking, despite her warning not to when she had given him meds for his pain. It was part of the reason she had gone with him to the river. She had worried he would do something stupid like falling into it and passing out. She looked at him where he hung from the tree, her eyebrows furrowing as she charted all the wounds on his back.
"At least let me tend to him."
She knew the answer Wrath would give her before she had even let the words leave her lips. Wrath shook his head. "I know you need to, but you can't." She could and she would, but she would have to wait until everyone had fallen asleep. She went to Wrath's cabin, feeling Flint's eyes on her. When she slipped out to help Deacon, she was going to pay him a visit too. He deserved a little thank you from her for what he had done. The trouble was, she wasn't sure she would be able to stop at just a thank you. Chapter 16. Yasmin crept through the trees on high alert, every rustle of the branches setting her on edge. The creek was quiet, though, still in the darkness. She hadn't felt anyone near her when she had taken care of Deacon's back, cleaning his wounds and picking splinters from his flesh. He had been out cold, and she wasn't sure whether it had been the pain from the beating that had caused him to lose consciousness or the meds catching up with him. Hopefully those meds had dulled the agony he must have felt. Her heart rate jacked up as she spotted Flint's cabin. The light was on upstairs. Was he still awake? Gods, she shouldn't be doing this, not after witnessing what had happened to Deacon. She couldn't stop herself, though. The way Flint had touched her had fired her up, had shattered her inhibitions and destroyed her will to resist, and she needed more from him now. Needed everything. She eased onto his deck and hesitated for a heartbeat before taking hold of the doorknob and twisting it. The door opened with a faint creak. Either Flint didn't care about anyone walking in on him in the dead of night, or he had been hoping she would find her way back to him. She carefully closed the door behind her and removed her boots so she wouldn't make a noise as she crossed his cabin to the stairs at the far end beyond the couch. She crept up them, pulse accelerating until it was hammering at her throat, ears twitching as she caught the sound of his breathing. She expected him to be sitting on the end of his bed, giving her a chastising and teasing look. Yasmin rounded the bend in the stairs. Flint was out cold, sprawled out on his back on top of the dark covers on his double bed. Utterly naked. She had seen him naked before, but damn, the sight of him stretched out before her made her stomach flip and heat. Yasmin tiptoed forwards and held her breath as she reached for the switch that dangled beside the bulb and turned off the light. He didn't move. During her stealthy journey from Deacon to Flint's cabin, she had convinced herself that she would simply thank him for not participating in hurting the other man, that she would deny the need that burned inside her. That plan went out of the window as she stared down at Flint, savoring every delicious inch of him. She touched her side and her chest as she looked at his wounds there. She didn't have to worry. They had healed now. She hesitated, though, gazing down at him, watching him sleep, unaware of her. She didn't want to get him hurt. Couldn't bear the thought of him being beaten by Mason, let alone actually witnessing it. But gods, she couldn't make herself leave. She couldn't stop herself from moving forwards through the darkness and pressing a knee into the mattress. She held her breath, but Flint still didn't stir. The exertion of climbing the mountain with his injuries must have caught up with him, knocking him out cold. Was it wrong of her to like that he wasn't aware of her? That he was going to get the most delicious wake-up call? She had to thank him after all. What better way than with her mouth? She pressed her right hand into the mattress near his hip and gathered her courage as she raked her eyes over him, the thought of what she was about to do driving out all of her fear, replacing it with only desire, passion, need. Yasmin lowered her head, towards his hips. Liquid heat flooded her as she took his soft cock between her lips, tasting him for the first time. The thought of him waking to find her sucking on him, stirring her desire to startling new heights. She had never done anything this wicked before, this forward. He pulsed in her mouth as she teased him with her tongue and grasped him with her left hand to keep him upright as he started to harden. He moaned and stretched, aware but not awake yet. Yasmin sucked softly, bit back a moan as he hardened further, growing in her mouth. She stroked her hand down his shaft, revealing the crown as he shot harder still, becoming rigid in her grip, and swirled her tongue around the blunt head. "Sweet gods," he murmured and wriggled, restless beneath her. She lifted her eyes to him, wanting to see his face as she stroked him with her tongue, as she dipped it into the slit to tease him and took him back into her mouth to suck him. "Don't stop," he uttered, and his head dropped back onto the pillows. He clutched them, squeezing them around his head. "Don't fucking stop." He rocked his hips, thrusting his cock into her mouth, a pained look on his face as his breathing quickened, his chest straining with each pant. Yasmin moved her hand on him in time with her mouth. "Oh, gods." His right hand shot down to grab her hair, fisted it and held her on him as she took him back into her mouth. He rocked faster, harder, driving between her lips, his soft grunts filling the silence before he went deathly still. "Wait, wait, wait." He pulled her head up, breathing hard and fast, his gray eyes passion-glazed. For a moment, she thought he was going to make her stop, was going to spout something about the rules. But then he pulled her up to him and kissed her, grunted only a little as he rolled onto his left side to wedge his right leg between her thighs. She moaned as he pressed it to her core and tangled her fingers in his dark hair as he kissed down her throat, devouring it with licks and nips that sent shivers arcing through her and had that liquid heat pooling lower. He tugged at her sweater, and she didn't resist him this time. Let him pull the garment from her and her t-shirt, too. He grunted again, grimacing as he tried to reach her bra. Yasmin pushed him onto his back. He tried to move, but she held him firm, her palm pressing against his chest, keeping his back pinned to the mattress. "Stop hurting yourself." She rose onto her knees and undid her bra for him, tossed it away and savored the feel of his eyes burning into her breasts. He stared at them, eyes dark with need, and she leaned over him, bringing them to his lips, because he wasn't the only one who wanted to feel them in his hands, in his mouth. She moaned as he palmed her left breast and pulled her right nipple into his mouth, suckling on the bud and sending more sparks skittering over her flesh. The heat between her thighs grew hotter, wetter still. She wriggled, rubbing her thighs together to make the most of it, needing a hit of pleasure to ease her desire before it became too much and stole control of her. His hand slipped to her waist and lower, drifting over her jeans. She moaned again as he undid them, as he pushed them down her hips and gathered her shorts with them, exposing her to the cool air of his cabin. His own low groan joined hers as he reached around her and stroked her, running his fingers up and down her damp folds. She was the one who wriggled now, unable to keep still as he teased her, stroking her nub as he suckled her nipple. She reached for his cock, fisted and pumped it as she moaned and writhed, ached for something more than this. It seemed Flint was on the same wavelength as her. He was out from under her in a flash, and her front hit the bed as he pulled on her jeans, tugging them down her legs. She kicked at them, need mounting as anticipation swirled inside her. He pulled them off over her feet, and before she could roll over to look at him, his front was plastered to her back. She moaned as his weight settled on her, as his hot length pressed between her buttocks and he ground against her, driving her into the mattress. Yasmin turned to look over her shoulder at him as he caught her jaw. She groaned as he kissed her and rocked against her, the tightness in her growing with each stroke. She needed more. She had thought it would go down differently, a little more missionary. But now he was behind her, his weight pinning her, body covering her. She wanted him like this. She wanted it wild and wicked.
"Flint,"
she uttered and raised her hips, rubbed and teased him. He groaned and eased back, and she moaned and shuddered as he stroked the blunt head of his cock down her slick folds, torturing her with the feel of it before he slid it back up and it nudged inside her. Her moan became a low sigh as he eased into her sheath, stretching and filling her. He caught her hip with his left hand and held it against the bed, keeping her pinned as he sank deeper, as deep as he could go in the position.
"Fuck, Yasmin,"
he murmured against her ear and slowly withdrew, shuddering as he drove back into her. Yasmin muttered something, not coherent. The feel of him inside her, sliding in and out, filling her, was too good. Stole all reasonable thought and shut down every process until only feeling remained. She moaned as he caught her jaw again and kissed her as he began to thrust harder, deeper, his entire body sliding along hers with each one. She spread her legs a little further and angled her hips upwards, and he grunted as he went deeper still, tearing another moan from her throat. He kissed her harder, possessing her mouth as he possessed her body, holding her immobile in his grip as he sent her soaring higher. Her heart pounded in time with his, her breaths coming in sharp bursts every time he drove into her. She pushed up on her elbows so she could kiss him more easily, breaking contact with his front. He moaned and deepened the kiss, clutched her hip and thrust harder. Gods! She groaned as he lowered his hand from her throat to her breasts, shivered as he toyed with her nipples as he plunged into her, each long stroke sending her rocking forwards into his kiss. The tightness that had been growing in her belly spread outwards, filling every inch of her, and she closed her eyes, breathed harder as it built, her focus narrowing to her body and the way Flint felt inside her, how perfect he fit her and how her entire being lit up whenever he brought them together. So good, so right. She cried out as stars detonated inside her and heat swept through her body locking up for a split second before it broke apart, quivering as release blasted along her every nerve ending, leaving her shattered. Flint grunted and rode her climax, drove harder into her as he gripped her hip and fondled her breast, and kissed what little breath she had from her. She moaned and shook, lost in the hazy warmth rolling through her, as it collided with the feel of him still hard inside her, pushing towards his own release. She mustered the strength to clench him, and he grunted, growled, and thrust harder, hips pistoning as she tightened around him.
"Fuck, Yasmin,"
he muttered and then grunted as he followed her, his entire body tensing as he drove into her and held himself there as his cock throbbed, hot seed filling her. The feel of him pulsing sent aftershocks through her, had her moaning with each one. He held her for long seconds, frozen above her. As his shudders subsided, he sank against her and then rolled off her onto his right side. She moaned as he pulled her into his arms, not quite ready to move just yet. She wasn't sure she would be ready to move for hours. She wasn't sure she wanted to move at all as he plastered his front to her back and held her. Just held her, as if she was the most precious thing in the world. He pressed a kiss to her nape, sending a hot thrill through her, and nuzzled it. "I'm going to win tomorrow," he murmured sleepily. "And then I'm going to win your heart." Yasmin covered his hand on her waist with hers. He couldn't win her heart, because it was already his. Chapter 17. Flint had made her leave before first light, and Yasmin had crept back to Rath's cabin in the still darkness, warmed by the way Flint had held her in his arms for almost an hour as they had talked, by the way he had feathered his fingers over her cheek from time to time, his touch light and tender, a softness in his gray eyes that had lured her deeper under his spell, making her fall even harder for him. He had been gentle with her as she had told him more about her parents, and had opened to her too, telling her about his past, sharing things with her she now felt sure he had never shared with anyone, not even his brothers. His oldest brother, Rath, had been waiting for her when she had eased his cabin door open, an unimpressed look on his face as he had stood by the couch with his arms folded across his bare chest. Rather than the talk she had felt coming, he had simply sighed and told her to bathe. because apparently he could smell his brother on her, and that meant Mason would smell Flint all over her too. She had blushed at that, cheeks blazing hot, and had hurried away to hide in the bathroom until the flames had died down and Wrath had gone back to bed. After bathing, she hadn't been able to sleep. Thoughts of Flint and the next stage in the courting had driven her onto the deck to watch the stars, a blanket wrapped around her and a hot mug of tea in her hand to keep her warm. She wished it had been Flint wrapped around her still, keeping her toasty. She had thought they had talked enough, but she wasn't sure she would ever tire of talking to him. It lifted the weight off her shoulders whenever she risked opening up to him and letting him into her heart, telling him things she had kept to herself her entire life, including her age. The corners of her lips lifted. He had looked a little horrified when she had revealed she had a good 70 years on his tender 121. The bastard had said that made her the cougar, not him. Yasmin had boxed his ears for that one. He had grinned like an idiot as he fended her off, his smile lighting up her world. And then he had kissed her. Gods, he had kissed her. It had been forceful but sweet, filled with affection that had lightened her insides and left her floating in his arms, as he had broken away from her to gather her into his arms and hold her again. She wasn't sure she had ever felt so comfortable around a man, so safe and secure, or loved. He had her feeling the whole spectrum of emotions, and she felt them keenly. Worried like hell as she paced the deck of Wrath's cabin, the sunlight beating down on her as she wore a trench in the planks. Ivy smiled at her whenever Yasmin glanced at her where she stood beside Wrath on the other side of the railing that ran around the deck, offering her comfort she badly needed, because Flint had gone out to hunt. It was the final challenge, a test of skill and strength done solely in his cougar form, and one that would prove his ability to provide for her. She wasn't worried that he would end up hurt or pick a fight with something bigger than he could handle, since he had sworn he wasn't going bear hunting. She was worried that Mason might see it as an opportunity to return with Flint as his prize for her. Gods, the image of her cougar in the jaws of that man turned her stomach, had her heart thundering against her ribs and hands shaking. "I know what you're thinking," Wrath drawled without looking at her, his focus never leaving the path that cut into the woods beyond the crowd that had gathered to wait for the two men to return. "It's off limits. Taboo. It won't happen." Yasmin tried to take solace from that as she rubbed trembling hands over the long sleeves of her cream t-shirt, but she couldn't convince her mind to let go of the image. Flint and Mason had been gone since sunrise, and it had to be close to noon now. What was taking him so long? She needed him back with her, needed to see he was safe, because she could feel he was hurt. She couldn't tell whether it was his old injuries causing the pain because he had been required to shift, or whether he had picked up new wounds. "I'm sure it'll be fine," Ivy offered with another tender smile, her dark eyebrows furrowed above her hazel eyes, her chestnut ponytail blew in the warm breeze, caressing the shoulders of her green t-shirt, and she swept rogue strands of hair back, keeping them out of her face. "Wrath won't let anything happen to Flint." Wrath wasn't the one out there, though. There was only Flint and Mason. No one would know if Mason chose to attack Flint, not until it was too late to do anything. Even Cobalt looked worried as he perched at the end of the deck, his back against the corner post and his arms folded across his chest, causing his black t-shirt to stretch tight over his muscles. His gray-gold eyes had been locked on the path into the pines from the moment his brother had headed that way, and he hadn't spoken since then, not even when Wrath had tried to reassure him that their brother would be fine. A pretty black-haired woman stood at the end of the crowd closer to the woods, an older woman beside her, glanced at Cobalt, a flicker of concern in her blue-gray eyes. Did she know him? He didn't look at her whenever she risked glancing at him, kept his eyes fixed on the woods, body perfectly motionless as he waited. He suddenly tensed and her nerves shot into overdrive. "What is it?" Yasmin rushed to him, sure he had sensed something she couldn't, convinced he had felt pain in his brother that she had missed, and Flint was in danger. Cobalt pushed away from the post, his arms dropping to his sides. Her pulse jacked up. "Is something wrong?" Her eyebrows furrowed as she looked from him to Wrath and found he was tense too, alert now. A low growl sounded, a noise that was a strange mix of effort and frustration. She whipped her head around, her eyes darting to the woods. A beautiful golden cougar backed out of it, his long tail twitching back and forth, speaking of his irritation as the darker tip cut violently through the air. Flint. His front half was lowered and his body coiled whenever he jerked backwards, another growl peeling from him. Her eyes widened as he reached the clearing and she got a better look at what he was dragging. It was enormous. Huge horns curled from the tawny sheep's head and the animal was almost as big as Flint. Had to weigh close to the same with those thick, dusky horns. No wonder it had taken him so long to return with the kill.
"Must have gone a long way to catch that one,"
Cobalt muttered, a hint of relief in his voice.
"Haven't seen a bighorn around here in a while."
Wrath looked equally as surprised to see Flint dragging the animal into the creek by its neck. So perhaps the time he had taken had been a combination of traveling far enough to find a bighorn sheep and getting it back to Cougar Creek. As Flint kept tugging the animal towards her, she took the opportunity to check him over and breathed a sigh of relief. He had injuries from his fight with the animal, but they were minor. A few cuts on his flank and his left front leg and a small puncture in his right shoulder, and none of his old wounds had reopened. He finally reached her, maneuvering so the sheep was between her and him, and released the animal and looked up at her, breathing hard as his gold eyes met hers, that beautiful corona of green around them telling her it was definitely him. Flint looked down at the sheep and back up at her. Yasmin wasn't sure what she was meant to do, but the words that left her lips didn't go down well with the assembled members of his pride.
"This tradition isn't doing any of you any favors. You have to see how cliché it is for a cat to bring a dead thing and present it to me. Should I rub you behind your ears as a reward?"
There was an unmistakably wicked glint to his eyes that said he wanted her to rub him somewhere else as he shifted back right in front of her, coming to stand in all his glory before her. Before he could speak, Mason came backing into the creek, with a dead black bear.
"You son of a fucking bitch!"
Ivy flew at the cougar and Yasmin went to protect her as Mason dropped his kill and bared his fangs at her. But Wrath was there in an instant, grabbing the male as he shifted back and slamming his fist into his face. Mason snarled and lashed out with a right hook, but Wrath was too fast, dodged it with ease and landed a vicious uppercut on his kidney, knocking the wind from him. Cobalt leapt into action, not to attack Mason too, but to haul his brother off the poor man. Wrath growled and fought Cobalt, glaring at Mason the entire time, his eyes glowing golden. Those eyes fell to Ivy as she sank to her knees beside the bear, tears streaming down her face.
"I'm sure it's him."
She looked from the bear to Wrath, her eyebrows furrowed and voice tight.
"I'm sure it's the male I was photographing. He had this white spot on his chest."
She pointed trembling fingers at it. Ivy broke down in tears and Wrath yanked free of his brother's grip, looked as if he might punch Mason again, and then went to her, kneeled beside her and gathered her into his arms as she sobbed. She buried her face in his neck and looped her arms around him, clinging to him as he held her and glared at Mason the entire time he tried to calm her. Mason's expression remained flat and cold, devoid of any feeling as he looked from Ivy to the bear. Yasmin's temper frayed, the tethers on it twisting and then snapping as he stood there, looking as if he didn't give a damn that he had killed one of Ivy's favorite bears, looking as if he might have even done it on purpose to deal a blow to Wrath, and indirectly to Flint. Well, she was going to deal a blow to him.
"I refuse to accept that gift."
She pointed at the dead bear, fire flaring hot in her veins as she stepped off the deck and stormed towards him.
"I refuse to accept a man who would intentionally hurt another like that. Ivy is right about you. You're a son of a fucking bitch."
Mason's dark eyes widened. Flint grinned like an idiot for some reason. She wasn't sure why. She took her eyes off Mason for a split second to look at Flint so she could get an explanation out of him. Mason launched at him on a roar, and Flint braced himself, leaned forwards and met him head on. He caught the punch Mason threw at his face and twisted the man's arm, tearing a pained grunt from Mason as his arm snapped backwards, and forced him to drop to his knees to avoid having it broken. Flint snarled and jabbed, struck Mason in his Adam's apple hard enough to have the man choking. Mason reached for his throat, wheezing as he clutched it, and Flint tossed his hand away from him and backed off, giving the man space.
"Fucking cheater,"
Mason bit out, his voice tight and hoarse as he struggled to breathe. He looked up at Flint, his eyes burning gold.
You told her to refuse me.
This was because she had refused his kill? Mason lumbered onto his feet.
A bear is a bigger kill than a sheep. I should have won this round. I should have won this courting.
Her refusal had somehow handed Flint victory.
I didn't know,
Yasmin snapped, and his eyes darted to her, narrowing in a way that said he didn't believe her.
Even if I had, I still would have refused you. I would never have chosen you.
He roared and leaped at her. Flint was there before he could reach her, grappling with the man and holding him back. Mason snarled and turned his aggression on Flint, and she flinched as he slammed a fist into Flint's side, targeting the healing puncture wounds there.
Back down, both of you.
Cobalt tried to break them up, managed to pull them off each other for a heartbeat. It only gave Mason another opening. Flint tried to dodge, shifting his hips backwards, but with his brother holding him, he couldn't evade the blow. Mason's claws slashed across his stomach just above his navel. Flint grunted and staggered backwards as Cobalt released him to launch at Mason, tackling him to the ground and slamming his fist into his face with such force the man was out cold after the first blow. Cobalt roared, aggression flashing across his face, twisting it into a savage sneer as he dropped on Mason's chest, his knees pinning the man beneath him. His every muscle tensed, corded and tight beneath his black t-shirt, as he snarled and pummeled Mason, a wild and feral beast that seethed with fury. Wrath and another man rushed to pull Cobalt off Mason before he killed him. Yasmin couldn't move, not even when she wanted to help them. Flint pressed his hand to his stomach, handsome face drawn, fear flashing across his features as he looked down. That fear turned to shock as he pulled his hand away from the wound and stared at it. She knew why. The wound was shallower than it should have been, barely a scratch when Mason had clawed him deep. Yasmin pressed her hand to her stomach over her cream t-shirt and pulled it away, stared at the crimson covering her palm. Chapter 18. Flint couldn't breathe as he stared at the red blooming on Yasmin's stomach. Everything slowed as she pulled her hand away as she stared at it with wide brown eyes that filled with fear. She wobbled on her feet. He was at her side in an instant, holding her upright as her legs gave out. She didn't notice him, just stared in horror at her hand.
Who did this to you?
He tried to get her to look at him, but she just kept staring. Panic combined with fear and anger to push him, and he growled at everyone present, sure it had been one of them. But as that panic cleared enough that he could think rather than react, a sickening sort of dread ran through him. He looked at her stomach, and then his. Cold chased on the heels of his dread, gripped his heart in icy talons that pierced deep.
How did your mother die?
He croaked. She shook, her eyes still on the blood on her palm, and whispered,
My father was shot in the chest.
A shiver racked him. Her mother had shared that injury because somehow they had been bound. Damn it. It hit him that she didn't use her power directly on people because there was a danger it would bind her to them, as he was bound to Yasmin. He gathered her into his arms, hating the way she didn't protest, didn't take her wide eyes off her palm, was 1,000 miles away from him even when there was barely space for air between them. He cradled her against him and carried her to his cabin, and she didn't resist as he swept her up the stairs or when he laid her on his bed.
Tell me how to fix it. Tell me what to do, Yasmin.
Because he didn't know what to do, couldn't think straight to tell her his own name, let alone deal with wounds. He was going out of his fucking mind as he continued to stare at her fucking hand. Pull it together. He sucked down a breath in the hope it would steady his mind and his heart, would allow them both to clear enough that he would know what to do. He needed to get a look at the wound because Mason had struck him hard, deep enough to reach muscle or worse, go right through it. She didn't take her eyes off her hand even as he removed her t-shirt. His gasp shattered the tense silence as his eyes landed on her stomach, and he found more than just the wound Mason had given him. Sickness brewed in his stomach as he charted all the other wounds on her, ones that matched his. From the faint claw marks across her chest and the angry pink circles on her left side, to the fresh cuts and grazes and dark bruises. His shoulders sagged, his strength leaving him. She had been siphoning his injuries since she had saved him after the bear fight.
I didn't know,
he rasped and sank to his knees on the bed beside her. He raked his hands over his black hair, face crumpling as he looked at her, at all the scars and bruises that were his fault. "Fuck. I would have been more careful if you'd told me. I've been hurting you." She finally moved, a tiny shake of her head.
"No. I've been hurting myself. It was my choice."
Her eyes drifted away from her hand and roamed up his bare chest to meet his.
"I was afraid you would be angry with me, because you never wanted—"
"I want you." He held nothing back as those words fell from his lips, only thought of soothing her as her turmoil went through him. He smiled faintly. "I need you more than anything. Haven't I proven that? I was an idiot, thinking I could stop at only a night with you, when you're my everything, Yasmin. So tell me how to fix this." Her eyes watered, shining at him with something he dared to hope was love. She nodded, frowned, and swallowed hard.
"You'll need the kit from Raph."
"Already got it." Cobalt's deep voice came from behind him, and gods, he had never been so glad to hear it. His blond brother set the cardboard box down beside Yasmin on the bed, and Flint listened intently as she told him and Cobalt what to do. Stitching the wounds closed was one of the most stomach-turning things he had ever done, but it allowed him to get close enough to see that Mason's claws had only gone through skin and muscle, and not any deeper. Yasmin handled the pain like a pro, and damn, he admired her for that, for her strength and courage. Seemed Cobalt admired the hell out of her for it, too. "You've got balls of steel, Miss Goddess." His brother wiped his hands on an old towel, cleaning the blood off them as Flint applied the dressings, following her instruction to the letter. "I probably would have passed out and let you all get on with it while I was blissfully unaware. A little like Flint did." He glared at that one, but didn't take his eyes off his work.
"I had to stay conscious,"
Yasmin murmured, a hint of a smile in her soft voice.
"I didn't want to wake to find ugly stitches all over my stomach."
He didn't glare at her for that. Without her instruction, he probably would have done a bad job. He wasn't sure he had done a good job as it was. His hands had shaken hard the entire time he had been stitching her up, and he was sure he had made a fucking mess of things. "I think you're going to have an ugly scar regardless. Sorry," he muttered with a frown, not admiring his work. Yasmin huffed and grimaced as she sat up, propping herself on her elbows, and looked down at her stomach. She offered him a gentle, reassuring smile.
"Not bad for your first go. It'll heal nicely. I think you passed this class."
His face darkened, his mood growing black with it, because this wasn't a damned joke or something he could make light of, and she shouldn't be making light of it either. Cobalt backed away, heading for the stairs. On that note, he was downstairs and out of the door in a flash, leaving Flint alone with Yasmin. Flint stretched out on the bed beside Yasmin, frowning at the wounds, wishing he had done a better job and struggling to find the words as his thoughts jumbled. He dipped his head and pressed his cheek to her shoulder, breathed her in to reassure himself that she was fine, and the pain he had felt in her was fading now, together with her fear. He had taken it away from her. But gods, he had caused it in the first place, and he couldn't deal with that. It tore him apart, shredded his insides, and left him bleeding. "Do you feel better?" he whispered and peppered her skin with kisses, needing the contact to soothe himself and hoping it would soothe her too.
"I'll heal fine. It was my proximity to you when you were injured, and my fear for you that caused me to instantly siphon the wound."
So she had to be close to him in order to steal his injuries from him. Relief crashed over him as he soaked that in, because it meant he could ensure this never happened again. He growled, "Swear you'll run for the hills next time I'm fighting."
"No."
She tried to twist towards him, and he frowned as he pushed gently against her shoulder so she couldn't, forcing her onto her back again. "Yes, you will, Yasmin," he croaked as his throat closed. "I can't bear the thought of you being hurt like this again because of me." He lifted his head and gazed down at her. Her eyes darted between his.
"I'll never run from you, Flint, because I need to know that you're fine, and I need to be there for you if you're hurt."
"But it will hurt you, and I can't let that happen." He smoothed his left hand across her cheek, loving the contrast of her olive skin against his paler gold, and his eyebrows furrowed as he stared down into her eyes. There was a hint of a smile on her lips, and then she raised her hand and mirrored him, cupping his cheek, and fuck, it felt good. Completely undid him. He leaned into her touch, needing more, craving it because it comforted him, had his cougar side finally settling, damn near pulled a purr from him. Her soft voice teased his ears, warmed him inside, and chased the lingering cold away.
I'll keep my distance then. Enough that I'll be able to control our bond.
Bond. That word hit him hard, had his heart pounding and soul singing. He was bound to her life to his to hers. He could feel it, the connection that ran deep between them, linked their souls and their futures in a way he found he loved, because he felt complete, whole for the first time, although he wasn't sure that was entirely due to their bond. As he gazed at her, drinking in the way her dark eyes sparkled at him with emotions he could easily name, because they echoed inside him too, were powerful and commanding, he felt certain that their bond wasn't the only reason. It was because he was in love with her. Did she love him? Why did you do it? He tried to find a better way to put it when she frowned at him. You witnessed what happened to your mother because of her bond to your father. But you still risked it all for me. She brushed her thumb across his cheek, her soft gaze holding his.
That night terrified me, and I avoided using my power directly on people because of it. Even though I knew, I could only bind myself to someone.
She lowered her eyes from his, swallowed as her heart hitched in his ears and began to pound. He felt her nerves running through him, tangling with his own, and thought she would remain silent. But then she sighed and raised her eyes back to his.
Someone I care deeply about, deep enough to want to share a piece of my soul with them, entwining us so they would benefit from my strength.
His ears rang, pulse thundering as those words registered. She stroked his cheek and a smile teased her lips, a little nervous and a lot hopeful.
Someone I love.
Flint gathered her into his arms and kissed her, slowly, softly, fucking reverently as all the fear, the doubt, the nerves suddenly drained from him, leaving only the warmer and lighter feelings behind. His love for her. It beat deep inside him, powerful, consuming, undeniable, endless. When he finally convinced himself to stop kissing her because he wanted to look at her again, needed to see in her eyes that she was telling him the truth and that she really did love him, she was smiling, stole his breath and his heart all over again. He wasn't sure she would ever stop stealing it. She skimmed her hand up and rubbed him behind the ear, and he fought the urge but couldn't stop his eyelids from dropping as intense pleasure rolled through him, turning him into putty in her hands, revealing his ultimate weakness to her, and one he was sure she would exploit whenever she wanted something. She withdrew her hand, and he managed to convince his eyes to open so he could drink his fill of her again. What was that for? He sounded too drowsy, as if he had enjoyed that too much, tossing all his cards onto the table. The look she gave him said there was no hope for him now. She knew the way to get him wrapped around her little finger. Not that she needed a way. He was already firmly wrapped around it. Her smile dazzled him.
I promised to rub your ear.
He frowned, and then it hit him. When he had offered her his kill, she had joked about petting him as a reward. So you accept my prize? He canted his head and studied her eyes as they twinkled at him. She nodded.
Although I think you won by default anyway, didn't you?
True. She had refused Mason's kill, which had disqualified him from the courting. I am the winner, though. He purred and leaned towards her. I won the courting like I said I would.
I never said you wouldn't.
She feathered her fingers down to his nape, and he shuddered as she teased it with a light caress. He resisted the urge to purr and kept his eyes locked with hers, as he stroked his hand down her side and leaned a little closer. You gonna pick me as the winner? Yasmin looped a hank of his hair around her fingers.
It would be rude not to.
He mock scowled at her, but let that one slide, because she was enjoying teasing him, and after seeing her hurt, he was too happy to see her smiling again to stop her. So I won the courting, which is nice and all, But in the end, I think I won a better prize. The best prize possible. One I wouldn't part with for anything, and one I intend to cherish and take care of for the rest of my life." Her eyebrows knitted, but then her smile returned, and it was brighter than before. Damn near blinded him as she tangled her hands in his hair and lured him down to her, so their lips were a bare inch apart, and her breath washed over his face.
"And what did you win?"
she breathed against his lips. Flint cupped her cheek in his palm and pressed his thumb to her chin, tilting her head back so their eyes met. His heart hitched, warmth spreading through him as he gazed at her, into soulful dark eyes that had bewitched him from the moment he had met her, had pulled him under her spell and into something that still felt more fantasy than reality to him, one that was going to have a happily forever after. He brought his mouth close to hers and whispered 3 words, 3 that had her rising up to kiss him, to sear him and stamp her name on his soul all over again, marking him in a way that made him feel she was saying his words back to him and meant every one of them, viewed him as a prize she would cherish and take care of for the rest of her life. I won you. The end. This has been Courted by Her Cougar, Cougar Creek Mates Shifter Romance Series, Book 3, written by Felicity Heaton, narrated by Eric G. Dove. Copyright 2018 by Felicity Heaton. Production copyright by Felicity Heaton.